Chapter 1 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 1. The Lovers. "I am very angry," pouted the maid. "In heaven's name, why?" questioned the bachelor. "You have, so to speak, bought me." "Impossible. Your price is prohibitive." "Indeed, when £1,000, you are worth 50 and 100 times as much. Pooh!" "That interjection doesn't answer my question." "I don't think it is one which needs answering," said the young man lightly. "There are more important things to talk about than pounds, shillings, and sordid pence." "Oh, indeed, such as?" "Love, on a day such as this. Look at the sky, blue as your eyes, at the sunshine, golden as your hair, warm as your affection, you should say." "Affection, so cold a word, when I love you." "To the extent of £1,000. Lucy, you are a woman. That money did not buy your love, but the consent of your stepfather to our marriage. Had I not humorous one, he would have insisted upon your marrying Brandon." Lucy pouted again, and in scorn. "As if I ever would," said she. "Well, I don't know. Brandon is a soldier and a baronet, handsome and agreeable, with a certain amount of talent. What objection can you find to such a match?" "One insuperable objection." "He isn't you, Archie, darling?" The adjective appears to be an afterthought," grumbled the bachelor. Then, when she merely laughed teasingly after the manner of women, he added moodily, "No, by Jove, Brandon isn't me by any manner of means. I am but a poor artist without fame or position, struggling on 300 a year for a grudging recognition." "Quite enough for one, you greedy creature." "And for two?" he inquired softly. "More than enough." "Oh, nonsense, nonsense, nonsense." "What? When I am engaged to you? Actions speak much louder than remarks, Mr. Archibald Hope. I love you more than I do money." "Angel, Angel, you said I was a woman just now. What do you mean?" "This," and he kissed her willing lips in the lane which was empty save for blackbirds and beetles. "Is any explanation a clear one?" "Not to an angel who requires adoration, but to a woman who— Let us walk on, Archie, or we shall be late for dinner." The young man smiled and frowned and sighed and laughed in the space of 30 seconds, something of a feat in the way of emotional gymnastics. The freakish feminine nature perplexed him as it had perplexed Adam, and he could not understand this rapid change from poetry to prose. How could it be otherwise, when he was but 25 and engaged for the first time? 70 years and 10 is all too short a time to learn what woman really is, and every student leaves this world with the conviction that of the 1,000 sides which the female of man presents to the male of woman, not one reveals the being he desires to know. There is always a deep below a deep, a veil behind a veil, a sphere within a sphere. "It's most remarkable," said the puzzled man in this instance. "What is?" asked the enigma promptly. To avoid an argument which he could not sustain, Archie switched us on to the weather. "This day in September, one could well believe that it is still the month of roses." "What? With those wilted hedges and falling leaves, and reed fields and golden haystacks, and, she glanced around for further illustrations in the way of contradiction. "I can see all those things, dear, and the misplaced day also." "Misplaced?" "July day slipped into September. It comes into the landscape of this autumn month, as does love into the hearts of an elderly couple who feel too late the supreme passion." Lucy's eyes swept the prospect, and the spring-like sunshine, revealing all too clearly the wrinkles of aging nature, assisted her comprehension. "I understand. Yet youth has its wisdom, and old age its experience. The law of compensation, my dearest. But I don't see," he added reflectively, "what your remark and my answer have to do with the view." Whereat Lucy declared that his wits wandered. Within the last 5 minutes, they had emerged from a sunken lane where the hedges were white with dust and dry with heat to a vast open space, apparently at the world's end. Here the saltings spread raggedly towards the stately stream of the Thames, intersected by dikes and ditches, by earthen ramparts, crooked fences, sword walls, and irregular lines of stunted following the watercourses. The marshes were shaggy with reeds and rushes and brown with coarse, fading herbage, although here and there gleamed emerald-hued patches of water-soaked soil fit for fairy rings. Beyond a moderately high embankment of turf and timber, the lovers could see the broad river sweeping eastward to the north, and with homeward-bound and outward-faring ships afloat on its golden tide. Across the gleaming waters from where they lipped their banks to the foot of low domestic Kentish hills stretched alluvial lands sparsely timbered, and in the clear sunshine, clusters of houses, great and small, factories with tall, smoky chimneys, clumps of trees, and rigid railway lines could be discerned. The landscape was not beautiful in spite of the sun's profuse gildings, but to the lovers it appeared a paradise. Cupid, lord of gods and men, had bestowed on them the usual rose-colored spectacles which form an important part of his stock in trade, and they looked abroad on a fairy world. Was not she there? Was not he there? Could Romeo or Juliet desire more? From their feet ran the slim, straight causeway which was the king's highway of the district, a trim, prim line of white above the picturesque disorder of the marshes. It skirted the low-lying fields at the foot of the uplands and slipped through an iron gate to end in the far distance at the gigantic portal of the fort. This was a squat, ungainly pile of rugged grey stone, symmetrically built, but aggressively ugly in its very regularity, since it insulted the graceful curves of nature everywhere discernible. It stood nakedly amidst the bare, bleak meadows glittering with pools of still water, with not even the leaf of a creeper to soften its menacing walls, although above them appeared the full-foliaged tops of trees planted in the barrack yards. It looked as though the grim walls belted a secret archway. What with the frowning battlements, the very few windows, diminutive and closely barred, and sullen entrance, and the absence of any gracious greenery, Gartley Fort resembled the castle of giant despair. On the hither side, but invisible to the lovers, great cannon scowled on the river they protected, and when they spoke, received answer from the smaller guns across the stream. Their less extensive forts were concealed amidst trees and masked by turf embankments to watch and guard the golden argosies of London commerce. Lucy, always impressionable, shivered with a hand in that of Archie's as she stared at the landscape, melancholy even in the brilliant sunshine. "I should hate to live in Gartley Fort," said she abruptly. "One might as well be in jail. If you marry Random, you will have to live there, or on a baggage wagon. He is RGA captain, remember, and has to go where Glory calls him, like a good soldier." "Glory can call until Glory is hoarse for me," retorted the girl candidly. "I prefer an artist studio to a camp." "Why?" asked Hope, laughing at her vehemence. "The reason is obvious. I love the artist. And if you love the soldier, I should mount the baggage wagon and make him bovril when he was wounded. But for you, dear, I shall cook and sew and bake and— Stop! I want a wife, not a housekeeper. Every sensible man wants the two in one. But you should be a queen, darling. Not with my own consent, Archie. The work is much too hard. Existence on £6 a week with you will be more amusing. We can take a cottage, and live the simple life in Gartley village until you become the PRA, and I can be Lady Hope to walk in silk attire. You shall be queen of the earth, darling, and walk alone." "How dull. I would much rather walk with you. And that reminds me that dinner is waiting. Let us take the shortcut home through the village. On the way, you can tell me exactly how you bought me from my stepfather for £1,000. Archie Hope frowned at the incurable obstinacy of the sex. "I didn't buy you, dearest. How many times do you wish me to deny a sale which never took place? I merely obtained your stepfather's consent to a marriage in the near future." As if he had anything to do with my marriage, being only my stepfather, and having in my eyes no authority. "In what way did you get his consent? His unnecessary consent," she repeated with emphasis. Of course, it was waste of breath to argue with a woman who had made up her mind. The two began to walk towards the village along the causeway, and Hope cleared his throat to explain, patiently as to a child. "You know that your stepfather, Professor Braddock, is crazy on the subject of mummies?" Lucy nodded in a pretty wilful way. "He is an Egyptologist." "Quite so, but less famous and rich than he should be, considering his knowledge of Trias-dust antiquities. Well then, to make a long story short, he told me that he greatly desired to examine into the difference between the Egyptians and the Peruvians with regard to the embalming of the dead." "I always thought that he was too fond of Egypt to bother about any other country," said Lucy sapiently. "My dear, it is the country he cares about, but the civilization of the past. The Incas embalmed the dead, as did the Egyptians,
and in some way the professor heard of a royal mummy, swathed in green bandages, as he described it to me. It should be called an Irish mummy, said Lucy flippantly. Well, this mummy is in possession of a man at Malta, and Professor Braddock, hearing that it was for sale for £1,000. Oh, interrupted the girl vivaciously. So this was why father sent Sidney Bolton away 6 weeks ago? Yes. As you know, Bolton is your stepfather's assistant, and is as crazy as the professor on the subject of Egypt. I asked the professor if he would allow me to marry you. Quite unnecessary, interpolated Lucy briskly. Archie passed over the remark to evade an argument. When I asked him, he said that he wished you to marry Random, who is rich. I pointed out that you loved me and not Random, and that Random was on a yachting cruise while I was in the spot. He then said that he could not wait for the return of Random, and would give me a chance. What did he mean by that? Well, it seems that he was in a hurry to get this green mummy from Malta, as he feared lest some other person should snap it up. This was 2 months ago, remember? And Professor Braddock wanted the cash at once. Had Random been here, he could have supplied it. But as Random was away, he told me that if he handed over £1,000 to purchase the mummy, that he would permit our engagement now and a marriage in 6 months. I saw my chance and took it, for your stepfather has always been an obstacle in the path, Lucy dear. In a week, Professor Braddock had the money, as I sold some of my investments to get it. He then sent Bolton to Malta in a tramp steamer for the sake of cheapness, and now expects him back with a green mummy. Has Sidney bought it? Yes. He got it for £900, the professor told me, and is bringing back in the Diva. That's the same tramp steamer in which he went to Malta. So that's the whole story, and you can see there is no question of you being bought. The £1,000 went to get your father's consent. He is not my father, snapped Lucy, finding nothing else to say. You call him so? That's only from habit. I can't call him Mr. Braddock or Professor Braddock when I live with him. So father is the sole mode of address left to me. And after all, she added, taking a lover's arm, I like the professor. He is very kind and good, although extremely absent-minded. And I'm glad he has consented, for he worried me a lot to marry Sir Frank Random. I'm glad you bought me. But I didn't, cried the exasperated lover. I think you did, and you shouldn't have diminished your income by buying what you could have had for nothing. Archie shrugged his shoulders. It was vain to combat a fixed idea. I have still 300 a year left, and you are worth buying. You have no right to talk of me as though I had been bought. The young man gasped. But you said... Oh, what does it matter what I said? I am going to marry you on 300 a year. So there it is. I suppose when Bolton returns, my father will be glad to see the back of me, and then we'll go to Egypt with Sidney to explore the secret tomb he's always talking about. That expedition will require more than £1,000, said Archie dryly. The professor explained the obstacle to me. However, his doings have nothing to do with us, darling. Let Professor Braddock fumble amongst the dead if he likes. We live apart, sighed Lucy. Only for the next 6 months. Then we can get our cottage and live on love, my dearest. Plus 300 a year, said the girl sensibly. Then she added, Oh, poor Frank Random. Lucy, cried her lover indignantly. Well, I was only pitying him. He's a nice man, and you can't expect him to be pleased at a marriage. Perhaps, said Hope in an icy tone, you would like him to be the bridegroom. If so, there is still time. Silly boy. Chapter 2 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 2. Professor Braddock. There was only one really palatial mansion in Gartley, and that was the ancient Georgian house known as the Pyramids. Lucy's stepfather had given the place this eccentric name on taking up his abode there some 10 years previously. Before that time, the dwelling had been occupied by the lord of the manor and his family. But now the old squire was dead, and his impecunious children were scattered to the 4 quarters of the globe in search of money with which to rebuild their ruined fortunes. As the village was somewhat isolated and rather unhealthy, situated in the marshy country, the huge, roomy old grange had not been easy to let and had proved quite impossible to sell. Under these disastrous circumstances, Professor Braddock, who described himself humorously as a scientific pauper, had obtained the tenancy at a ridiculously low rental, much to his satisfaction. Many people would have paid money to avoid exile in these damp wastelands, which, as it were, fringed civilization, but their loneliness and desolation suited the professor exactly. He required ample room for his Egyptian collection, with plenty of time to decipher hieroglyphics and study perished dynasties of the Nile Valley. The world of the present day did not interest Braddock in the least. He lived almost continuously on that portion of the mental plane which had to do with the far distant past, and only concerned himself with physical existence when it consisted of mummies and mystic beetles, sepulchral ornaments, pictured documents, hawk-headed deities, and such like things of almost inconceivable antiquity. He rarely walked abroad, and was invariably late for meals, save when he missed any particular one altogether, which happened frequently. Absent-minded in conversation, untidy in dress, unpractical in business, dreamy in manner, Professor Braddock lived solely for archaeology. That such a man should have taken to himself a wife was mystery. Yet he had been married 15 years before to a widow who possessed a limited income and one small child. It was the opportunity of securing the use of a steady income which had decoyed Braddock into the matrimonial snare of Mrs. Kendall. To put it plainly, he had married the agreeable widow for her money, although he could scarcely be called a fortune hunter. Like Eugene Aram, he desired cash to assist learning, and as that scholar had committed murder to secure what he wanted, so did the professor marry to obtain his ends. These were to have someone to manage the house and to be set free from the necessity of earning his bread, so that he might indulge in pursuits more pleasurable than money-making. Mrs. Kendall was a placid, phlegmatic lady who liked rather than loved the professor, and who desired him more as a companion than as a husband. With Braddock, she did not arrange a romantic marriage so much as enter into a congenial partnership. She wanted a man in the house, and he desired freedom from pecuniary embarrassment. On these lines, the prosaic bargain was struck, and Mrs. Kendall became the professor's wife with entirely successful results. She gave her husband a home, and a child a father who became fond of Lucy, and who, considering he was merely an amateur parent, acted admirably. But this sensible partnership lasted only for 5 years. Mrs. Braddock died of a chill on the liver and left her $500 a year to the professor for life, with remainder to Lucy, then a small girl of 10. It was at this critical moment that Braddock became a practical man for the first and last time in his dreamy life. He buried his wife with unfeigned regret, for he had been sincerely attached to her in his absent-minded way, and sent Lucy to a Hampstead boarding school. After an interview with his late wife's lawyer to see that the income was safe, he sought for a house in the country and quickly discovered Gartley Grange, which no one would take because of its isolation. Within 3 months from the burial of Mrs. Braddock, the widower had removed himself and his collection to Gartley, and had renamed his abode the Pyramids. Here he dwelt quietly and enjoyably from his dry-as-dust point of view for 10 years, and here Lucy Kendall had come when her education was completed. The arrival of a marriageable young lady made no difference in the professor's habits, and he hailed her thankfully as a successor to her mother in managing the small establishment. It is to be feared that Braddock was somewhat selfish in his views, but the fixed idea of archaeological research made him egotistical. The mansion was 3-story, flat-roofed, extremely ugly, and unexpectedly comfortable. Built of mellow red brick with dingy white stone facings, it stood a few yards back from the roadway which ran from Gartley Ford through the village, and at the precise point where the pyramids was situated, curved abruptly through the woodlands to terminate a mile away at Jesson, the local station of the Thames railway line. An iron railing, embedded in mouldering stonework, divided the narrow front garden from the road, and on either side of the door, which could be reached by 5 shallow steps, grew 2 small yew trees, smartly clipped and trimmed into cones of dull green. These yews possessed some magical significance, which Professor Braddock would occasionally explain to chance visitors interested in occult matters, for, amongst other things Egyptian, the archaeologist searched into the magic of the sons of Khem and insisted that there was more truth than superstition in their enchantments. Braddock used all the vast rooms of the ground floor to house his collection of antiquities, which he had acquired through many laborious years. He dwelt entirely in this museum, as his bedroom adjoined his study, and he frequently devoured his hurried meals amongst the brilliantly tinted mummy cases. The embalmed dead populated his world, and only now and then, when Lucy insisted, did he ascend to the first floor, which was a particular abode. Here was the drawing-room, the dining-room, and Lucy's boudoir. Here also was sundry bedrooms, furnished and unfurnished, in one of which Miss Kendall slept, while the others remained vacant for chance visitors, principally from the scientific world. The third story was devoted to the cook, a husband who acted as gardener, and to the house parlour maid, a composite domestic who worked from morning until night in keeping the great house clean. During the day, these servants attended to their businesses in the comfortable basement where the cook ruled supreme. At the back of the mansion stretched a fairly large kitchen garden to which the cook's husband devoted his attention. This was the entire domain belonging to the tenant, as, of course, the professor did not rent the arable acres and comfortable farms which had belonged to the dispossessed family. Everything in the house went smoothly, as Lucy was a methodical young person who went by the clock and the almanac. Braddock little knew how much of his undeniable comfort he owed to a fostering care, for prior to a return from school, he had been robbed right and left by unscrupulous domestics. When his stepdaughter arrived, he simply handed over the keys and the housekeeping money, a fixed sum, and gave her strict instructions to not to bother him. Miss Kendall faithfully observed this injunction, as she enjoyed being undisputed mistress, and knew that so long as her stepfather had his meals, his bed, his bath, and his clothes, he required nothing save the constant society of his beloved mummies, of which no one wished to deprive him. These he dusted and cleansed and rearranged himself. Not even Lucy dared to invade the museum, and the mere mention of spring cleaning drove the professor into displaying frantic rage in which he used bad language. On returning from a walk with Archie, the girl had lured her stepfather into assuming a rusty dress suit which had done service for many years, and had coaxed him into a promise to be present at dinner. Mrs. Jasher, the lively widow of the district, was coming, and Braddock approved of a woman who looked up to him as the one wise man in the world. Even science is susceptible to judicious flattery, and Mrs. Jasher was never backward in putting admiration to words. Female gossip declared that the widow wished to become the second Mrs. Braddock, but if this was really the case, she had but small chance of gaining her end. The professor had once sacrificed his liberty to secure her competence, and having acquired 500 a year, was not inclined for a second matrimonial venture. Had the widow been a dollar heiress with $1 million at her back, he would not have troubled to place a ring on her finger. And certainly Mrs. Jasher had little to gain from such a dreary marriage beyond a collection of rubbish, as she said, and a dull country house situated in a district inhabited solely by peasants belonging to Saxon times. Archie Hope left Lucy at the door of the pyramids and repaired to his village lodgings for the purpose of assuming evening dress. Lucy, being her own housekeeper, assisted the overworked parlour maid to lay and decorate the table before receiving the guests. Thus, Mrs. Jasher found no one in the drawing-room to welcome her, and taking the privilege of old friendship, descended to beard Braddock in his den. The professor raised his eyes from a newly bought scarabaeus to behold a stout little lady smiling on him from the doorway. He did not appear to be grateful for the interruption, but Mrs. Jasher was not at all dismayed, being a manhunter by profession. Besides, she saw that Braddock was in the clouds as usual, and would have received the king himself in the same absent-minded manner. "Puff! What an abominable smell!" exclaimed the widow, holding a flimsy lace handkerchief to her nose. "Kind of camphor, sandalwood, charnel house smell. I wonder you're not asphyxiated. Phew! Huh! The professor stared at her with cold, fishy eyes. "Did you speak?" "Oh, dear me, yes, and you don't even ask me to take a chair. If I were a nasty, stuffy mummy now, you would be embracing me by this time. Don't you know that I have come to dinner, you silly man?" And she tapped him playfully with her closed fan. "I've had dinner," said Braddock, egotistic as usual. "No, you have not." Mrs. Jasher spoke positively and pointed to a small tray of untouched food on the side table. "You have not even had luncheon. You must live on air like a chameleon, or on love, perhaps," she ended in a significantly tender tone. But she might as well have spoken to the granite image of Horus in the corner. Braddock merely rubbed his chin and stared harder than ever at the glittering visitor. "Dear me," he said innocently. "I must have forgotten to eat. Lamplight." He looked round vaguely. "Of course I remember lighting the lamps. Time has gone by very rapidly. I'm really hungry." He paused to make sure, then repeated his remark in a more positive manner. "Yes, I'm very hungry, Mrs. Jasher." He looked at her as though she had just entered. "Of course, Mrs. Jasher. Do you wish to see me about anything particular?" The widow frowned at his inattention and then laughed. It was impossible to be angry with this dreamer. "I've come to dinner, Professor. Do try and wake up. You are half asleep and half starved too, I expect." "I certainly feel unaccountably hungry," admitted Braddock cautiously. "Unaccountably? When you have eaten nothing since breakfast? You weird man, I believe you are a mummy yourself." But the professor had again returned to examine the scarabæus, this time with a powerful magnifying glass. "It certainly belongs to the 20th dynasty," he murmured, wrinkling his brows. Mrs. Jasher stamped and flirted her fan pettishly. The creature's soul, she decided, was certainly not in his body, and until it came back, he would continue to ignore her. With the annoyance of a woman who is not getting her own way, she leaned back in Braddock's one comfortable chair, which he had unerringly selected, and examined him intently. Perhaps the gossips were correct, and she was trying to imagine what kind of a husband he would make. But whatever might be her thoughts, she eyed Braddock as earnestly as Braddock eyed the scarabæus. Outwardly, the professor did not appear like the savant he was reported to be. He was small of stature, plump of body, rosy as a little cupid, and extraordinarily youthful, considering his 50-odd years of scientific wear and tear. With a smooth, clean-shaven face, plentiful white hair like spun silk, and neat feet and hands, he did not look his age. The dreamy look in his small blue eyes was rather belied by the hardness of his thin-lipped mouth and by the pugnacious push of his jaw. The eyes and the dome-like forehead hinted that brain without much originality. But the lower part of this contradictory countenance might have belonged to a prize fighter. Nevertheless, Braddock's plumpness did away to a considerable extent with his aggressive look. It was certainly latent, but only came to the surface when he fought with a brother savant over some tomb dweller from Thebes. In the soft lamplight, he looked like a fighting cherub, and it was a pity, in the interest of art, that the hairless pink and white face did not surmount a pair of wings rather than a rusty and ill-fitting dress suit. "His name's so dafty as he looks," thought Mrs. Jasher was Scotch, although she claimed to be cosmopolitan. With his mummies he is all right, but outside those he might be difficult to manage. And these things. She glanced round the shadowy room, crowded with the dead and their earthly belongings. "I don't think I would care to marry the British Museum. Too much like hard work, and I'm not so young as I was." The near mirror, a polished silver one, which had belonged ages ago to some coquette of Memphis, denied this uncomplimentary thought, for Mrs. Jasher did not look a day over 30, although her birth certificate set her down as 45. In the lamplight she might have passed for even younger, so carefully had she preserved what remained to her of youth. She assuredly was somewhat stout, and never had been so tall as she desired to be. But the lines of her plump figure were still discernible in the cunningly cut gown, and she carried her little self with such mighty dignity that people overlooked the mortifying height of a trifle over 5 feet. Her features were small and neat, but her large blue eyes were so noticeable and melting that those on whom she turned them ignored the lack of boldness in chin and nose. Her hair was brown and arranged in the latest fashion, while her complexion was so fresh and pink that if she did paint, as jealous women averred, she must have been quite an artist with the hare's foot and the rouge pot and the necessary powder puff. Mrs. Jasher's clothes repaid the thought she expended upon them, and she was artistic in this as in other things. Dressed in a crocus yellow gown with short sleeves to reveal her beautiful arms and cut low to display a splendid bust, she looked perfectly dressed. Woman would have declared the white netted black lace with which the dress was draped to be cheap, and would have hinted that the widow wore too many jewels in her hair, on her corsage, round her arms, and ridiculously gaudy rings on her fingers. This might have been true, for Mrs. Jasher sparkled like the Milky Way at every movement, but the gleam of gold and the flash of gems seemed to suit her opulent beauty. Her slightest movement wafted around her a strange Chinese perfume, which she obtained, so she said, from a friend of her late husband's, who was in the British Embassy at Pekin. No one possessed this especial perfume but Mrs. Jasher, and anyone who had previously met her, meeting her in the darkness, could have guessed at her identity. With a smile to show her white teeth, with a golden-hued dress and glittering jewels, the pretty widow glowed in the glimmering room like a tropical bird. The professor raised his dreamy eyes and laid the beetle on one side, when his brain fully grasped that this charming vision was awaiting to be entertained. She was better to look upon even than the beloved scarabæus, and he advanced to shake hands as though she had just entered the room. Mrs. Jasher, knowing his ways, rose to extend a hand, and the two small, stout figures looked absurdly like a pair of chubby Dresden ornaments which had stepped from the mantel shelf. "Dear lady, I am glad to see you. You have, the professor reflected, and then came back with a rush to the present century. You have come to dinner, if I mistake not." "Lucy asked me a week ago," she replied tartly, for no woman likes to be neglected for a mere beetle, however ancient. "Then you will certainly get a good dinner," said Braddock, waving his plump white hands. "Lucy is an excellent housekeeper. I have no fault to find with her, no fault at all. But she is obstinate. Oh, very obstinate, as her mother was. Do you know, dear lady, that in a papyrus scroll which I lately acquired, I found the recipe for a genuine Egyptian dish, which Amenemhat, the last pharaoh of the 11th dynasty, might have eaten, and probably did eat? I desired Lucy to serve it tonight, but she refused, much to my annoyance. The ingredients, which had to do with roasted gazelle, were oil and coriander seed, and, if my memory serves me, asafoetida." "Huh!" Mrs. Jasher's handkerchief went again to her mouth. "Say no more, Professor. Your dish sounds horrid. I don't wish to eat it and be turned into mummy before my time." "You would make a really beautiful mummy," said Braddock, paying what he conceived was a compliment. "And should you die, I shall certainly attend to your embalming, if you prefer that to cremation." "You dreadful man!" cried the widow, turning pale and shrinking. "Why, I really believe that you would like to see me packed away in one of those disgusting coffins." "Disgusting?" cried the outraged professor, striking one of the brilliantly tinted cases. "Can you call so beautiful a specimen of sepulchral art disgusting? Look at the colors, at the irregularity of the hieroglyphics. Why, the history of the dead is set out in this magnificent series of pictures." He adjusted his pince-nez and began to read. "The Osirian Semiophis, that's a female name, Mrs. Jasher, who—" "I don't want to have my history written on my coffin," interrupted the widow hysterically, for this funeral talk frightened her. "It would take much more space than a mummy case upon which to write it. My life has been volcanic, I can tell you. By the way," she added hurriedly, seeing that Braddock was on the eve of resuming the reading, "tell me about your Inca mummy. Has it arrived?" The professor immediately followed the false trail. "Not yet," he said briskly, rubbing his smooth hands. "But in 3 days I expect the diver will be at Pierside, and Sydney will bring the mummy on here. I shall unpack it at once, and learn exactly how the ancient Peruvians embalmed their dead. Doubtless they learned the art from the Egyptians," ventured Mrs. Jasher rashly. Braddock glared. "Nothing of the sort, dear lady," he snorted angrily. "Absurd! Ridiculous! I am inclined to believe that Egypt was merely a colony of that vast island of Atlantis mentioned by Plato. There, if my theory is correct, civilization began, and the kings of Atlantis, doubtless the gods of historical tribes, governed the whole world, including that portion which we now term South America." "Do you mean to say that they were Yankees in those days?" inquired Mrs. Jasher frivolously. The professor tucked his hands under his shabby coat-tails and strode up and down the room, warming his rage, which was provoked by such ignorance. "Good heavens, madam, where have you lived?" he exclaimed explosively. "Are you a fool, or merely an ignorant woman? I am talking of prehistoric times, thousands of years ago, when you were probably a stray atom embedded in the slime." "Oh, you horrid creature!" cried Mrs. Jasher indignantly, and was about to give Braddock an opinion, if only to show him that she could hold her own, when the door opened. "How are you, Mrs. Jasher?" said Lucy, advancing. "Here am I, and here is Archie. Dinner is ready, and you—" "I am very hungry," said Mrs. Jasher. "I have been called an atom of the slime," and she laughed and took possession of young Hope. Lucy wrinkled her brow. She did not approve of the widow's man-annexing instinct. The end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 3. A Mysterious Tomb. One member of the Braddock household was not included in the general staff, being a mere appendage of the professor himself. This was a dwarfish, misshapen Kanaka, a pygmy in height, but a giant in breadth, with short, thick legs and long, powerful arms. He had a large head and a somewhat handsome face, with melancholy black eyes and a fine set of white teeth. Like most Polynesians, His skin was of a pale bronze and elaborately tattooed, even the cheeks and chin being scored with curves and straight lines of mystical import. But the most noticeable thing about him was his huge mop of frizzled hair, which, by some process, known only to himself, he usually dyed a vivid yellow. The flaring locks streaming from his head made him resemble a Peruvian image of the sun, and it was this peculiar coiffure that had procured for him the odd name of Cockatoo. The fact that this grotesque creature invariably wore a white drill suit emphasized still more the suggestion of his likeness to an Australian parrot. Cockatoo had come from the Solomon Islands in his teens to the colony of Queensland to work on the plantations, and there the professor had picked him up as his body servant. When Braddock returned to marry Mrs. Kendall, the boy had refused to leave him, although it was represented to the young savage that he was somewhat too barbaric for sober England. Finally, the professor had consented to bring him overseas, and had never regretted doing so, for Cockatoo, finding his scientific master a true friend, worshipped him as a visible god. Having been captured when young by Pacific blackbirders, he talked excellent English, and from contact with necessary restraints of civilization, was on the whole extremely well behaved. Occasionally, when teased by the villagers and his fellow servants, he could break into childish rages, which bordered on the dangerous. But a word from Braddock always quieted him, and when penitent, he would crawl like a whipped dog to the feet of his divinity. For the most part, he lived entirely in the museum, looking after the collection and guarding it from harm. Lucy, who had a horror of the creature's uncanny looks, objected to Cockatoo waiting at the table, and it was only on rare occasions that he was permitted to assist the harassed parlourmaid. On this night, the Kanaka acted excellently as a butler, and crept softly round the table, attending to the needs of the diners. He was an admirable servant, deft and handy, but his blue-lined face and squat figure, together with the obtrusively golden halo, rather worried Mrs. Jasher. And indeed, in spite of custom, Lucy also felt uncomfortable when this gnome hovered at her elbow. It looked as though one of the fantastical idols from the museum below had come to haunt the living. "I do not like that gollywog," breathed Mrs. Jasher to her host when Cockatoo was at the sideboard. "He gives me the creeps." Imagination, my dear lady, pure imagination. Why should we not have a picturesque animal to wait upon us? "He would wait picturesquely enough at a cannibal feast," suggested Archie with a laugh. "Don't," murmured Lucy with a shiver. "I shall not be able to eat my dinner if you talk so." "Odd that Hope should say what he has said," observed Braddock confidently to the widow. "Cockatoo comes from a cannibal island, and doubtless has seen the consumption of human flesh. No, no, my dear lady, do not look so alarmed. I don't think he has eaten any, as he was taken to Queensland long before he could participate in such banquets. It's a very decent animal." "A very dangerous one, I fancy," retorted Mrs. Jasher, who looked pale. "Only when he loses his temper, and I'm always able to suppress it when it is at its worst. You're not eating your meat, my dear lady. Can you wonder at it, and you talk of cannibals?" "Let us change the conversation to cereals," suggested Hope, whose appetite was of the best. "Wheat, for instance. In this queer little village, I notice the houses are divided by a field of wheat. It seems wrong somehow for corn to be bunched up the houses." "That's old Farmer Jenkins," said Lucy vivaciously. "He owns 3 or 4 acres near the public house, and will not allow them to be built over, although he had been offered a lot of money. I noticed myself, Archie, the oddity of finding a cornfield surrounded by cottages. It's like Alice in Wonderland." "But fancy anyone offering money for land here," observed Hope, toying with his claret glass, which had just been refilled by the attentive Cockatoo. "At the back of beyond, as it were. I shouldn't care to live here. The neighborhood is so desolate." "All the same, you do live here," interposed Mrs. Jasher smartly, and with a roguish glance at Lucy. Archie caught the glance and saw the blush on Miss Kendall's face. "You have answered your question yourself, Mrs. Jasher," he said, smiling. "I have the inducement you hint at to remain here, and certainly as a landscape painter I admire the marshes and sunsets. As an artist and an engaged man, I stop at Gartley. Otherwise I should clear out. But I fail to see why a lady of your attraction should—" "I may have sentimental reasons also," interrupted the widow with a sly glance at the absent-minded professor, who was drawing hieroglyphics on the tablecloth with a fork. "Also, my cottage is cheap and very comfortable. The late Mr. Jasher did not leave me sufficient money to live in London. He was a consul in China, you know, and consuls are never very well paid. I will come in for a large income, however." "Indeed," said Lucy politely, and wondering why Mrs. Jasher was so communicative. "Soon, I hope?" It may be very soon. My brother, a merchant in Pekin, he has come home to die and is unmarried. When he does die, I shall go to London. But, added the widow meditatively and glancing again at the professor, I shall be sorry to leave dear Gartley. Still, the memory of happy hours spent in this house will always remain with me. Ah, me. Ah, me. And she put her handkerchief to her eyes. Lucy telegraphed to Archie that the widow was a humbug, and Archie telegraphed back that he quite agreed with her. But the professor, whom the momentary silence had brought back to the present century, looked up and asked Lucy if the dinner was finished. I have to do some work this evening, said the professor. Oh, father, when you said that you would take a holiday, said Lucy reproachfully. I am doing so now. Look at the precious minutes I am wasting in eating, my dear. Life is short, and much remains to be done in the way of Egyptian exploration. There is the sepulchre of Queen Tahoser. If I could only enter that, and he sighed while helping himself to cream. Why don't you? Asked Mrs. Jasher, who was beginning to give up her pursuit of Braddock, for it was no use wooing a man whose interests centered entirely in Egyptian tombs. I have yet to discover it, said the professor simply. Then, warming to the congenial theme, he glanced around and delivered a short historical lecture. Tahoser was the chief wife and queen of a famous pharaoh, the pharaoh of the Exodus, in fact. The one who was drowned in the Red Sea? Asked Archie idly. Why, yes, but that happened later. Before pursuing the Hebrews, if the Mosaic account is to be believed, this pharaoh marched far into the interior of Africa, the Libya of ancients, and conquered the natives of Upper Ethiopia. Being deeply in love with his queen, he took her with him in this expedition, and she died before the pharaoh returned to Memphis. From records which I discovered in the Museum of Cairo, I have reason to believe that the pharaoh buried her with much pomp in Ethiopia, sacrificing, I believe, many prisoners at her gorgeous funeral rites. From the wealth of the pharaoh, for wealthy he must have been on account of his numerous victories, and from the love he bore this princess, I am confident, added Braddock, striking the table vehemently, that when discovered, her tomb will be filled with riches, and may also contain documents of incalculable value. And you wish to get the money? Asked Mrs. Jasher, who was rather bored. The professor rose fiercely. Money. I care nothing for money. I desire to obtain the funeral jewelry and golden masks and precious images of the gods so as to place them in the British Museum. And the scrolls of papyrus buried with the mummy of Tahoser may contain an account of Ethiopian civilization about which we know nothing. Oh, that tomb! That tomb! Braddock began to walk the room, quite forgetting that he had not finished his dinner. I know the mountains whose entrails were pierced to form the sepulchre. Were I able to go to Africa, I am certain that I would discover the tomb. Ah, with what glory would my name be covered were I so fortunate! Why don't you go to Africa, sir, and try? Asked Hope. Fool! Cried the professor politely. To fit out an expedition would take some £5,000, if not more. I would have to penetrate through a hostile country to reach the chain of mountains I speak of, where I know this precious tomb is to be found. I need supplies, an escort, guns, camels, and all the rest of it. A leader must be obtained to manage the fighting men necessary to pass through this dangerous zone. It's no easy task to find the tomb of Tahoser. And yet, if I could only get the money, and he walked up and down with his head bent on his breast. Mrs. Jasher was used to Braddock's vagaries by this time, and merely continued to fan herself placidly. I wish I could help you with the expedition, she said quietly. I should like to have some of that lovely Egyptian jewellery myself, but I'm quite a pauper until my brother dies, poor man. Then she hesitated. What then? Asked Braddock, wheeling. I shall aid you with pleasure. It's a bargain. Braddock stretched out his hand. A bargain, said Mrs. Jasher, accepting the grasp somewhat nervously, for she had not expected to be taken so readily at a word. A glance at Lucy revealed nervousness. Do sit down, father, and finish your dinner, said the young lady. I'm sure you will have more than enough to do when the mummy arrives. Mummy? What mummy? Murmured Braddock, again beginning to eat. The Inca mummy. Of course, the mummy of Inca Caxus, which Sydney is bringing from Malta. When I strip that corpse of its green bandages, I shall find... Find what? Asked Archie, seeing that the professor hesitated. Braddock cast a swift look at his questioner. I shall find the peculiar mode of Peruvian embalming, he replied abruptly, and somehow the way in which he spoke gave Hope the impression that the answer was an excuse. But before he could formulate the thought that Braddock was concealing something, Mrs. Jasher spoke frivolously. I hope your mummy has jewels, she said. "It has not," replied Braddock sharply. "So far as I know, the Inca race never buried their dead with jewels." "But I have read in Prescott's history that they did," said Hope. "Prescott, Prescott!" cried the professor contemptuously. "A most unreliable authority. However, I'll promise you one thing, Hope, that if there are any jewels or jewellery, you shall have the lot." "Give me some, Mr. Hope," cried the widow. "I cannot," laughed Archie. "The green mummy belongs to the professor." "I cannot accept such a gift, Hope. Owing to circumstances, I have been obliged to borrow the money from you. Otherwise, the mummy would have been acquired by someone else. But when I find the tomb of Queen Tahosa, I shall repay the loan." "You have repaid it already," said Hope, looking at Lucy. Braddock's eyes followed his gaze, and his brows contracted. He muttered. "I don't know if I am right in consenting to Lucy's marriage with a pauper." "Oh, father!" cried the girl. "Archie is not a pauper." "I have enough for Lucy and me to live on," said Hope, although his face had flushed, "and had I been a pauper, I could not have given you that £1,000. You will be repaid," waving his hand to dismiss the subject. "And now," he rose with a yawn, "if this tedious feast is at an end, I shall again seek my work." Without a word of apology to the disgusted Mrs. Jasher, he trotted to the door and then paused. "By the way, Lucy," he said, turning, "I had a letter today from Random. He returns in his yacht in Pierside in 2 or 3 days. In fact, his arrival will coincide with that of the driver." "I don't see what his arrival has to do with me," said Lucy tautly. "Oh, nothing at all, said Braddock airily. "Only I thought, that is, but never mind. Cockatoo, come down with me. Good night." And he disappeared. "Well," said Mrs. Cheshire, drawing a long breath, "for rudeness and selfishness, commend me to a scientist. We might be all mud for what notice he takes of us." "Never mind," said Miss Kendall, rising. "Come to the drawing room and have some music. Archie, will you stop here?" "No, I don't care to sit over my wine alone," said the young gentleman, rising. "I shall accompany you and Mrs. Jasher. And Lucy," he stopped her at the door, through which the widow had already passed. "What did your father mean by his hints concerning Random?" "I think he regrets giving his consent to my marriage with you," she whispered back. "Did you not hear him talk about the tomb? He decides to get money for the expedition." "From Random? What rubbish! Sooner than that, if our marriage is stopped by that beastly business, I sell out and—" "You'll do nothing of the sort," interrupted the girl imperiously. "We must live if we marry. You have given my father enough." "But if Random lends money for this expedition?" "He does so at his own risk. I am not going to marry Sir Frank because of my stepfather's requirements. He has no rights over me, and whether he consents or not, I marry you." "My darling," and Archie kissed her before they followed Mrs. Jasher into the drawing room. All the same, he foresaw trouble. The end of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 4. The Unexpected. For the next 2 or 3 days, Archie felt decidedly worried over his projected marriage with Lucy. Certainly he had, to put it bluntly, purchased Braddock's consent, and that gentleman could scarcely draw back from his plighted word which had cost the lovers so much. Nevertheless, Hope did not entirely trust the professor, as from the few words which he had let drop at the dinner party, it was plain that he hankered after money with which to fit out the expedition in search of the mysterious tomb to which he had alluded. Archie knew, as did the professor, that he could not supply the necessary £5,000 without practically ruining himself, and already had crippled his resources in paying over the price of the green mummy. He had fondly believed that Braddock would have been satisfied with the relic of Peruvian humanity, but it seemed that the professor, having got what he wanted, now clamoured for what was at present beyond his reach. The mummy was his property, but he desired the contents of Queen Tahosa's tomb also. This particular moon, which he cried for, was a very expensive article, and Hope did not see how he could gain it. Unless, and here came in the cause of Archie's worry, unless the £5,000 was borrowed from Sir Frank Random, the professor would have to content himself with the Maltese mummy. But from what the young man had seen of Braddock's longing for the especial sepulchre which he desired to loot, he believed that the scientist would not readily surrender his whim.
Random could easily lend or give the money since he was extremely rich and extremely generous, but it was improbable that he would aid Braddock without a quid pro quo. As the sole desire of the baronet's heart was to make Lucy his wife, it could easily be guessed that he would only assist the professor to realize his ambition on condition that the servant used his influence with his stepdaughter. That meant the breaking of the engagement with Hope and the marriage of the girl to the soldier. Of course, such a state of things would make Lucy unhappy, but Braddock cared very little for that. To gratify his craze for Egyptian research, he would be willing to sacrifice a dozen girls like Lucy. Undoubtedly, Lucy would refuse to be passed along from one man to another like a bale of goods, and Archie knew that, so far as in her lay, she would keep to her engagement, especially as she denied Braddock's right to dispose of her hand. All the same, the professor, in spite of his cherubical looks, could make himself extremely disagreeable, and undoubtedly would do so if thwarted. The sole course that remained, should Braddock begin operations to break the present engagement, would be to marry Lucy at once. Archie would willingly have done so, but pecuniary difficulties stood in the way. He had never told any one of these, not even the girl he loved, but they existed all the same. For many years he had been assisting needy relatives, and thus had hampered himself in spite of his income. By sheer force of will, so as to force Braddock into giving him Lucy, he had contrived to secure the necessary £1,000 without confusing the arrangements he had made to pay off certain debts connected with his domestic philanthropy. But this brought him to the end of his resources. In 6 months, he hoped to be free to have his income entirely to himself, and then, small as it was, he would support a wife. But until the half-year elapsed, he could see no chance of marrying Lucy with any degree of comfort, and meanwhile she would be exposed to the persecutions of the professor. Perhaps persecutions is too harsh a word, as Braddock was kind enough to the girl. Nevertheless, he was pertinacious in gaining his aims where his pet hobby was concerned, and undoubtedly, could he see any chance of obtaining the money from Random by selling his stepdaughter, he would do so. Assuredly, it was dishonorable to act in this way, but the professor was a scientific Jesuit and deemed that the end justified the means when any glory to himself and gain to the British Museum was in question. "But I may be doing him an injustice," said Archie when he was explaining his fears to Miss Kendall on the third day after the dinner party. "After all, the professor is a gentleman, and will probably hold to the bargain which he has made." "I don't care whether he does or not," cried Lucy, who had a fine colour and a certain amount of fire in her eyes. "I'm not going to be bought and sold to forward these nasty scientific schemes. My father can say what he likes and do what he likes, but I marry you, tomorrow if you like." "That's just it," said Archie, flushing. "We can't marry." "Why?" she asked, much astonished. Hope looked at the ground and drew patterns with his cane point in the sand. They were seated in the hot sunshine, for the Indian summer still continued, under a mouldering brick wall which ran around the most delightful of kitchen gardens. This was situated at the back of the pyramids and contained a multiplicity of pot herbs and fruit trees and vegetables. It resembled the fairy garden in the Madame d'Alonne's story of the White Cat, and in the autumn yielded a plentiful crop of fine flavoured fruit. But now the trees were bare and the garden looked somewhat forlorn for lack of greenery. But in spite of the lateness of the season, Lucy often brought a book to read under the glowing wall, and there ripened like a peach in the warm sunshine. On this occasion, she brought Archie into the old world garden as he had hinted at confidences. And the time had come to speak plainly, as Hope began to think that he had not treated Lucy quite fairly in hiding from her his momentarily embarrassed position. "Why can't we marry at once?" asked Lucy, seeing that her lover held his peace and looked confused. Hope did not reply directly. "I had better release you from your engagement," he said haltingly. "Oh!" Lucy's nostrils dilated, and she threw back her head scornfully. "And the other woman's name?" "There's no other woman. I love you, and you only. But money—" "What about money? You have your income." "Oh, yes, that is true, small as it is. But I've incurred debts on behalf of an uncle in this family. These have embarrassed me for the moment, and so I cannot see my way to marrying you for at least 6 months, Lucy." He caught her hand. "I feel ashamed of myself that I did not tell you of this before, but I fear to lose you. Yet, on reflection, I see that it's dishonorable to keep you in the dark, and if you think that I have behaved badly—" "Well, I do in a way," she interrupted quickly, "as your silence was quite unnecessary. Don't treat me as a doll, my dear. I wish to share your troubles as well as your joys. Come, tell me all about it." "You are not angry?" "Yes, I am.
At your thinking I loved you so little as to be biased against a marriage because of money troubles. Pooh! She flicked away a speck of dust from his coat. I don't care that for such things. You are an angel, he cried. I am a very practical girl just now, she retorted. Go on, confess. Archie, thus encouraged, did so, and it was a very mild confession that she heard, involving a great deal of unnecessary sacrifice in helping a pauper uncle. Hope strove to belittle his good deeds as much as possible, but Lucy saw plainly the good heart that had dictated the giving up of his small income for some years. When in possession of all the facts, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. You are a silly old boy, she whispered, as if what you tell me could make any difference to me. But we can't be married for 6 months, dearest. Of course not. Do you believe that I, as a woman, can gather together my trousseau under 6 months? No, my dear. We must not marry in haste to repent at leisure. In another half year you will enjoy your own income, and then we can marry. But meanwhile, said Archie after kissing her, the professor will bother you to marry random. Oh no, he has sold me to you for £1,000. There, do not say a single word. I'm only teasing you. Let us say that my father has consented to my marriage with you and cannot withdraw his word. Not that I care if he does. I'm my own mistress. Lucy, he took her hands again and looked into her eyes. Braddock is a scientific lunatic, and would do anything to forward his aims with regard to his very expensive tomb, which he has set his heart on discovering. As I can't lend or give the money, he is sure to apply to Random, and Random will want to marry me, cried Lucy, rising. No, my dear, not at all. Sir Frank is a gentleman, and when he learns that I am engaged to you, he will simply become a dear friend. There, don't worry any more about the matter. You ought to have told me of your troubles before, but as I have forgiven you, there's no more to be said. In 6 months I shall become Mrs. Hope, and meanwhile I can hold my own against any inconvenience that my father may cause me. But he rose and began to remonstrate, anxious to abase himself still further before this angel of a maiden. She placed her hand over his mouth. Not another word. Oh, I shall box your ears, sir. That is, I shall exercise the privilege of a wife before I become one. And now, she slipped her arm within his. Let us go in and see the arrival of the precious mummy. Oh, it has arrived then? Not here exactly. My father expects it at 3 o'clock. It's now 1:15, said Archie, consulting his watch. As I have been to London all yesterday, I did not know that the diver had arrived at Pierside. How is Bolton? Lucy wrinkled her brows. I'm rather worried over Sydney, she said in an anxious voice. And so is my father. He had not appeared. What do you mean by that? Well, she looked at the ground in a pondering manner. My father got a letter from Sydney yesterday afternoon, saying that the ship with the mummy and himself on board had arrived about 4 o'clock. The letter was sent on by special messenger and came at 6. Then it arrived in the evening and not in the afternoon? How particular you are, said Miss Kendall with a shrug. Well then, Sydney said that he could not bring the mummy to this place last night as it was so late. He intended, so he told my father in the letter, to remove the case containing the mummy ashore to an inn near the wharf at Pierside, and there would remain the night so as to take care of it. That's all right, said Hope, puzzled. Where's your difficulty? A note came from the landlord of the inn this morning saying that by direction of Mr. Bolton, that is Sydney, you know, he was sending the mummy in its case to Gartley on a lorry, and that it would arrive at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Well? Asked Hope, still puzzled. Well? She rejoined impatiently. Can't you see how strange it is that Sydney should let the mummy out of his sight after guarding it so carefully not only from Malta to England, but all the night in the Pierside at the hotel? Why doesn't he bring the mummy here himself and come on with the lorry? There is no explanation? No letter from Sydney Bolton? None. He wrote yesterday, as I stated, saying that he would keep the case in the hotel and send it on this morning. Did he use the word send or the word bring? He said send. Then that shows he did not intend to bring it himself. But why should he not do so? I dare say he will explain when he appears. I am very sorry for him when he does appear, said Lucy severely, for my father is furious. Why, this precious mummy, for which so much has been paid, might have been lost. Pooh! Who would steal a thing like that? A thing like that is worth nearly £1,000, said Lucy in a dry tone. And if anyone got wind of it, stealing would be easy, since Sydney, as appears likely, has sent on the case unguarded. Well, let us go in and see if Sydney arrives with the case. They passed out of the garden and sauntered round to the front of the house. There, standing in the roadway, they beheld a ponderous lorry with a rough-looking driver standing at the horse's head. The front door of the house was open, so the mummy case had apparently arrived before its time and had been taken to Braddock's museum while they were chatting in the kitchen garden. "Did Mr. Bolton come with the case?" asked Lucy, leaning over the railings and addressing the driver. "No one came, miss, except myself and my two mates, who have taken the case indoor." The driver jerked a coarse thumb over the shoulder. "Was Mr. Bolton at the hotel where the case remained for the night?" "No, miss. That is, I don't know who Mr. Bolton is. The landlord of the Sailor's Rest told me and my mates to take the case to this here house, and we done. That's all I know, miss." "Strange," murmured Lucy, walking to the front door. "What do you think, Archie? Isn't it strange?" Hope nodded. "But I dare say Bolton will explain his absence," said he, following her. "He will arrive in time to open the mummy case along with the professor." "I hope so," said Miss Kendall, who looked much perplexed. "I can't understand Sydney abandoning the case when it might so easily have been stolen. Come in and see my father, Archie." And she passed into the house, followed by the young man, whose curiosity was now aroused. As they entered the door, the two men who had taken in the case blundered out and shortly drove away on the lorry towards Chesham railway station. In the museum, they found Braddock purple with rage and swearing vigorously. He was staring at a large packing case which had been set up on end against the wall, while beside him crouched Cockatoo, holding chisels and hammers and wedges necessary to open the treasure trove. "So the precious mummy has arrived, father?" said Lucy, who saw that the professor was furious. "Are you not pleased?" "Pleased! Pleased!" shouted the angry man of science. "How can I be pleased when I see how badly the case has been treated? See how it has been bruised and battered and shaken. I'll have an action against Captain Hervey of the Diver if my mummy has been injured. Sydney should have taken better care of so precious an object." "What does he say?" asked Archie, glancing round the museum to see if the delinquent has arrived. "Say?" shouted Braddock again, and snatching a chisel from Cockatoo. "Oh, what can he say when he is not here?" "Not here?" said Lucy, more and more surprised at the unaccountable absence of Braddock's assistant. "Where is he then?" "I don't know. I wish I did. I'd have him arrested for neglecting to watch over this case. As it is, when he comes back, I'll dismiss him from my employment. He can go back to his infernal laundry work along with his old witch of a mother." "But why hasn't Bolton come back, sir?" asked Hope sharply. Braddock struck a furious blow at the head of the chisel which he had inserted into the case. "I want to know that. He brought the case to the Sailor's Rest and should have come on with it this morning. Instead of doing so, he tells the landlord, a most unreliable man, to send it on. And my precious mummy, the mummy that has cost £900, cried Braddock, working furiously and battering the chisel as though it were Bolton's head, is left to be stolen by any scientific thief that comes along." While the professor, assisted by Cockatoo, loosened the lid of the packing case, a mild voice was heard at the door. Lucy turned, as did Archie, to see Widow Anne curtsying on the threshold of the door. Braddock himself took no notice of her entrance, being occupied with his task, and even while doing it, swore scientifically under his breath. He was furious against Bolton for neglect of duty, and Hope rather sympathized with him. It was a serious matter to have left a valuable object like the green mummy to the rough care of labourers. "I beg your pardon, my lady," whimpered Widow Anne, who looked more lean and rusty and dismal than ever. "But has my Sid come? I saw the cart and the coffin. Where's my boy?" "Coffin! Coffin!" bellowed Braddock angrily between thunderblows. "What do you mean by calling this case a coffin?" "Well, it do hold one of them camphorated corpse, sir," said Mrs. Bolton with another curtsy. "My boy Sid told me as much afore he went to them foreign parts." "Have you seen him since he returned?" questioned Lucy, while Braddock and Cockatoo strained at the lid, now nearly off. "Why, I ain't set my eyes on him," moaned the widow dismally, "and summat tells me as I never will." "Don't talk rubbish, woman," said Archie tartly, for he did not wish Lucy to be upset again by this ancient girl. "Woman, indeed, sir. I'd have you know—" "Oh!" The widow jumped and quavered as the lid of the packing case fell on the floor with a bang. "Oh, Lord, sir, the start you did give me!" But Braddock had no eyes for her and no ears for anyone. He pulled lustily at the straw packing, and soon the floor was littered with rubbish. But no green case appeared, and no mummy. Suddenly Widow Anne shrieked again. "There's my Sid! Dead! Oh, my son! Dead! Dead!" She spoke truly. The body of Sydney Bolton was before them. The end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 5. Mystery. After that one cry of agony from Widow Anne, there was silence for quite 1 minute. The terrible contents of the packing case startled and terrified all present. Faint and white, Lucy clung to the arm of her lover to keep herself from sinking to the ground as Mrs. Bolton had done. Archie stared at the grotesque rigidity of the body as though he had been changed into stone, while Professor Braddock stared likewise, scarcely able to credit the evidence of his eyes. Only the Kanaka was unmoved and squatted on his hams, indifferently surveying the living and the dead. As a savage, he could not be expected to have the nerves of civilized man. Braddock, who had dropped chisel and hammer in the first moment of surprise, was the quickest to recover his powers of speech. The sole question he asked revealed the marvelous egotism of a scientist nominated by one idea. "Where is the mummy of Inca Caxus?" he murmured with a bewildered air. Widow Anne, grovelling on the floor, pulled her grey locks into wild confusion and uttered a cry of mingled rage and grief. "He asked what? He asked what?" she cried, stammering and choking. "When he has murdered my poor boy Sid." "What's that?" demanded Braddock sharply, and recovering from a veritable stupor which the disappearance of the mummy and the sight of his dead assistant had thrown him into. "Kill your son? How could I kill your son? What advantage would it have been to me had I killed your son?" God knows, sobbed the old woman. "But you—" "Mrs. Bolton, you're raving," said Hope hastily, and strove to raise her from the floor. "Let Miss Kendall take you away." "And you go, Lucy? The sight is too terrible for your eyes." Lucy, inarticulate with nervous fear, nodded and tottered towards the door of the museum, but Widow Anne refused to be lifted to her feet. "My boy is dead," she wailed. "My boy Sid is a corpse as I saw him in my dream. In the coffin too, cut to pieces." "Rubbish, rubbish," interrupted Braddock, peering into the depths of the packing case. "I can see no wound." Mrs. Bolton leaped to her feet with an agility surprising in so aged a woman. "Let me find the wound," she screamed, throwing herself forward. Hope caught her back and forced her towards the door. "No, the body must not be disturbed until the police see it," he said firmly. "The police!" "Ah, yes, the police," remarked Braddock quickly. "We must send for the police to Pierside to tell them my mummy has been stolen." "That my boy has been murdered!" screeched Widow Anne, waving her skinny arms and striving to break from Archie. "You wicked old devil, to kill my darling Sid! If he hadn't gone to them foreign parts, he wouldn't be a cop now. But I'll have the lawyer. You'll be hanged. You... Braddock lost his patience under this torrent of unjust accusations and rushed towards Mrs. Bolton, dragging Cockatoo by the arm. In less time than it takes to tell, he had swept both Archie and the widow out of the hall, where Lucy was trembling, and Cockatoo, by his master's order, was locking the door. "Not a thing shall be touched until the police comes. Hope, you are a witness that I have not meddled with the dead. You were present when I opened the packing case. You have seen that a useless body has been substituted for a valuable mummy. And yet this old witch dares... Braddock stamped and grew incoherent from sheer rage. Archie soothed him, leaving go of Widow Anne's arm to do so. "Hush, hush," said the young man quietly. "The poor woman does not know what she is saying. I'll go for the police, and—" "No," interrupted the professor sharply. "Cockatoo can go for the inspector at Pierside. I shall call in the village constable. Meanwhile, you keep the key of the museum." He dropped it into Hope's breast pocket, "so that you and the police may be sure the body has not been touched. Widow Anne, go home." He turned angrily on the old creature, who was now trembling after a burst of rage. "And don't dare to come here again until you ask pardon for what you have said." "I want to be near my poor boy's corpse," wailed Widow Anne. "And I'm very sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to—" "But you have, you witch. Go away." And he stamped. But by this time Lucy had recovered her self-possession, which had been sorely shaken by the sight of the dead. "Leave her to me," she observed, taking Mrs. Bolton's arm and leading her towards the stairs. "I shall take her to my room and give her some brandy." "Father, you must make some allowance for her natural grief, and—" Braddock stamped again. Take her away, he cried testily, "and keep her out of my sight. Is it not enough to have lost an invaluable assistant and a costly mummy of infinite historical and archaeological value without my being accused of— Oh, The professor choked with rage and shook his hand in the air. Seeing that he was unable to speak, Lucy seized the opportunity of the lull in the storm and hurried the old woman, sobbing and moaning, up the stairs. By this time, the shrieks of Mrs. Bolton and the worldly wrath of Braddock had drawn the cook and her husband, along with the housemaid, from the basement to the ground floor. The sight of the surprised faces only added to their master's anger, and he advanced furiously. "Go downstairs again. Go down, I tell you." "But if there's anything wrong, sir," ventured the gardener timidly. "Everything is wrong. My mummy has been lost. Mr. Bolton has been murdered. The police are coming, and he choked again. But the servants waited to hear no more. The mere mention of the words murder and police sent them, pale-faced and startled, down to the basement, where they huddled like a flock of sheep. Braddock looked around for Hope, but found that he had opened the front door and had vanished. But he was too distracted to think why Archie had gone, and there was much to do in putting things straight. Beckoning to Cockatoo, he stalked into a side room and scribbled a pencil note to the Inspector of Police at Pierside, telling him of what had happened and asking him to come at once to the pyramids with his underlings. This communication he dispatched by Cockatoo, who flew to get his bicycle. In a short time he was riding at top speed to Brefort, which was on this side of the river facing Pierside. There he could ferry across to the town and deliver his terrible message. Having done all that he could until the police came, Braddock walked out of the front door and into the roadway to see if Archie was in sight. He could not see the young man, but as luck would have it, and by one of those coincidences which are much more common than is suspected, he saw the Gartley doctor walking briskly past. "Hi!" shouted the professor. He was purple in face and perspiring profusely. "Hi there, Dr. Robinson. I want you. Come, hurry, man, hurry!" He ended in a testy rage, and the doctor, knowing Braddock's eccentricities, advanced with a smile. He was a slim, dark, young medical practitioner with an amiable countenance which argued of no mighty intelligence. "Well, Professor," he remarked quietly, "do you want me to attend you for apoplexy? Take your time, my dear sir, take your time." He patted the scientist on the shoulder to soothe his clamorous rage. "You are already purple in the face. Don't let your blood rush to your head." "Robinson, you are a fool," shouted Braddock, glaring at the suave looks of the doctor. "I'm in perfect health, damn you, sir." "Then Miss Kendall? She is quite well also. But Bolton—" "Oh," Robinson looked interested. "Has he returned with your mummy?" "Mummy," bellowed Braddock, stamping like an insane cupid. "The mummy hasn't arrived." "Really, Professor, you surprise me," said the doctor mildly. "I'll surprise you more," growled Braddock, dragging Robinson into the garden and up the steps. "Gently, gently, my dear sir," said the doctor, who really began to think that much learning had made the professor mad. "Then Bolton is dead, you fool." "Dead?" The doctor nearly tumbled backward down the steps. "Murdered. At least I think he is murdered. At all events, he arrived here today in the packing case, which should have contained my green mummy. Come in and examine the body at once." "No." Braddock pushed back the doctor just as fiercely as he had dragged him forward. "Wait until the constable comes. I want him to see the body first, and to observe that nothing has been touched. I have sent for the Pierside inspector to come." "There'll be all sorts of trouble," cried Braddock despairingly, "and my work, most important work, will be delayed, just because this silly young ass Sidney Bolton chose to be murdered." And the professor stormed up and down the hall, shaking impotent arms in the air. "Good heavens," stammered Robinson, who was young in years and somewhat new to his profession. You must be mistaken." "Mistaken? Mistaken?" shouted Braddock with another glare. "Come and see that poor fellow's body then. He is dead. Murdered." "By whom?" "Hang you, sir, how should I know?" "In what way has he been murdered? Stabbed, shot, or—" "I don't know. Such a nuisance to lose a man like Bolton, an invaluable assistant. What shall I do without him? I really don't know. And his mother has been here, making no end of a fuss." "Can you blame her?" said the doctor, recovering his breath. "She is his mother after all, and poor Bolton was her only son." "I'm not denying the relationship, confound you," snapped the professor, ruffling his hair until it stood up like the crest of a parrot. "But she needn't— Ah!" He glanced through the open door and then rushed to the threshold. "Here is Hope and Painter. Come in, come in. I have the doctor here. Hope, you have the key. You observe, Constable, that Mr. Hope has the key. Open the door and let us see the meaning of this dreadful crime." "Crime, sir?" queried the constable, who had heard all that was known from Hope, but now wished to hear what Braddock had to say. "Yes, crime. Crime, you idiot. I've lost my mummy. But I thought, sir, that a murder—" "Oh, of course, gabbled the professor, as if the death was quite a minor consideration. "Bolton's dead. Murdered, I suppose, as he could scarcely have nailed himself down in a packing case. But it's my precious mummy I'm thinking of, Painter. A mummy, if you know what a mummy is, that cost me £900. Go in, man. Go in and don't stand there gaping. Don't you see that Mr. Hope has opened the door? I've sent Cockatoo to Pierside to notify the police. They will soon be here. Meanwhile, Doctor, you can examine the body, and Painter here can give his opinion as to who stole my mummy." "The assassin stole the mummy," said Archie, as the four men entered the museum and substituted the body of the murdered man. "That's all ABC," snapped Braddock, issuing into the vast room. "But we want to know the name of the assassin, if we are to revenge Bolton and get back my mummy." "Oh, what a loss, what a loss! I've lost £900, or say 1,000, considering the cost of bringing Inca cactus to England." Archie forebore to remind the professor as to who had really lost the money, as the scientist was not in a fit state to be talked to reasonably, and seemed much more concerned because his Peruvian relic of humanity had been lost than for the terrible death of Sidney Bolton. But by this time, Painter, a fair-haired young constable of small intelligence, was examining the packing case and surveying the dead. Dr. Robinson also looked with a professional eye, and Braddock, wiping his purple face and gasping with exhaustion, sat down on a stone sarcophagus. Archie, folding his arms, leaned against the wall and waited quietly to hear what the experts in crime and medicine would say. The packing case was deep and wide and long, made of tough teak and banded at intervals with iron bands. Within this was a case of tin, which, when it held the mummy, had been soldered up, impervious to air and water. But the unknown person who had extracted the mummy to replace it by the murdered man's body had cut open the tin casing with some sharp instrument. There was straw round the tin casing and straw within, amongst which the body of the unfortunate young man was placed. Rigor mortis had set in, and the corpse, with straight legs and hands placed stiffly by its side, lay against the back of the tin casing, surrounded more or less by the straw packing, or at least by so much as the professor had not torn away. The face looked dark, and the eyes were wide open and staring. Robinson stepped forward and ran his hand round the neck. Uttering an ejaculation, he removed the woolen scarf which the dead man had probably worn to keep himself from catching cold, and those who looked on saw that a red-coloured window cord was tightly bound about the throat of the dead. "The poor devil has been strangled," said the doctor quietly. "See, the assassin has left the bowstring on, and had the courage to place over it the scarf which belonged to Bolton." "How do you know that, sir?" asked Painter heavily. "Because Widow Anne knitted that scarf for Bolton before he went to Malta. He showed it to me laughingly, remarking that his mother evidently thought he was going to Lapland." "When did he show it to you, sir?" "Before he went to Malta, of course," said Robinson in mild surprise. "You don't suppose he showed it to me when he returned?" "When did he return to England?" he asked the professor with an afterthought. "Yesterday afternoon, about 4 o'clock," replied Braddock. "Then, from the condition of the body, the doctor felt the dead flesh. He must have been murdered last night." "With your permission, Painter, I'll examine the corpse." The constable shook his head. "Better wait, sir, until the inspector comes," he said in his unintelligent way. "Poor Sid. Why, I knew him. He was at school with me. And now he is dead. Who killed him?" None of his listeners could answer this question. The end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 6. The Inquest. Like a geographical Lord Byron, the isolated village of Gartley awoke one morning to find itself famous. Previously unknown, save to the inhabitants of Brefort, Jessam, and the surrounding country, and to the soldiers stationed in the fort, it became a 9-day centre of interest. Inspector Date of Pierside arrived with his constables to inquire into the reported crime, and the local journalist, scenting sensation, came flying to Gartley on bicycles and in traps. Next morning, London was duly advised that a valuable mummy was missing, and that the assistant of Professor Braddock, who had been sent to fetch it from Malta, was murdered by strangulation. In a couple of days, the three kingdoms were ringing with the news of the mystery. And a mystery it proved to be, for in spite of Inspector Date's efforts and the enterprise of Scotland Yard detectives summoned by the professor, no clue could be found to the identity of the assassin. Briefly, the story told by the newspapers ran as follows. The tramp steamer Diver, Captain George Hervey in command, had berths alongside the pierside jetty at 4 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon in mid-September, and some 2 hours later, Sidney Bolton removed the case containing the green mummy ashore. As it was impossible to carry the case to Pyramids on that night, Bolton had placed it in his bedroom at the Sailor's Rest, a mean little public house of no very savoury reputation near the water's edge. He was last seen alive by the landlord and the barmaid when, after a drink of harmless ginger beer, he retired to bed at 8, leaving instructions to the landlord, overheard by the barmaid, that the case was to be sent on the next day to Professor Braddock of Gartley. Bolton hinted that he might leave the hotel early and would probably precede the case to its destination so as to advise Professor Braddock, necessarily anxious, of its safe arrival. Before retiring, he paid his bill and deposited in the landlord's hand a small sum of money so that the case might be sent across the stream to Brefort, thence to be taken in a lorry to the Pyramids. There was no sign, said the barmaid and the landlord, that Bolton contemplated suicide or that he feared sudden death. His whole demeanour was cheerful, and he expressed himself exceedingly glad to be in England once more. At 11 on the ensuing morning, a persistent knocking and the subsequent opening of the door of Bolton's bedroom proved that he was not in the room, although the tumbled condition of the bedclothes proved that he had taken some rest. No one in the hotel thought anything of Bolton's absence, since he had hinted at an early departure, although the chambermaid considered it strange that no one had seen him leave the hotel. The landlord obeyed Bolton's instructions and sent the case, in charge of a trustworthy man, to Brefort across the river. There, a lorry was procured, and the case was taken to Gartley, where it arrived at 3 in the afternoon. It was then that Professor Braddock, in opening the case, discovered the body of his ill-fated assistant, rigid in death, and with a red window cord tightly bound round the throat of the corpse. At once, said the newspapers, the professor sent for the police and later insisted that the smartest Scotland Yard detectives should come down to elucidate the mystery. At present, both police and detectives were engaged in searching for a needle in a haystack and so far had met with no success. Such was the tale set forth in the local and London and provincial journals. Widely as it was discussed, and many as were the theories offered, no one could fathom the mystery. But all agreed that the failure of the police to find a clue was inexplicable. It was difficult enough to understand how the assassin could have murdered Bolton and opened the packing case and removed the mummy to replace it by the body of his victim in a house filled with at least half a dozen people. But it was yet more difficult to guess how the criminal had escaped with so noticeable an object as a mummy, bandaged with emerald-hued woolen stuff woven from the hair of the Peruvian llamas. If the culprit was one who thieved and murdered for gain, he could scarcely sell the mummy without being arrested, since all England was ringing with the news of its disappearance. If a scientist, impelled to robbery by an archaeological mania, he could not possibly keep possession of the mummy without someone learning that he possessed it. Meanwhile, the thief and his plunder had vanished as completely as if the earth had swallowed both. Great was the wonder at the cleverness of the criminal, and many were the solutions offered to account for the disappearance. One enterprising weekly paper, improving on Limerick cries, offered a furnished house and £3 a week for life to the fortunate person who would solve the mystery. As yet no one had won the prize, but it was early days yet, and at least 5,000 amateur detectives tried to work out the problem. Naturally, Hope was sorry for the untimely death of Bolton, whom he had known as an amiable and clever young man, but he was also annoyed that his loan of the money to Braddock should have been, so to speak, nullified by the loss of the mummy. The professor was perfectly furious at his double loss of assistant and embalmed corpse, and was only prevented from offering a reward for the discovery of the thief and assassin by the painful fact that he had no money. He hinted to Archie that a reward should be offered, but that young man, backed by Lucy, declined to throw away good money after bad. Braddock took this refusal so ill that Hope felt perfectly convinced he would try and wriggle out of his promise to permit the marriage and persuade Lucy to engage herself to Sir Frank Brandon should the baronet be willing to offer a reward. And Hope was also certain that Braddock, a singularly obstinate man, would never rest until he once more had the mummy in his possession. That the murderer of Sidney Bolton should be hanged was quite a minor consideration with the professor. Meanwhile, widow Anne had insisted on the dead body being taken to her cottage, and Braddock, with the consent of Inspector Date, willingly agreed, as he did not wish a new dead corpse to remain under his roof. Therefore, the remains of the unfortunate young man were taken to his humble home, and here the body was inspected by the jury when the inquest took place in the coffee room of the Warrior Inn, immediately opposite Mrs. Bolton's abode. There was a large crowd round the inn, as people had come from far and wide to hear the verdict of the jury, and Gartley, for the first and only time in its existence, presented the aspect of an August bank holiday. The coroner, an elderly doctor with a short temper, caused by the unrealized ambition of a country practitioner, opened the proceedings by a snappy speech in which he set forth the details of the crime in the same bold fashion in which they had been published by the newspapers. A plan of the Sailor's Rest was then placed before the jury, and the coroner drew the attention of the 12 good and lawful men to the fact that the bedroom occupied by the deceased was on the ground floor, with a window looking out onto the river, merely a stone throw away. "So you will see, gentlemen," said the coroner, "that the difficulty of the assassin in leaving the hotel with his plunder was not so great as has been imagined. He had merely to open the window in the quiet hours of the night, when no one was about, and pass the mummy through to his accomplice, who probably waited without. It's also probable that a boat was waiting by the bank of the river, and the mummy having been placed in this, the assassin and his friend could row away into the unknown without the slightest chance of discovery." Inspector Date, a tall, thin, upright man with an iron jaw and a severe expression, drew the coroner's attention to the fact that there was no evidence to show that the assassin had an accomplice. "What you have stated, sir, may have occurred," rasped Date in a military voice, "but we cannot prove the truth of your assumption, since the evidence at your disposal is merely circumstantial." "I never suggested that it was anything else," snapped the coroner. "You waste time in traversing my statements. Say what you have to say, Mr. Inspector, and produce your witness, if you have any." "There are no witnesses who can swear to the identity of the murderer," said Inspector Date coldly, and determined not to be ruffled by the apparent antagonism of the coroner. "The criminal has vanished, and no one can guess his name or occupation, or even the reason which led him to slay the deceased." Coroner: "The reason is plain. He wanted the mummy." Inspector: "Why should he want the mummy?" Coroner: "That is what we wish to find out." Inspector: "Exactly, sir. We wish to learn the reason why the murderer strangled the deceased." Coroner: "We know that reason. What we wish to know is why the murderer stole the mummy. And I would point out to you, Mr. Inspector, that, as yet, we do not even know the sex of the assassin. It might be a woman who murdered the deceased." Professor Braddock, who was seated near the window of the coffee room, being even more irascible than usual, rose to contradict. "There isn't a scrap of evidence to show that the murderer was a woman." Coroner: "You are out of order, sir, and I would point out that, as yet, Inspector Date has produced no witnesses." Date glared. He and the coroner were old enemies, and always sparred when they met. It seemed likely that the peppery little professor would join in the quarrel, and that there would be a duel of three. But Date, not wishing for an adverse report in the newspapers as to his conduct of the case, contented himself with the glare aforesaid, and after a short speech called Braddock. The professor, looking more like a cross cherub than ever, gave his evidence tartly. It seemed ridiculous to his prejudiced mind that all this fuss should be made over Bolton's body when the mummy was still missing. However, as the discovery of the criminal would assuredly lead to the regaining of that precious Peruvian relic, he curbed his wrath and answered the coroner's questions in a fairly amiable fashion. And after all, Braddock had very little to tell. He had, so stated, seen an advertisement in a newspaper that a mummy, swathed in green bandages, was to be sold in Malta, and had sent his assistant to buy it and bring it home. This was done, and what happened after the mummy left the tramp steamer was known to everyone, through the medium of the press. "With which," grumbled the professor, "I do not agree." "What do you mean by that?" asked the coroner sharply. "I mean, sir," snapped Braddock equally sharply, "that the publicity given by the newspapers to these details will probably place the assassin on his guard." "Why not on her guard?" persisted the coroner wilfully. "Rubbish! Rubbish! Rubbish! My mummy wasn't stolen by a woman. What the devil would a woman want with a mummy?" "Be more respectful, Professor." "Then talk sense, Doctor." And the two glared at one another. After a moment or two, the situation was adjusted in silence, and the coroner asked a few questions pertinent to the matter in hand. Had the deceased any enemies? No, sir, he hadn't, not being famous enough, or rich enough, or clever enough to excite the hatred of mankind. He was simply an intelligent young man, and worked excellently when supervised by me. His mother is a washerwoman in this village, and the lad brought washing to my house. Noting that he was intelligent and was anxious to rise above his station, I engaged him as my assistant and trained him to do my work. Archaeological work? Yes, I don't wash, whatever Bolton's mother may do. Don't ask silly questions. Be more respectful, said the coroner again, and grew red. Have you any idea as to the name of anyone who decided to obtain possession of this mummy? I dare say dozens of scientists in my line of business would have liked to get the corpse of Inca Caxus, such as... And he reeled out a list of celebrated men. Nonsense, growled the coroner. Famous men like those you mentioned would not murder even for the sake of obtaining this mummy. I never said that they would, retorted Braddock. But you wanted to hear who would like to have the mummy, and I have told you. The coroner waived the question. Was there any jewellery on the mummy likely to attract a thief? He asked. How the devil should I know? Fumed the professor. I never unpacked the mummy. I never even saw it. Any jewellery buried within Caxus would be bound up in the bandages. So far as I know, those bandages were never unwound. You can throw no light on the subject? No, I can't. Bolton went to get the mummy and brought it home. I understand that he would personally bring his precious charge to my house, but he didn't. Why, I don't know. When the professor stepped down, still fuming at what he considered were the unnecessary questions of the coroner, the young doctor who had examined the corpse was called. Robinson deposed that the deceased had been strangled by means of a red window cord, and that from the condition of the body he would judge death had taken place some 12 hours more or less before the opening of the packing case by Braddock. That was at 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, so in witness's opinion the crime was committed between 2 and 3 on the previous morning. But I can't be absolutely sure as to the precise hour, added witness. At any rate, poor Bolton was strangled after midnight and before 3 o'clock. That's a wide margin, grumbled the coroner, jealous of his brother practitioner. Were there any other wounds on the body? No. You can see for yourself if you have inspected the corpse. The coroner, thus reproved, glared, and Widow Anne appeared after Robinson retired. She stated, with many sobs, that her son had no enemies and was a good, kind young man. She also related her dream, but this was flouted by the coroner, who did not believe in the occult. However, the narration of her premonition was listened to with deep interest by those in the court. Widow Anne concluded her evidence by asking how she was to live now that her boy Sid was dead. The coroner professed himself unable to answer this question and dismissed her. Samuel Quash, the landlord of the Sailor's Rest, was next called. He proved to be a big, burly, red-haired, red-whiskered man who looked like a sailor, and indeed a few questions elicited the information that he was a retired sea captain. He gave his evidence gruffly but honestly, and although he kept so shady a public house, seemed straightforward enough. He told much the same tale as had appeared in the newspapers. In the hotel on that night there was only himself, his wife, and 2 children, and the staff of servants. Bolton retired to bed saying that he might start early for Gartley, and paid £1 to get the case taken across the river and placed on a lorry. As Bolton had vanished next morning, Quash obeyed instructions with a result which everyone knew. He also stated that he did not know the case contained a mummy. What did you think it contained? Asked the coroner quickly. Clothes and curios from foreign parts, said the witness coolly. Did Mr. Bolton tell you so? He told me nothing about the case, growled the witness. But he chatted a lot about Malta, which I know well, having put into that port frequent when a sailor. Did he hint at any rows taking place at Malta? No, he didn't. Did he say that he had enemies? No, he didn't. Did he strike you as a man who was in fear of death? No, he didn't, said the witness for the 3rd time. He seemed happy enough. I never thought for one moment that he was dead until I heard how his body had been found in the packing case. The coroner asked all manner of questions, and so did Inspector Date, but all attempts to incriminate Quash were vain. He was bluff and straightforward, and told, so far as could be judged, everything he knew. There was nothing for it but to dismiss him, and Eliza Flight was called as the last witness. She also proved to be the most important, as she knew several things which she had not told to her master, or to the reporters, or even to the police. On being asked why she had kept silence, she said that her desire was to obtain any reward that might be offered. But as she had heard that there would be no reward, she was willing to tell what she knew. It was an important piece of evidence. The girl stated that Bolton had retired to bed at 8 on the ground floor, and the bedroom had a window, as marked in the plan, which looked on to the river a stone's throw distant. At 9, or a trifle later, witness went out to have a few words with a lover. In the darkness, she saw that the window was open and that Bolton was talking to an old woman muffled in a shawl. She could not see the woman's face, nor judge of her stature, as she was stooping down to listen to Bolton. Witness did not take much notice, as she was in a hurry to see her lover. When she returned past the window at 10 o'clock, it was closed and the light was extinguished. So she thought that Mr. Bolton was asleep. "But to tell the truth," said Eliza Flite, "I never thought anything of the matter at all. It was only after the murder that I saw how important it was I should remember everything." "And you have?" "Yes, sir," said the girl honestly enough. "I have told you everything that happened on that night." "Next morning?" She hesitated. "Well, what about next morning? Mr. Bolton had locked his door. I know that because a few minutes after 8 on the night before, not knowing he had retired, I tried to enter the room and make ready the bed for the night. He sang out through the door, which was locked, for I tried it, that he was in bed. That was a lie also, as after 9 I saw him talking to the woman at the window." "You previously said an old woman," said the coroner, referring to his notes. "How do you know she was old?" "I can't say if she was old or young," said the witness candidly. "It's only a manner of speaking. She had a dark shawl over her head and a dark dress. I couldn't say if she was old or young, fair or dark, stout or lean, tall or short. The night was dark." The coroner referred to the plan. "There's a gas lamp near the window of the bedroom. Did you not see her in that light?" "Oh, yes, sir, but just for a moment. I took very little notice. Had I known that the gentleman was to be murdered, I should have taken a great deal of notice." "Well, about this locked door?" "It was locked overnight, sir, but when I went next morning, it was not locked. I knocked and knocked, but could get no answer. As it was 11, I thought the gentleman was sleeping very long, so I tried to open the door. It was not locked, as I say, but," added witness with emphasis, "the window was snibbed and the blind was down." "That is natural enough," said the coroner. "Mr. Bolton, after his interview with the woman, would of course snip the window and pull down the blind. When he went away next morning, he would unlock the door." "Begging your pardon, sir, but as we know, he didn't go away the next morning, being in the packing case nailed down." The coroner could have kicked himself for the very natural mistake he had made, for he saw a derisive grin on the faces around him, and particularly on that of Inspector Date. "Then the assassin must have gone out by the door," he said weakly. "Then I don't know how he got out," cried Eliza Flite, "for I was up at 6, and the front and back doors of the hotel were locked, and after 6 I was about in passages and rooms doing my work, and Master and Mrs. and others were all over the place. How could the murderer walk out, sir, without some of us seeing him?" "Perhaps you did, and took no notice?" "Oh, sir, if a stranger was around, we should all have taken notice." This concluded the evidence, which was meagre enough. Widow Anne was indeed recalled to see if Miss Flite could identify her as the woman who had been talking to Bolton, but witness failed to recognize her, and the widow herself proved by means of 3 friends that she had been imbibing gin at home on the night and at the hour in question. Also, there was no evidence to connect this unknown woman with the murder, and no sound, according to the unanimous testimony of the inmates of the Sailor's Rest, had been heard in the bedroom of Bolton. Yet, as the coroner observed, there must have been some knocking and hammering and ripping going on. But of this nothing could be proved, and although several witnesses were examined again, not one could throw light on the mystery. Under these circumstances, the jury could only bring in a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown, which was done. And it may be mentioned that the cord with which Bolton had been strangled was identified by the landlord and the chambermaid as belonging to the blind of the bedroom window. "Well," said Hope, when the inquest was over, "so nothing can be proved against anyone. What is to be done next?" "I tell you after I have seen Brandon," said the professor curtly. The end of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 7. The Captain of the Diver. The day after the inquest, Sidney Bolton's body was buried in Gartley churchyard. Owing to the nature of the death and the publicity given to the murder by the press, a great concourse of people assembled to witness the interment, and there was an impressive silence when the corpse was committed to the grave. Afterwards, as was natural, much discussion followed on the verdict of the inquest. It was a common opinion that the jury could have brought in no other verdict considering the nature of the evidence supplied. But many people declared that Captain Harvey of the Diver should have been called. If the deceased had enemies, said these wiseacres, it was probable that he would have talked about them to the skipper. But they forgot that the witnesses called at the inquest, including the mother of the dead man, had insisted that Bolton had no enemies, so it is difficult to see what they expected Captain Harvey to say. After the funeral, the journals made but few remarks about the mystery. Every now and then it was hinted that a clue had been found and that the police would sooner or later track down the criminal. But all this loose chatter came to nothing, and as the days went by, the public, in London at all events, lost interest in the case. The enterprising weekly paper that had offered the furnished house and the life income to the person who found the assassin received an intimation from the government that such a lottery could not be allowed. The paper therefore returned to limericks, and the amateur detectives, like so many Othellos, found their occupation gone. Then a political crisis took place in the Far East, and the fickle public relegated the murder of Bolton to the list of undiscovered crimes. Even the Scotland Yard detectives, failing to find a clue, lost interest in the matter, and it seemed as though the mystery of Bolton's death would not be solved until the day of judgment. In the village, however, people still continued to be keenly interested, since Bolton was one of themselves, and moreover, Widow Anne kept up a perpetual outcry about her murdered boy. She had lost the small weekly sum which Sidney had allowed her out of his wages, so the neighbours, the gentry of the surrounding country, and the officers at the fort sent her ample washing to do. Widow Anne, in a few weeks, had quite a large business, considering the size of the village, and philosophically observed to a neighbour that it was an ill wind which blew no one any good, adding also that Sidney was more good to her dead than alive. But even in Gartley, the villagers grew weary of discussing a mystery which could never be solved, and so the case became rarely talked about. In these days of bustle and worry and competition, it is wonderful how people forget even important events. If a blue sun arose to lighten the world instead of a yellow one, after 9 days of wonder, man would settle down quite comfortably to a cerulean existence. Such is the wonderful adaptability of humanity. Professor Braddock was less forgetful, as he always bore in mind the loss of his mummy, and constantly thought of schemes whereby he could trap the assassin of his late secretary. Not that he cared for the dead in any way, save from a strictly business point of view, but the capture of the criminal meant the restitution of the mummy, and as Braddock told everyone with whom he came in contact, he was determined to regain possession of his treasure. He went himself to the Sailor's Rest and drove the landlord and his servants wild by asking tart questions and storming when a satisfactory answer could not be supplied. Quass was glad when he saw the plump back of the cross little man who so pertinaciously followed what everyone else had abandoned. Life was too short, grumbled Quass, to be bothered in that way. The wooing of Archie and Lucy went on smoothly, and the professor showed no sign of wishing to break the engagement. But Hope, as he confided to Lucy, was somewhat worried, as his pauper uncle, on an insufficient borrowed capital, had begun to speculate in South African mines, and it was probable that he would lose all his money. In that case, Hope fancied would be once more called upon to make good the avuncular loss, and so the marriage would have to be postponed. But it so happened that the pauper uncle made some lucky speculative shots and acquired money, which he promptly reinvested in new mines of the wildcat description. Still, for the moment all was well, and the lovers had a few halcyon days of peace and happiness. Then came a bolt from the blue in the person of Captain Harvey, who called a fortnight after the funeral to see the professor. The skipper was a tall, slim man, lean as a fasting friar, and hard as nails, with closely clipped red hair, moustache of the same aggressive hue, and an American goatee. He spoke with a Yankee accent and in a truculent manner sufficiently annoying to the fiery professor. When he met Braddock in the museum, the two became enemies at the first glance, and because both were bad-tempered and obstinate, took an instant dislike to one another. Like did not draw to like in this instance. "What do you want to see me about?" asked Braddock crossly. He had been summoned by Cockatoo from the perusal of a new papyrus to see his visitor, and consequently was not in the best of tempers. "I've just blew in for a trifle of chin music," replied Harvey, with an emphatic USA accent. "I'm busy," Get out, was the uncomplimentary reply. Harvey took a chair and, stretching his lengthy legs, produced a black cheroot as long and lean as himself. If you were in the States, Professor, I'd draw a bead on you for that style of lingo. I'm not taking any, see? And he lighted up. You are the captain of the diver? That's so. I was, that is. Now I've shifted to a dandy windjammer of sorts that can run rings round the old barquey. I surmise I'm off for the South Seas pearl fishing in 3 months. I'll take the Kanaka along with me if you like, Professor. And he cast a side glance at Cockatoo, who was squatting on his hams as usual, polishing a blue enamel jar from a Theban tomb. I require the services of the man, said Braddock stiffly. As to you, sir, you have been paid for your services in connection with Bolton's passage and the shipment of my mummy, so there's no more to be said. Heaps more. Heaps, you bet, remarked the man of the sea placidly and controlling a temper which in less civilized parts would have led him to wipe the floor with a plump scientist. My owners were paid for that racket, not me. No, sir. So I paddle into this port to see if I can rake in a few dollars on my own. I have no dollars to give you, in charity, that is. Ah, and who asked charity, you bald-headed jellybag? Braddock grew scarlet with fury. If you speak to me like that, you ruffian, I'll throw you out. What? You? Yes, me. The professor stood on tiptoe like the bantam he was. You make me smile and likewise tired, murmured Harvey, admiring the little man's pluck. See her, Professor, touching that mummy? My mummy. My green mummy. What about it? Braddock rose to the fly thrown by his skilful angler. That's so. What will you shell out if I pass along that corpse? Ah! The professor again stood on tiptoe, gasping and purple in the face. He almost squeaked in the extremity of his anger. I knew it! Knew what? Demanded the skipper, genuinely surprised. I knew that you had stolen my mummy. Yes, you needn't deny it. Bolton, like the silly fool he was, told you how valuable the mummy was, and you strangled the poor devil to get my property. Go slow, said the captain, in no wise perturbed by this accusation. I would have you remember that at the inquest it was stated that the window was locked and the door was open. How then could I waltz into that blamed hotel and arrange for a funeral? Besides, I guess shooting is more maligned than garroting. I'll leave that to the East Coast yellow stomachs. Braddock sat down and wiped his face. He saw plainly enough that he had no leg to stand on, as Harvey was plainly innocent. Besides, went on the skipper, chewing his cheroot, I guess if I'd wanted the old corpse of yours, I'd have yanked Bolton overside and set on the accident to bad weather. Better for me to loot the case aboard than to make a fool of myself ashore. No, sir. H.H. don't run his own particular private circus in that blamed way. H.H. Who the devil is H.H.? Me, you bet. Hiram Harvey, citizen of the USA, Nantucket neighborhood for home life. And see, don't you let my hair rise, or I'll scalp. You can't scalp me, chuckled Braddock, passing his hand over a very bald head. See here, what do you want? Name a price, and I'll float round to get back your verdant corpse. I thought you were going to the South Seas. In 3 months, pearl fishing. Lots of time, I reckon, to run this old circus I want you to finance. Have you any suspicions? No, except I don't believe in that window business. What do you mean? Braddock sat upright. Well, drawled the Yankee, you see, I interviewed the girl as told that particular lie in court. Eliza Flight. Was it a lie she told? Well, not exactly. The window was snipped, but that was done after the chap who sent your pal to Kingdom Come had got out. Do you mean to say that the window was locked from the outside? Asked Braddock, and then, when Harvey nodded, he exclaimed, Impossible! Nary an impossibility, you bet. The chap who engineered the circus was all fired smart. The snip was an old one, and he yanked a piece of string round it and passed the string through the crack between the upper and lower sash of the window. When outside, he pulled, and the snip slid into place. But he left the string on the ground outside. I picked it up next day and guessed the racket he had been on. I tried the same business and brought off the deal. It sounds wonderful and yet impossible, cried Braddock, rubbing his bald head and walking excitedly to and fro. See ya. I'll come along with you and see how it is done. You bet you won't, unless you shell out. See ya. Harvey leaned forward. From that window business, it's plain that no one inside the shanty coped your pal. The chap as did it entered and left by the window and made tracks with that old cope you want. Now you pass along £500.
That's English currency, I reckon, and I smell round for the robber. And where do you think I can obtain £500? Asked the professor very dryly. Well, I guess if that plain corpse is worth it, you'll be willing to trade. You don't live in the shanty for nothing. My good friend, I've enough to live on, and obtain this house at a small rent on account of its isolation. But I can no more find the sum of £500 than fly. Harvey rose and straightened his legs. Then I guess I'd best be getting back to Pierside. One moment, sir. Did anything happen on the voyage? Did Bolton say anything likely to lead you to suppose that he was in danger of being robbed and murdered? No, said the skipper musingly and pulling his coatee. He told me that he had secured the old corpse and was bringing it home to you. I didn't talk much to Bolton. It wasn't my style. Have you any idea who killed him? No, I ain't. Then how do you propose to find the criminal who has the mummy? You give me £500 and see, said Harvey coolly. I haven't got the money. Then I reckon you don't get the corpse. So long. And the skipper strolled towards the door. Braddock followed him. You have a clue? No, I've got nothing. Not even that £500 you make such a fuss over. It's a wasted day with HH, I surmise. Wait, he scribbled on a card and flung it across the room. That's my Pierside address, if you should change your blamed mind. The professor picked up the card. The Sailor's Rest! What? Are you stopping there? Then, when Harvey nodded, he cried violently, Why, I believe you have a clue and stop at the hotel to follow it up. Maybe I do, and maybe I don't, retorted the captain, opening the door with a jerk. Anyhow, I don't hunt for that corpse without the dollars. When Hiram Harvey departed, the professor raced up and down the room so violently that Cockatoo was cowed by his anger. Apparently, this American skipper knew of something which might lead to the discovery of the assassin and incidentally to the restoration of the green mummy to its rightful owner. But he would not make a move unless he was paid £500, and Braddock did not know where to procure that amount. Having long since made himself acquainted with Hope's financial condition, he knew well that there was no chance of getting a second cheque in that quarter. Of course, there was Random, whom he had heard casually had returned from his yachting cruise and was now back again at the fort. But Random was in love with Lucy and would probably only give or lend the money on condition that the professor helped him with his wooing. In that case, since Lucy was engaged to Hope, there would be some difficulty in altering present conditions. But having arrived at this point of his somewhat angry meditations, Braddock sent Cockatoo with a message to his stepdaughter, saying that he wished to see her. I'll see if she really loves Hope, thought the professor, rubbing his plump hands. If she doesn't, there may be a chance of her throwing him over to become Lady Random. Then I can get the money. And indeed, soliloquized the professor virtuously, I must point out to her that it is wrong of her to make a poor marriage when she can gain a wealthy husband. I'll only be doing my duty by my dear dead wife by preventing her wedding poverty. But girls are so obstinate, and Lucy is a thorough girl. His amiable anxiety on behalf of Miss Kendall was only cut short by the entrance of the young lady herself. Professor Braddock then showed his hand too plainly by evincing a strong wish to conciliate her in every way. He procured her a seat. He asked after her health. He told her that she was growing prettier every day and in all ways behaved so unlike his usual self that Lucy became alarmed and thought that he had been drinking. Why have you sent for me? She asked, anxious to come to the point. Aha! Braddock put his venerable head on one side like a roguish bird and smiled in an infantine manner. I have good news for you. About the mummy? She demanded innocently. No, about flesh and blood, which you prefer. Sir Frank Random has arrived back at the fort. There, I know that, was Miss Kendall's unexpected reply. His yacht came to the pierside on the same afternoon as the diver arrived. Oh, indeed, said the professor, struck by the coincidence, and with a stare. How do you know? Archie met Sir Frank the other day, and learned as much. What? Braddock struck a tragic attitude. Do you mean to say that those two young men speak to one another? Yes. Why not? They are friends. Oh, Braddock became roguish again. I fancied they were lovers of a certain young lady who is in this room. By this time, Lucy was beginning to guess what her stepfather was aiming at and grew correspondingly angry. Archie is my sole lover now, she remarked stiffly. Sir Frank knows that we are engaged and is quite ready to be friend of us both. And he calls that love. Idiot. cried the professor, much disgusted. But I would point out to you, Lucy, and I do so because of my deep affection for you, dear child, that Sir Frank is wealthy. So is Archie. In my love, nonsense. Nonsense. That is mere foolish romance. He has no money. You should not say that. Archie had money to the extent of £1,000, which he gave you. £1,000. A mere nothing. Consider, Lucy, that if you marry Random, you'll have a title. Miss Kendall, whose patience was getting exhausted, stamped a very neat boot. I don't know why you talk in this way, father. I wish to see you happy. Then your wish is granted. You do see me happy, but I won't be happy long if you keep bothering me to marry a man I don't care two straws about. I'm going to be Mrs. Hope, so there. My dear child, said the professor, who always became paternal when most obstinate, I have reason to believe that the green mummy can be discovered and poor Sidney's death avenged if a reward of £500 is offered. If Hope can give me that money, he will not. I shall not allow him to. He has lost too much already. In that case, I must apply to Sir Frank Random. Well, apply, she snapped, being decidedly angry. It's none of my business. I don't want to hear anything about it. It's your business, miss, cried Braddock, growing angry in his turn and becoming very pink. You know that only by getting you to marry Random can I procure the money. Oh, said Lucy coldly. So this is why you sent for me. Now, father, I have heard enough of this. You gave your consent to Archie being engaged to me in exchange for £1,000. As I love him, I shall abide by the word you gave. If I had not loved him, I should have refused to marry him. You understand? I understand that I have a very obstinate girl to deal with. You shall marry as you choose. I shall do nothing of the sort. You have no right to dictate my choice of a husband. No right when I am your father? You are not my father, merely my stepfather, merely a relation by marriage. I am of age. I can do as I like and intend to. But Lucy, implored Braddock, changing his tune, think. I have thought. I marry Archie. But he is poor and Random is rich. I don't care. I love Archie and I don't love Frank. Would you have me lose the mummy forever? Yes, I would, if my misery is to be the price of its restoration. Why should I sell myself to a man I care nothing about just because you want a musty, fusty old corpse? Now, I'm going. Lucy walked to the door. I shan't listen to another word, and if you bother me again, I shall marry Archie at once and leave the house. I can make you leave it in any case, you ungrateful girl, bellowed Braddock, who was purple with rage, never having a very good temper at the best of times. Look what I have done for you. Miss Kendall could have pointed out that her stepfather had done nothing save attend to himself, but she disdained such an argument, and without another word opened the door and walked out. Almost immediately afterwards, Cockatoo entered, much to the relief of the professor, who relieved his feelings by kicking the unfortunate Kanaka. Then he sat down again to consider ways and means of obtaining the necessary mummy and still more necessary money. The end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 8. The Baronet. Sir Frank Random was an amiable young gentleman with, as the saying goes, all his goods in the shop window. Fair-haired and tall, with a well-knit athletic figure, a polished manner, and a man-of-the-world air, he strictly resembled the romantic officer of Bowbell's Family Herald Young Ladies' Journal fiction. But the romance was all in his well-groomed looks, as he was as commonplace a Saxon as could be met within a day's march. Fond of sport, attentive to his duties as artillery captain, and devoted to what is romantically known as the fair sex, he sauntered easily through life, very well contented with himself and with his agreeable surroundings. He read fiction when he did read, and those weekly papers devoted to sport troubled his head very little about politics, save when they had to do with the possible German invasion, and was always ready to do anyone a good turn. His brother officers declared that he was not half a bad sort, which was high praise from the usually reticent serviceman. His capacity may be accurately gauged by the fact that he did not possess a single enemy, and that everyone spoke well of him. A mortal who possesses no quality likely to be envied by those around him is certain to belong to the rank and file of humanity. But these unconsidered units of mankind can always console themselves with the undoubted fact that mediocrity is invariably happy. Such a man as Random would never set the Thames on fire, and certainly had no ambition to perform that astounding feat. He was fond of his profession and intended to remain in the army as long as he could. He desired to marry and beget a family and retire when set free from soldiering to his country seat, and there perform blamelessly the congenial role of a village squire until called upon to join the respectable corpses in the Random vault. Not that he was a saint, or ever could be one. Neither black nor white, he was simply grey, being an ordinary mixture of good and bad. As theology has provided no hereafter for grey people, it is hard to imagine where the bulk of humanity will go. But doubts on this point never troubled Random. He went to church, kept his mouth shut and his pores open, and vaguely believed that it would be all right somehow. A very comfortable, if superficial philosophy indeed. It can easily be guessed that Random's somewhat colourless personality would never attract Lucy Kendall, since the hues of her own character were deeper. For this reason, she was drawn to Hope, who possessed that aggressive artistic temperament where good and bad are in violent contrast. Random took opinions from books or from other people, and his mind, like a looking glass, reflected whatever came along. But Hope possessed opinions of his own, both right and wrong, and held to these in the face of all verbal opposition. He could argue, and did argue, when Random simply agreed. Lucy had similar idiosyncrasies inherited from a clever father, so it was just as well that she preferred Archie to Frank. Had the latter young gentleman married her, he would have dwindled to Lady Random's husband, and would have found too late that he had domesticated a kind of imitation George Eliot. When he congratulated Archie on his engagement somewhat ruefully, he little thought what an escape he had had. But Professor Braddock, who did not belong to the great tribe, knew nothing of this, as his Egyptological studies did not permit him time to argue on such commonplace matters. He therefore failed in advance when he set out to persuade Random into renewing his suit. As the fiery little man afterwards expressed himself, I might as well have talked to a mollusk, for Random politely declined to be used as an instrument to forward the professor's ambition at the cost of Mr. Kendall's unhappiness. The interview took place in Sir Frank's quarters at the fort on the day after Harvey had called to propose a search for the corpse, and it was during this interview that Braddock learned something which both startled and annoyed him. Random, at 3 o'clock, had just changed into mufti when the professor was announced by his servant. Braddock, determined to give his host no chance of denying himself, followed close on the man's heels and was in the room almost before Sir Frank had read the card. It was a bare room, sparsely furnished according to the War Office's idea of comfort, and although the baronet had added a few more civilized necessities, it still looked somewhat dismal. Braddock, who liked comfort, shook hands carelessly with his host and cast a disapproving eye on his surroundings. Dog kennel, grumbled the polite professor. Bare desolation like a damned dungeon. You might as well live in the Sahara. It would certainly be warmer, replied Random, who knew the scientist's snappy ways very well. Take a chair, sir. Hard as bricks, confound it. Hand me over. Chapter 9 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 9. Mrs. JASHER'S Luck. Some weeks had now elapsed since the death and burial of Sidney Bolton, and the excitement had simmered down to a gentle speculation as to who had killed him. This question was discussed in a half-hearted manner round the winter fires of Gartley, but gradually people were ceasing to interest themselves in a crime, the mystery of which would apparently never be solved. Life went on in the village and at the pyramids much in the same way, save that the professor attended along with Cockatoo to his museum and did not engage another assistant. Archie and Lucy were perfectly happy as they looked forward to being married in the spring, and Braddock showed no desire to interfere with their engagement. They knew, of course, that he had called upon Sir Frank, but were ignorant of what had taken place. Random himself called at the pyramids to congratulate Mr. Kendall on her engagement, and seemed so very pleased that she was going to marry the man of her choice that, woman-like, she grew rather annoyed. As the baronet had been a lover, she thought that he should wear the willow for her sake, but Random showed no disposition to do so. Therefore Lucy shrewdly guessed that his broken heart had been mended by another woman. The professor could have confirmed the truth of this from the hints which Random had given him, but he said nothing about his interview with the young man, nor did he mention that a Spanish gentleman from Peru was seeking for the famous green mummy. Considerably vexed that Random should be so cheerful, Lucy cast round to learn the truth. She could scarcely ask the baronet himself, and Archie professed himself unable to explain. Miss Kendall did not dream of cross-examining Braddock, as it never entered her mind that the dry-as-dust scientist would know anything. It then occurred to this inquisitive young lady that Mrs. Jasher might be aware of Random's secret, which made him so cheerful. Sir Frank was a great friend of the plump widow and frequently went to take afternoon tea at a small house which is situated no great distance from the fort. In fact, Mrs. Jasher entertained the officers largely, as she was hospitable by nature and liked to have presentable men about her for flirting purposes. With good-looking youth, she assumed the maternal air, and in the role of a clever woman of the world, professed to be the adviser of one and all. In this way, she became quite a favourite, and a little parlour, she liked the old English word, was usually well filled at the hour of afternoon tea. Twice already Lucy had called on Mrs. Jasher after the commotion caused by the crime, as she wished to speak to her about the same, but on each occasion the widow proved to be absent in London. However, the third visit proved to be more lucky, for Mrs. Jasher was at home and expressed herself happy to see the girl. "So good of you to come and see me in my little wooden hut," said the widow, kissing a guest. And Mrs. Jasher's cottage really was a little wooden hut, being what was left of an old-fashioned farmhouse built before the Stone Age. It lay on the verge of the marshes in an isolated position, and was placed in the middle of a square garden, protected from the weather, protected from winter floods by a low stone wall solidly built but of no great height. The road to the fort ran past the front part of the garden, but behind the marshes spread towards the embankment which cut off the view of the Thames. The situation was not an ideal one, nor was the cottage, but money was scarce with Mrs. Jasher, and she had obtained the whole place at a surprisingly small rental. The house and grounds were dry enough in summer, but decidedly damp in winter. Therefore the widow went to a flat in London as a rule for the season of fogs. But this winter she had made up her mind, so she told Lucy to remain in her own little castle and brave the watery humours of the marshes. "I can always keep fires burning in every room," said Mrs. Jasher when she had removed her guest's hat and had settled her for a confidential talk on the sofa. "After all, my dear, there is no place like home." The room was small, and Mrs. Jasher was small, so she suited her surroundings excellently. Also, the widow had the good taste of furnishing it sparsely instead of crowding it with furniture, but what furniture there was could not be improved upon. There were Chippendale chairs, a Louis Quinze table, a Sheridan cabinet, and a satin wood desk, hand-painted, which was said to have been the property of unhappy Mary Antoinette. Oil paintings adorned the rose-tinted walls, chiefly landscapes, although one or two were portraits. Also, there were watercolored pictures, framed and signed caricatures, many plates of old china, and rice paper adornments from Canton. The room was essentially feminine, being filled with Indian stuffs, with silver ornaments, with flowers, and with other trifles. The walls, the carpets, the hangings, and the upholstery of the armchairs were all of a rosy hue, so that Mrs. Jasher looked as young as Dame Holder in the Venusberg. "A very pretty room and a very charming hostess," was the verdict of the young gentlemen from the fort who came here to flirt when they were not serving their country. Mrs. Jasher, in a tea-rose tea gown for afternoon tea, she always liked to be in keeping, rang for that beverage dear to the feminine heart, and lighted a rose-shaded lamp. When a glow as of dawn spread through the dainty room, she settled Lucy on the sofa near the fire and drew up an armchair on the other side of the hearthrug. Outside it was cold and foggy, but the rose-hued curtains shut out all that was disagreeable in the weather, and in the absence of male society, the two women talked more or less confidentially. Lucy did not dislike Mrs. Jasher, even though she fancied that the lively widow was planning to become the mistress of the pyramids. "Well, my dear girl," said Mrs. Jasher, shading her face from the fire with a large fan, "and how is your dear father after his late terrible experiences?" "He is perfectly well, and rather cross," replied Lucy, smiling. "Cross? Of course. He has lost that wretched mummy. And poor Sidney Bolton." "Oh, I don't think he cares for poor Sidney's death beyond the fact that he misses his services. But the mummy cost £900, and father is much annoyed, especially as Peruvian mummies are somewhat hard to obtain. You see, Mrs. Jasher, father wishes to see the difference between the Peruvian and Egyptian modes of embalming." "How gruesome!" Mrs. Jasher shuddered. "But has anything been discovered likely to show who killed this poor lad?" "No, the whole thing is a mystery." Mrs. Jasher looked into the fire over the top of the fan. "I've read the papers," she said slowly, "and I've gathered what I could from what the reporters explained. But I intend to call on the professor and hear all that evidence which did not get into the papers. I think that everything has been made public. The police have no clue to the murderer. What do you want to know?" Mrs. Jasher made a movement of surprise. "Why, I am the professor's friend, of course, my dear, and naturally I want to help him to solve this mystery." There is no chance, so far as I can see, of it ever being solved, said Lucy. It's very sweet of you, of course. But were I you, I should not talk about it to my father. Why? Asked Mrs. Jasher quickly. Because he thinks of nothing else, and both Archie and I are trying to get him off the subject. The mummy is lost, and poor Sidney is buried. There's no more to be said. Still, if a reward was offered, my father is too poor to offer a reward, and the government will not do so. And as people will not work without money, why— Lucy completed a sentence with a shrug. I might offer a reward if the dear professor will let me, said the widow unexpectedly. You! But I thought that you were poor, as we are. I was, and am not very rich now. All the same, I have come in for some thousands of pounds. I congratulate you. A legacy? Yes. You remember how I told you about my brother, who was a Pekin merchant? He is dead. Oh, I'm so sorry. My dear, what is the use of being sorry? I never cry over spilt milk, or assume a virtue which I have not. My brother and I were almost strangers, as we lived apart for so many years. However, he came home to die at Brighton. And a few weeks ago, just after this marriage took place in fact, I was summoned to his deathbed. He lingered on until last week and died in my arms. He left me nearly all his money, so I'll be able to help the professor. I don't see why you should, said Lucy, wondering why Mrs. Jasher did not wear mourning for the dead. Oh yes, you do see, remarked the widow, raising her eyes and rubbing her plump hands together. I want to marry your father. Lucy did not express astonishment, as she had understood this for a long time. I guessed as much. And what do you say? Miss Kendall shrugged her shoulders. If my stepfather, she emphasized the word, if my stepfather consents, why should I mind? I am going to marry Archie, and no doubt the professor will be lonely. Then you do not disapprove of me as a mother? My dear Mrs. Jasher, said Lucy coldly, there is no relationship between me and my stepfather beyond the fact that he married my mother. Therefore you can never be my mother. Were I stopping on at the pyramids, that question might arise. But as I become Mrs. Hope in 6 months, we can be friends, nothing more. I am quite content with that, said Mrs. Jasher in a businesslike way. After all, I am no sentimentalist. But I am glad that you do not mind my marrying the professor, as I don't want you to prevent the match, my dear. Lucy laughed. I assure you that I have no influence with my father, Mrs. Jasher. He will marry you if he thinks fit and without consulting me. But, added the girl with emphasis, I do not see what you gain by becoming Mrs. Braddock. I may become Lady Braddock, said the widow dryly. Then, in answer to the open astonishment in Lucy's face, she hastened to remark, Do you mean to say that you don't know your father is heir to a baronetcy? Oh, I know that, rejoined Miss Kendall. The professor's brother, Sir Donald Braddock, is an old man and unmarried. If he dies without heirs, as it seems likely, the professor will certainly take the title. Well then, there you are, cried Mrs. Jasher in a liveliest tone. I want to give my legacy for the title and preside over a scientific salon in London. I understand. But you will never get my father to live in London. Wait until I marry him, said the little woman shrewdly. I'll make a man of him. I know, of course, that mummies and sepulchral ornaments and those sort of horrid things are dull, but the professor will become Sir Julian Braddock, and that is enough for me. I don't love him, of course, as love between two elderly people is absurd, but I shall make him a good wife, and with my money he can take his proper position in the scientific world, which he doesn't occupy at present. I would rather he had been artistic, as science is so dull. However, I am getting on in years and wish to have some amusement before I die. So I must take what I can get. What do you say? I am quite agreeable, as when I leave, someone must look after my father, else he will be shamefully robbed by everyone in household matters. We are good friends, so why not you as well as another? You are a dear girl, said Mrs. Jasher with a sigh of relief, and kissed Lucy fondly. I am sure we shall get on excellently. At a distance. The artistic world doesn't touch on the scientific, you know. And you forget, Mrs. Jasher, that my father wishes to go to Egypt to explore this mysterious tomb. Mrs. Jasher nodded. Yes, I promised, when I came in for my brother's money, to help the professor to fit out his expedition. But it seems to me that the money will be better spent in offering a reward so that the mummy can be found. Well, said Lucy, laughing, you can give the professor his choice. Before marriage, not after. He needs to be managed like all men. You will not find him easy to manage, said Lucy dryly. He is a very obstinate man, and quite feminine in his persistency. I recognize that he is a difficult character, and between you and me, dear, I should not marry him but for the title. It sounds rather like an adventuress talking in this way. But after all, if he makes me Lady Braddock, I can give him enough money to let him realize his desire of getting the mummy back. It is 6 off and half a dozen of the other. And I'll be good to him, you need not fear. I'm quite sure that, good or bad, the professor will have his own way. It's not his happiness I'm thinking of so much as yours. Really? Here's the tea. Put the table near the fire, Jane, and between Miss Kendall and myself. Thank you. The muffins on the fender. Thank you. No, there's nothing more. Close the door when you go out. The tea equipage having been arranged, Mrs. Jasher poured out a cup of souchong and handed it to her guest, resuming the subject of her proposed marriage meanwhile. I don't see why you should be anxious about me, dear. I'm quite able to look after myself, and the professor seems to be kind-hearted enough. Oh, he's kind-hearted when he gets his own way. Give him his hobby, and he will never bother you. But he won't live in London, and he will not consent to this salon you wish to institute. Why not? It means fame to him. I shall gather round him all the scientists of London, make my house a centre of interest. The professor can stop in his laboratory if he likes. As his wife, I can do all that is necessary. Well, my dear, Mrs. Jasher took a cup of tea. We need not talk the subject threadbare. You do not disapprove of my marriage with your stepfather, so you can leave the rest to me. If you can give me a hint of how to proceed to bring about this marriage, of course, I am not about taking it. Lucy glanced at the tea gown. As you will have to tell the professor that your brother is dead to account for possessing the money, she said pointedly, I should advise you to go into mourning. Professor Braddock will be shocked otherwise. My dear, what a tender heart he must have, said Mrs. Jasher flippantly. My brother was very little to me, poor man, so he cannot be anything to the professor. However, I shall adopt your advice, and after all, black suits me very well. There, she swept her hands across the tea table. That's settled. Now, about yourself. Archie and I marry in the springtime. And your other admirer, who has come back? Sir Frank Brandon, said Lucy, colouring. Of course, he called to see me a day or so ago, and seems less broken-hearted than he should be. Lucy nodded and coloured still deeper. I suppose some other woman has consoled him. Of course. Catch a modern man wearing the willow for any girl, however, dear. Are you angry? Oh, no. Oh, yes, I think, said the widow, laughing. Else you are no woman, my dear. I know I should be angry to see a man get over his subjection so rapidly. Who's she? Asked Lucy abruptly. Donna Inés de Gallegos. A Spaniard? I believe so. A colonial Spaniard, at least from Lima. Her father, Don Pedro de Gallegos, met Sir Frank in Genoa by chance. Well? Demanded Lucy impatiently. Mrs. Jasher shrugged her plump shoulders. Well, my dear, can't you put 2 and 2 together? Of course, Sir Frank fell in love with this dark-hued angel. Dark-hued, and I'm light-haired. What a compliment. Perhaps Sir Frank wanted a change. He played on white and lost, and therefore stakes his money on black to win. That's the result of having been at Monte Carlo. Besides, this young lady is rich, I understand, and Sir Frank, so he told me, lost much more money at Monte Carlo than he could afford. Well, you don't look pleased. Lucy roused herself from a fit of abstraction. Oh, yes, I'm pleased, of course. I suppose, as any woman would, I felt rather hurt for the moment in being forgotten so soon. But after all, I can't blame Sir Frank for consoling himself. If I'm married first, he shall dance at my wedding. And if he is married first, I shall dance at his. And you shall both dance at mine, said Mrs. Jasher. Why, there's quite an epidemic of matrimony. Well, Donna Inés arrives here with her father in a day or so. They stop at the Warrior Inn, I believe. That horrid place? Oh, it's clean and respectable. Besides, Sir Frank can hardly ask them to stop in the fort, and I have no room in this bandbox of mine. However, the 2 of them, Donna Inés and Frank, can come here and flirt. So can you and Archie if you like. I fear 4 people in this room would not do, laughed Lucy, rising to take a leave. Well, I hope Sir Frank will marry this lady, and that you will become Mrs. Braddock. Only one thing I should like to know, and that is, why was the mummy stolen? It was not valuable save to a scientist. By that argument, a scientist must be the murderer and thief, said Mrs. Jasher. However, we shall see. Meanwhile, live every moment of love's golden hours. They never return. That is good advice. I shall take it and my leave, said Lucy, and departed in a happy frame of mind. The end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 10. The Dawn and His Daughter. Professor Braddock was usually the most methodical of men and timed his life by the clock and the almanac. He rose at 7, summer and winter, to partake of a hearty breakfast which served him until dinner came at 5:30. Braddock dined at this unusual hour, save when there was company, as he did not eat any luncheon and scorned at the very idea of afternoon tea. 2 meals a day, he maintained, was enough for any man who led a sedentary life, as too much food was apt to clog the wheels of the intellect. He usually worked in his museum, if the indulgence of his hobby could be called work, from 9 until 4, after which hour he took a short walk in the garden or through the village. On finishing his dinner, he would glance over some scientific publication, or perhaps, by way of recreation, play a game or two of patience, but at 7 he invariably retired into his own rooms to renew work. Retirement to bed took place at midnight, so it can be guessed that the professor got through an enormous quantity of work during the year. A more methodical man or a more industrious man did not exist. But on occasions, even this enthusiast wearied of his hobby and of the year's routine. A longing to see brother scientists of his own way of thinking would seize him, and he would abruptly depart for London to occupy quiet lodgings and indulge in intercourse with his fellow men. Braddock rarely gave early intimation of his urban nostalgia. At breakfast, he would suddenly announce that the fit took him to go to London, and he would drive to JASHER'S along with Cockatoo to catch the 10 o'clock train to London. Sometimes he set the Kanaka back, at other times he would take him to town. But whether Cockatoo remained or departed, the museum was always locked up, lest it should be profaned by the servants of the house. As a matter of fact, Braddock need not have been afraid, for Lucy, knowing her stepfather's whims and violent temper, took care that the sanctity of the place should remain inviolate. Sometimes the professor came back in a couple of days. At times his absence would extend to a week, and on 2 or 3 occasions he remained absent for a fortnight. But whenever he returned, he said very little about his doings to Lucy, perhaps deeming that dry scientific details would not appeal to a lively young lady. As soon as he was established in his museum again, life at the pyramids would resume its usual routine, until Braddock again felt the want of a change. The wonder was, considering the nature of his work and the closeness of his application, that he did not more often indulge in these bohemian wanderings. Lucy, therefore, was not astonished when on the morning after a visit to Mrs. Jasher, the professor announced in his usual abrupt way that he intended to go to London, but would leave Cockatoo in charge of his precious collection. She was somewhat disturbed, however, as wishing to forward the widow's matrimonial aims, she had invited her to dinner for the ensuing night. This she told her stepfather, and rather to her surprise, he expressed himself sorry that he could not remain. Mrs. Jasher, said Braddock hastily, drinking his coffee, is a very sensible woman, who knows when to be silent. She is also a good housekeeper, I believe, hinted Miss Kendall demurely. Eh? What? Well, why do you say that? Snapped Braddock sharply. Lucy fenced. Mrs. Jasher admires you, father. Braddock grunted, but did not seem displeased, since even a scientist possessing the usual vanity of the male is not inaccessible to flattery. Did Mrs. Jasher tell you this? He inquired, smiling complacently. Not in so many words. Still, I'm a woman, and can guess how much another woman leaves unsaid. Lucy paused, then added significantly, I do not think she is so very old, and you must admit that she is wonderfully well preserved. Like a mummy, remarked the professor absently, then pushed back his chair to add briskly, What does all this mean, you minx? I know that the woman is all right, so far as a woman can be, but her confounded age and her looks and her unexpressed admiration, what are these to an old man like myself? Father, said Lucy earnestly, when I marry Archie, I shall in all probability leave Gartley for London. I know. Bless me, child, do you think that I have not thought of that? If you were only wise, which you are not, you would marry random and remain at the fort. Sir Frank has other fish to fry, father, and even if I did remain at the fort as his wife, I still could not look after you. I'm beginning to see what you're driving at, but I can't forget your mother, my dear. She was a good wife to me. Still, said Lucy coaxingly, and becoming more and more the champion of Mrs. Jasher, you cannot manage this large house by yourself. I do not like to leave you in the hands of the servants when I marry. Mrs. Jasher is very domesticated, and and would make a good housekeeper. No, I don't want to give you another mother, child. There is no danger of that, even if I did not marry, rejoined Lucy stiffly. A girl can have only one mother, and a man apparently can have 2 wives, said Braddock with dry humour. He pinched his plump chin. It's not a bad idea, but of course, I can't fall in love at my age. I don't think that Mrs. Jasher asked for impossibilities. The professor rose briskly. I'll think over it, said he. Meanwhile, I'm going to London. When will you be back, father? I can't say. Don't ask silly questions. I dislike being bound to time. I may be a week, and I may be only a few days. Things can go on here as usual. But if Hope comes here to see you, ask Mrs. Jasher in to play chaperone. Lucy consented to this suggestion, and Braddock went away to prepare for his departure. To get him off the premises was like launching a ship, as the entire household was at his swift heels, packing boxes, strapping rugs, cutting sandwiches, helping him on with his overcoat, and assisting him into the trap which had been hastily sent for to the Warrior Inn. All the time Braddock talked and scolded and gave directions and left instructions until everyone was quite bewildered. Lucy and the servants all sighed with relief when they saw the trap disappear round the end of the road in the direction of Jesson. In addition to being a famous archaeologist, the professor was assuredly a great nuisance to those who had to do with his whims and fancies. For the next 2 or 3 days, Lucy enjoyed herself in a quiet way with Archie. In spite of the lateness of the season, the weather was still fine, and the artist took the opportunity of the pale sunshine to sketch a great deal of the marsh scenery. Lucy attended him as a rule when he went abroad, and sometimes Mrs. Jasher, voluble and merry, would come along with them to play the part of chaperone. But the girl noticed that Mrs. Jasher's merriment was forced at times, and in the searching morning light she appeared to be quite old. Wrinkles showed themselves on her plump face, and weary lines appeared round her mouth. Also, she was absent-minded while the lovers chattered, and when spoken to, would return to the present moment with a start. As a widow was now well off as regard moneys, as a scheme to marry Braddock was well on the way to success, for Lucy had duly reported the professor's attitude, it was difficult to understand why Mrs. Jasher should look so worried. One day, Lucy spoke to her on the subject. Random had strolled across the marshes to look at the Hope sketch, and the 2 men chatted together while Miss Kendall led the little widow to one side. There is nothing the matter, I hope, said Lucy gently. No. Why do you say that? Asked Mrs. Jasher, flushing. You have been looking worried for the last few days. I have a few troubles, sighed the widow. Troubles connected with the estate of my late brother. The lawyers are very disagreeable and make all sorts of difficulties to swell their costs. Then, strangely enough, I am beginning to feel my brother's death more than I thought I should have done. You see that I am in mourning, dear? After what you said the other day, I felt that it was wrong for me not to wear mourning. Of course, my poor brother and I were almost strangers. All the same, as he has left me money and was my only relative, I think it is right to show some grief. I am a lonely woman, my dear. When my father comes back, you will no longer be lonely, said Lucy. I hope not. I feel that I want a man to look after me. I told you that I desired to marry the professor for his possible title and in order to form a salon and have some amusement and power. But also, I want a companion for my old age. There's no denying, added Mrs. Jasher with another sigh, that I am growing old in spite of all the care I take. I am grateful for your friendship, dear. At one time, I thought that you did not like me. Oh, I think we get on very well, said Lucy somewhat evasively, for she did not want to say that she would make the widow an intimate friend. And, as you know, I am quite pleased that you should marry my stepfather. So pleasant to think that you look at my ambition in that light, said Mrs. Jasher, patting the girl's arm. When does the professor return? I cannot say. He refused to fix a date. But he usually remains away for a fortnight. I expect him back in that time. But he may come back earlier. He will come back when the fancy takes him. I shall alter all that when we are married, muttered Mrs. Jasher with a frown. He must be taught to be less selfish. I fear you will never improve him in that respect, said Lucy dryly, and rejoined the gentleman in time to hear Random mention the name of Don Pedro de Gallegos. What is that, Sir Frank? She asked. Random turned toward her with his pleasant smile. My Spanish friend, whom I met at Genoa, is coming here tomorrow. With his daughter? Questioned Mrs. Jasher roguishly. Of course, replied the young soldier, colouring. Dona Inés is quite devoted to her father and never leaves him. She will one day, I expect, said Hope innocently, for his eyes were on his sketch and not on Random's face. "When the husband of her choice comes along." "Perhaps he has come along already," tittered Mrs. Chashire significantly. Lucy took pity on Random's confusion. "Where will they stay?" "At the Warrior Inn. I've engaged the best rooms in the place. I fancy they will be comfortable there, as Mrs. Humber, the landlady, is a good housekeeper and an excellent cook, and I don't think Don Pedro is hard to please." "A Spaniard, you say?" remarked Archie idly. "Does he speak English?" "Admirably. So does the daughter." "But why does a Spaniard come to so out-of-the-way a place?" asked Mrs. Chashire after a pause. "I thought I told you the other day, when we spoke of the matter," answered Sir Frank with surprise. "Don Pedro has come here to interview Professor Braddock about that missing mummy." Hope looked up sharply. "What does he know about the mummy?" "Nothing so far as I know, save that he came to Europe with the intention of purchasing it, and found himself forestalled by Professor Braddock. Don Pedro told me no more than that." Murmured Hope to himself. "Don Pedro will be disappointed when he learns that the mummy is missing." Random did not catch the words, and was about to ask him what he had said, when two tall figures, conducted by a shorter one, were seen moving on the white road which led to the fort. Said Mrs. Chashire, putting up a lorgnette, which she used for effect, although she had remarkably keen sight. "How do you know?" asked Lucy carelessly. "My dear, look how oddly the man is dressed." "I can't tell at this distance," said Lucy. "And if you can, Mrs. Chashire, I really do not see why you require glasses." Mrs. Chashire laughed at the compliment to her sight, and coloured through her rouge at the reproof to her vanity. Meanwhile, the smaller figure, which was that of a village lad leading a tall gentleman and a slender lady, pointed to the group round Hope's easel. Shortly, the boy ran back up to the village road, and the gentleman came along the pathway with the lady. Random, who had been looking at them intently, suddenly started, having at length recognized him. "Don Pedro and his daughter," he said in an astonished voice, and sprang forward to welcome the unexpected visitors. "Now, my dear," whispered the widow in Lucy's ear, "we shall see the kind of woman Sir Frank prefers to you." "Well, as Sir Frank has seen the kind of man I prefer to him," retorted Lucy, "that makes us quite equal." "I'm glad these newcomers talk English," said Hope, who had risen to his feet. "I know nothing of Spanish." "They're not Spanish, but Peruvian," said Mrs. Chashire. "The language is the same, more or less. Confound it, here is Random bringing them here. I wish he would take them to the fort. There's no more work for the next hour, I suppose." And Hope, rather annoyed, began to pack his artistic traps. On a nearer view, Don Pedro proved to be a tall, lean, dry man, not unlike Dore's conception of Don Quixote. He must have had Indian blood in his veins, judging from his very dark eyes, his stiff, lank hair, worn somewhat long, and his high cheekbones. Also, although he was arrayed in puritanic black, his barbaric love of colour betrayed itself in a red tie and in a scarlet handkerchief which was twisted loosely round a soft slouch hat. It was the hat and the brilliant red of the tie and handkerchief which had caught Mrs. Jasher's eye at so great a distance, and which had led her to pronounce the man a stranger, for Mrs. Jasher well knew that no Englishman would affect such vivid tints. All the same, in spite of this eccentricity, Don Pedro looked a thorough Castilian gentleman, and bowed gravely when presented to the ladies by Random. "Mrs. Jasher, Miss Kendall, permit me to present Don Pedro de Gallegos." "I'm charmed," said the Peruvian, bowing, hat in hand, "and in turn allow me, ladies, to introduce my daughter, Donna Inez de Gallegos." Archie was also presented to the Don and to the young lady, after which Lucy and Mrs. Jasher, while not appearing to look, made a thorough examination of the lady with whom Random was in love. No doubt Donna Inez was making an examination on her own account, and with the cleverness of the sex, the three women, while chatting affably, learned all that there was to be learned from the outward appearances of each other in 3 minutes. Miss Kendall could not deny but that Donna Inez was very beautiful, and frankly admitted, inwardly of course, her own inferiority. She was merely pretty, whereas the Peruvian lady was truly handsome and quite majestic in appearance. Yet, about Donna Inez there was the same indefinite barbaric look as characterized her father. Her face was lovely, dark, and proud in expression, but there was an aloofness about it which puzzled the English girl. Donna Inez might have belonged to a race populating another planet of the solar system. She had large, black, melting eyes, a straight Greek nose, and perfect mouth, a well-rounded chin, and magnificent hair, dark and glossy as the wing of the raven, which was arranged in the latest Parisian style of coiffure. Also, a gown, as the two women guessed in an instant, was from Paris. She was perfectly gloved and booted, and even if she betrayed somehow a barbaric taste for colour in the dull, ruddy hue of her dress, which was subdued with black braid, yet she looked quite a well-bred woman. All the same, her whole appearance gave an observant onlooker the idea that she would be more at home in a scanty robe and glittering with rudely wrought ornaments of gold. Perhaps Peru, where she came from, suggested the comparison, but Lucy's thoughts flew back to an account of Virgins of the Sun which the professor had once described. It occurred to her, perhaps wrongly, that in Donna Inés she beheld one who in former days would have been the bride of some gorgeous Inca. "I fear you will find England dull after the sunshine of Lima," said Lucy, having ended a swift examination. Donna Inés shivered a trifle and glanced around at the grey, misty air through which the pale sunshine struggled with difficulty. "I certainly prefer the tropics to this," she said in musical English, "but my father has come down here on business, and until it is concluded, we shall remain in this place." "Then we must make things as bright as possible for you," said Mrs. Jasher cheerfully, and desperately anxious to learn more of the newcomers. "You must come to see me, Donna Inés. Yonder is my cottage." "Thank you, madame. You are very kind." Meanwhile, Don Pedro was talking to the two young men. "Yes, I did arrive here earlier than I expected," he was remarking, "but I have to return to Lima shortly, and I wish to get my business with Professor Braddock finished as speedily as possible." "I'm sorry," said Lucy politely, "but my father is absent." "And when will he return, Miss Kendall?" "I can scarcely say. In a week or a fortnight." Don Pedro made a gesture of annoyance. "It's a pity, as I am so very pressed for time. Still, I must remain until the professor returns. I am so anxious to hear if the mummy has been found." "It's not found yet," said Hope quickly, "and never will be." Don Pedro looked at him quietly. "It must be found," said he. "I've come all the way from Lima to obtain it. When you hear my story, you will not be surprised at my desire to regain the mummy." "Regain it?" echoed Hope and Random in one breath. Don Pedro nodded. "The mummy was stolen from my father," he said. The end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 11, The Manuscript. It was certainly strange how constantly the subject of the missing mummy came uppermost. Since it had disappeared and since the man who had brought it to England was dead, it might have been thought that nothing more would be said about the matter. But Professor Braddock harped incessantly on his loss, which was perhaps natural, and Widow Anne also talked a great deal as to the possibility of the mummy being found, as she hoped to learn by that means the name of the assassin who had strangled a poor boy. Now Don Pedro de Gallegos appeared with the strange information that the weird relic of Peruvian civilization had been stolen from his father. Apparently, fate was not inclined to let the matter of the lost mummy drop, and was working round to a denouement which would possibly include the solution of the mystery of Sidney Bolton's death. Yet, on the face of it, there appeared to be no chance of the truth becoming known. Of course, when Don Pedro announced that the mummy had formerly belonged to his father, everyone was anxious to hear how it had been stolen. The Gallegos family were established in Lima, and the embalmed body of Inca Caxus had been purchased from a gentleman residing in Malta. How then had it crossed the water, and how had Don Pedro learned its whereabouts, only to arrive too late to secure his missing property? Mrs. Jasher was especially anxious to learn these things, and explained the reasons to Lucy. "You see, my dear," she said to the girl on the day after Don Pedro's arrival in Gartley, "if we learn the past of that horrid mummy, we may gain a clue to the person who desired possession of the nasty thing, and so may hunt down this terrible criminal. Once he is found, the mummy may be secure again, and should I be able to return it to your father, out of gratitude, he would certainly marry me." "You seem to think that the assassin is a man," said Lucy dryly. "Yet you forget that the person who talked to Sidney through the window of the Sailor's Rest was a woman." "An old woman," emphasized Mrs. Jasher briskly. "Quite so," Lucy contradicted. Eliza Flite did not say if the woman was old or young, but merely stated that she wore a dark dress and a dark shawl over her head. Still, this mysterious woman was connected in some way with the murder, else she would not have been speaking to Sydney. I don't follow you, my dear. You talk as though poor Mr. Bolton expected to be murdered. For my part, I hold by the verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. The truth is to be found, if anywhere, in the past of the mummy. We can discover nothing about that. You forget what Don Pedro said, my dear, remarked Mrs. Jasher hastily, that the mummy had been stolen from his father. Let us hear what he has to say, and we may find a clue. I am anxious that the professor should regain the green mummy for reasons which you know of. And now, my dear, can you come to dinner tonight? Well, I don't know. Miss Kendall hesitated. Archie said that he would look in this evening. I shall ask Mr. Hope also, my love. Don Pedro is coming, and his daughter likewise. Needless to say, Sir Frank will follow the young lady. We shall be a party of 6, and after dinner we must induce Don Pedro to relate the story of how the mummy was stolen. He may not be inclined. Oh, I think so, replied Mrs. Cheshire quickly. He wants to get the mummy back again, and if you discuss the subject, we may see some chance of securing it. But Don Pedro will not wish it to be restored to my father. Mrs. Cheshire shrugged her plump shoulders. Your father and Don Pedro can arrange that themselves. All I desire is that the mummy should be found. Undoubtedly, it belongs by purchase to the professor, but as it has been stolen, this Peruvian gentleman may claim it. Well, I shall come, and Archie also, assented Lucy, who was beginning to be interested in the matter. The affair is somewhat romantic. Criminal, my dear, criminal, said Mrs. Cheshire, rising to take a leave. It's not a matter I care to mix myself up with. Still, she laughed. You know why I am doing this? If I had to take all this trouble to gain a husband, observed Lucy somewhat acidly, I should remain single all my life. If you were as lonely as I am, retorted the plump widow, you would do your best to secure a man to look after you. I should prefer a young and handsome husband, such as Sir Frank Random, for instance. But as beggars can't be choosers, I must content myself with old age, a famous scientist, and the chance of a possible title. Now, mind, dear, tonight at 7, not a minute later. And she bustled away to prepare for the reception of her guests. It seemed to Lucy that Mrs. Jasher was taking a great deal of trouble to become Mrs. Braddock, especially as the professor's brother might live for many a long day yet, in which case the widow would not gain the title she coveted for years. However, the girl rather sympathized with Mrs. Jasher, who was a companionable soul and fond of society. Circumstances condemned her to a somewhat lonely life in an isolated cottage in a rather dull neighborhood, so it was little to be wondered at that she should strive to move heaven and earth, as she was doing, in the hope of escaping from her solitude. Besides, although Miss Kendall did not wish to make a close companion of the widow, yet she did not dislike her, and moreover thought that she would make Professor Braddock a very presentable wife. Thinking thus, Lucy was quite willing to forward Mrs. Chasher's plans by inducing Don Pedro to tell all he knew about this missing mummy. Thus it came about that 6 people assembled in the tiny pink parlour of Mrs. Chasher at the hour of 7 o'clock. It required dexterous management to seat the whole company in the dining room, which was only a trifle larger than the parlour. However, Mrs. Jasher contrived to place them round a hospitable board in a fairly comfortable fashion, and once seated, the dinner was so good that no one felt the drawbacks of scanty elbow room. The widow, as hostess, was placed at the head of the table, Don Pedro, as the eldest of the men, at the foot, and Sir Frank, with Donna Innes, faced Archie and Lucy Kendall. Jane, who was well instructed in waiting by her mistress, attended to her duties admirably, acting both as footman and butler. Lucy, indeed, had offered Mrs. Chasher the services of cockatoo to hand round the wine, but the widow, with a pretty shudder, had declined. That dreadful creature with his yellow mop of hair gives me the shivers, she declared. Considering the isolation of the district and the narrow limits of Mrs. Chasher's income, the meal was truly admirable, being well cooked and well served, while the table was arrayed like an altar for the reception of the various dishes. Whatever Mrs. Chasher might be as an adventuress, she certainly proved herself to be a capital housekeeper, and Lucy foresaw that if she did become Mrs. Braddock, the professor would fare sumptuously for the rest of his scientific life. When the meal was ended, the widow produced a box of superfine cigars, another of cigarettes, after which she left the gentlemen to sip their wine and took her 2 young friends to chatter chiffons in the tiny parlour. and it said much for Mrs. Jasher's methodical ways that, considering the limited space, everything went, as the saying goes, like clockwork. Likewise, the widow had proved herself a wonderful hostess, as she kept the ball of conversation rolling briskly and induced a spirit of fraternity uncommon in an ordinary dinner party. During the meal, Mrs. Jasher had kept off the subject of the mummy, which was the excuse for the entertainment, but when the gentleman strolled into the parlour, feeling well fed and happy, she hinted at Don Pedro's quest. As the night was cold and the Peruvian gentleman came from the tropics, he was established in a well-padded armchair close to the sea-coal fire, and with her own fair hands Mrs. Jasher gave him a cup of fragrant coffee, which was rendered still more agreeable to the palate by the introduction of a vanilla bean. With this, and with a good cigar, for the ladies gave the gentleman permission to smoke, Don Pedro felt very happy and easy, and complimented Mrs. Jasher warmly on her capability of making her fellow creatures comfortable. "It is altogether comfortable, madame," said Don Pedro, rising to make a courtly bow. In fact, so agreeable was the foreigner that Mrs. Jasher dreamed for one swift moment of throwing over the driest test scientist to become a Spanish lady of Lima. "You flatter me, Don Pedro," she said, waving a wholly unnecessary fan out of compliment to her guest's Spanish extraction. "Indeed, I am very glad that you are pleased with my poor little house. Pardon, madam, but no house can be poor when it is a casket to contain such a jewel." "There," said Lucy somewhat satirically to the young men, while Mrs. Jasher blushed and bridled. "What Englishman could turn such a compliment? It reminds one of Georgian times." "We are more sober now than my fathers were then," said Hope, smiling. "And I'm sure if Random thought for a few minutes he could produce something pretty. Go on, Random." "My brain is not equal to the strain after dinner," said Sir Frank. As for Donna Inez, she did not speak, but sat smiling quietly in a corner of the room, looking remarkably handsome. As a young girl, Lucy was pretty, and Mrs. Jasher was a comely widow, but neither one had the majestic looks of the Spanish lady. She smiled, a veritable queen, amidst the gimcrack ornaments of Mrs. Jasher's parlour, and Sir Frank, who was fathoms deep in love, could not keep his eyes off her face. For a few minutes the conversation was frivolous, quite the Shakespeare and musical glasses kind of speech. Then Mrs. Jasher, who had no idea that a good dinner should be wasted in charming nothings, introduced the subject of the mummy by a reference to Professor Braddock. It was characteristic of her cleverness that she did not address Don Pedro, but pointed her speech at Lucy Kendall. "I do hope your father will return with that mummy," she observed, after a dexterous allusion to the late tragedy. "I don't think he has gone to look for it," replied Miss Kendall indifferently. "But surely he decided to get it back, after paying nearly £1,000 for it," said Mrs. Jasher with well-feigned astonishment. "Oh, of course, but he would scarcely look for it in London." "Has Professor Braddock gone to search for the mummy?" asked Don Pedro. "No," answered Lucy. "He is visiting the British Museum to make some researches on the Egyptian department." "When do you expect him back, please?" Lucy shrugged her shoulders. "I can't say, Don Pedro. My father comes and goes as the whim takes him." The Spanish gentleman looked thoughtfully into the fire. "I shall be glad to see the professor when he returns," he said in his excellent, slow-sounding English. "My concern about this mummy is deep." "Dear me," remarked Mrs. Jasher, shielding her fair cheek with the unnecessary fan, and venturing on a joke. "Is the mummy a relative?" "Yes, madame," replied Don Pedro, gravely and unexpectedly. At this, everyone, very naturally, looked astonished, that is, all save Donna Inez, who still preserved a fixed smile. Mrs. Jasher took a mental note of the same, and decided that the young lady was not very intelligent. Meanwhile, Don Pedro continued his speech after a glance round the circle. "I have the blood of the royal Inca race in my veins," he said with pride. "Ha!" murmured the widow to herself. "Then that accounts for your love of colour, which is so un-English." Then she raised her voice. "Tell us all about it, Don Pedro," she entreated. "We are usually so dull here that a romantic story excites us dreadfully." "I do not know that it is very romantic," said Don Pedro with a polite smile. "And if you will not find it dull—" "Oh, no," said Archie, who was as anxious as Mrs. Jasher to hear what was to be said about the mummy. "Come, sir, we are all attention." Don Pedro bowed again, and again swept the circle with his deep-set eyes. "The Inca Caxus," he remarked, "was one of the decadent rulers of ancient Peru. At the conquest by the Spaniards, Inca Atahualpa was murdered by Pizarro, as you probably know. Inca Toparca succeeded him as a puppet king. He died also, and it was suspected that he was slain by a native chief called Chalcuchima. Then Manco succeeded, and is looked upon by historians as the last Inca of Peru. But he was not. "This is news indeed," said Random lazily. "And who was the last Inca?" "The man who is now the green mummy." "Inca Caxus," ventured Lucy timidly. Don Pedro looked at her sharply. "How do you come to know the name?" "You mentioned it just now, but before that I heard my father mention it," said Lucy, who was surprised at the sharpness of his tone. "And where did the professor learn the name?" asked Don Pedro anxiously. Lucy shook her head. "I cannot say. But go on with the story," she continued with the naive curiosity of a child. "Yes, do," pleaded Mrs. Jasher, who was listening with all her ears. The Peruvian meditated for a few minutes, then slipped his hand into the pocket of his coat and brought out a discolored parchment, scrawled and scribbled with odd-looking letters in purple ink, somewhat faded. "Did you ever see this before?" he asked Lucy, "or any manuscript like it?" "No," she answered, bending forward to examine the parchment carefully. Don Pedro again swept an inquiring eye round the circle, but everyone denied having seen the manuscript. "What is it?" asked Sir Frank curiously. Don Pedro restored the manuscript to his pocket. "It's an account of the embalming of Inca Caxus, written by his son, who was my ancestor." "Then you are descended from this Inca?" said Mrs. Jasher eagerly. "I am, and I am my rights I should rule Peru. As it is, I am a poor gentleman with very little money. That," added Don Pedro with emphasis, "is why I wish to recover the mummy of my great ancestor." "Is it then so valuable?" asked Archie suddenly. He was thinking of some reason why the mummy should have been stolen. "Well, in itself it's of no great value, save to an archaeologist," was Don Pedro's reply. "But I had better tell you the story of how it was stolen from my father." Go on," cried Mrs. Jasher. "This is most interesting." Don Pedro plunged into his story without further preamble. Inca Caxus held his state amidst the solitudes of Andes, away from the cruel men who had conquered his country. He died and was buried. This manuscript, he touched his pocket, was written by his son, and details the ceremonies, the place of sepulchre, and also gives a list of the jewels with which the mummy was buried. "Jewels?" murmured Hope under his breath. "I thought as much. The son of Inca Caxus married a Spanish lady and made peace with the Spaniards. He came to live in Cuzco, and brought with him, for some purpose which the manuscript does not disclose, the mummy of his father. But the manuscript was lost for years, and although my family, the De Gallangos, became poor, no member of it knew that, concealed in the corpse of Inca Caxus, were 2 large emeralds of immense value. The mummy of her royal ancestor was treated as a sacred thing and venerated accordingly. Afterwards, my family came to live at Lima, and I still dwell in the old house." "But how was the mummy stolen from you?" asked Random curiously. "I am coming to that," said Don Pedro, frowning at the interruption. "I was not in Lima at the time, but I had met the man who stole the precious mummy." "Was he a Spaniard?" "No," answered Don Pedro slowly. "He was an English sailor called Vasa." "Vasa is a Swedish name," observed Hope critically. "This man said that he was English, and certainly spoke like an Englishman, so far as I, a foreigner, can tell. At that time, when I was a young man, civil war raged in Peru. My father's house was sacked, and this Vasa, who had been received hospitably by my father when he was shipwrecked at Callao, stole the mummy of Inca Caxus. My father died of grief and charged me to get the mummy back. When peace was restored to my unhappy country, I tried to recover the venerated body of my ancestor. But all search proved vain, as Vasa had disappeared, and it was supposed that, for some reason, he had taken the embalmed body out of the country. It was when the mummy was lost that I unexpectedly came across the manuscript which detailed the funeral ceremonies of Inca Caxus, and on learning about the 2 emeralds, I was naturally more anxious than ever to discover the mummy and retrieve my fallen fortunes by means of the jewels. But as I said, all search proved vain, and I afterward married, thinking to settle down on what fortune remained to me. I did live quietly in Lima for years until my wife died. Then with my daughter I came to Europe on a visit." "To search for the mummy?" questioned Archie eagerly. "No, sir. I had given up all hope of finding that. But chance placed a clue in my hands. At Genoa I came across a newspaper which stated that a mummy in a green case, and a Peruvian mummy at that, was for sale at Malta. I immediately made inquiries, thinking that this was a long-lost body of Inca Caxus." But it so happened that I was too late, as already the mummy had been sold to Professor Braddock and had been taken to England on board the diver by Mr. Bolton. Chance, which had pointed out the whereabouts of the mummy, also brought me at Genova into relations with Sir Frank Random. Don Pedro bowed his head to the baronet, and as it appeared that he knew Professor Braddock, I thankfully accepted his offer to introduce me. Hence I am here, but only to hear that the mummy is again lost. That's all. And the Peruvian gentleman dramatically waved his arm. A strange story, said Archie, who was the first to speak, and it certainly solves at least one part of the mystery. What is that? Demanded Mrs. Jasher quickly. It shows that the mummy was stolen on account of the emeralds. Pardon me, but that is impossible, sir, said Don Pedro, drawing up his lean figure. No one but myself knew that the mummy held 2 emeralds in its dead hands, and I learned that only a few years ago from the manuscript which I had the honor of showing you. There is that objection, assuredly, replied Hope with composure. Yet I can hardly believe that any man would risk his neck to steal so remarkable a mummy, which he would have a difficulty in disposing of. But did this assassin know of the emeralds? He would venture much to gain them, since jewels can be disposed of with comparative ease and cannot easily be traced. All the same, said Random, looking up, I do not see how the assassin could have learned that the jewels were wrapped in the bandages. Said Hope, glancing at de Gallegos. Perhaps there is more than one copy of this manuscript you speak of? Not to my knowledge. The sailor Vasa might have copied it. No, Don Pedro shook his head. It is written in Latin, since a Spanish priest taught the son of Inca Caxus, who wrote it that language. I do not think that Vasa knew Latin. Also, if Vasa had copied the manuscript, he would have stripped the mummy to procure the jewels. Now, in the newspaper advertisement, it stated that the bandages of the mummy were intact, as also was the Verdun case. No, said Don Pedro decisively. I am quite of opinion that Vasa, and indeed everyone else, was ignorant of this manuscript. It seems to me, suggested Mrs. Jasher, that it would be best to find the sailor. That, remarked de Gallegos, is impossible. It's 20 years since he disappeared with the mummy. Let us drop the subject until Professor Braddock returns to discuss it with me. And this was accordingly done. The end of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 12. A Discovery. 3 days went by, and Professor Braddock still remained absent in London, although an occasional letter to Lucy requested such and such an article from the museum to be forwarded, sometimes by post, and on other occasions by Cockatoo, who travelled up to town especially. The Kanaka always returned with the news that his master was looking well, but brought no word of the professor's return. Lucy was not surprised, as she was accustomed to Braddock's vagaries. Meantime, Don Pedro, comfortably established at the Warrior Inn, wandered about Gartley in his dignified way, taking very little interest in the village, but a great deal in the pyramids. As the professor was absent, Lucy could not ask him to dinner, but she did invite him and Donna Inez to afternoon tea. Don Pedro was anxious to peep into the museum, but Cockatoo absolutely refused to let him enter, saying that his master had forbidden anyone to view the collection during his absence. And in this refusal, Cockatoo was supported by Miss Kendall, who had a wholesome dread of her stepfather's rage should he return and find that a stranger had been making free of his sacred apartments. The Peruvian gentleman expressed himself extremely disappointed, so much so indeed that Lucy fancied he believed Braddock had the green mummy hidden in the museum in spite of the reported loss from the sailor's wrist. Failing to get permission to range through the rooms of the pyramids, Don Pedro paid occasional visit to Pierside and questioned. Chapter 13 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 13. No Mystery. Neither Lucy nor Archie Hope had ever seen the mummy, but they knew the appearance which it would present, as Professor Braddock, with the enthusiasm of an archaeologist, had often described the same to them. It appeared, according to Braddock, that on purchasing the precious corpse in Malta, his dead assistant had written home a full description of the treasure trove. Consequently, being advised beforehand, Hope had no difficulty in recognizing the oddly shaped case, which was made somewhat in the Egyptian form. On the impulse of the moment, he had proclaimed this to be the long-lost mummy, and when a closer examination by the light of a lucifer match revealed the green hue of the coffin wood, he knew that he was right. But what was the mummy in its ancient case doing in Mrs. Jasher's arbour? That was the mute question which the two young people asked themselves and each other as they stood in the chilly moonlight staring at the grotesque thing. The mummy had disappeared from the Sailor's Rest at Pierside some weeks ago, and now unexpectedly appeared in a lonely garden surrounded by marshes. How it had been brought there, or why it should have been brought there, or who had brought it to such an unlikely place were questions hard to answer. However, the most obvious thing to do was to question Mrs. Jasher, since the uncanny object was lying within a stone's throw of her home. Lucy, after a rapid word or two, went to ring the bell and summon the lady, while Archie stood by the arbour, wondering how the mummy came to be there, in the same way George III had wondered how the apples got into the dumplings. Far and wide spread the marshes, flatly towards the shore of the river on one side, but on the other sloping up to Gartley village, which twinkled with many lights on the rising ground. Some distance away, the fort rose black and menacing in the moonlight, and the mighty stream of the Thames glittered like polished steel as it flowed seaward. As there were only a few leafless trees dotted about the marshy ground, and as the same ground, lightly sprinkled with powdery snow, revealed every moving object for quite a mile or so, Hope could not conceive how the mummy case, which seemed heavy, could have been brought into the silent garden without its bearers being seen. It was not late, and soldiers were still returning through Gartley to the fort. Then again, some noise must have been caused by so bulky an object being thrust through the narrow wicket, and Mrs. Jasher, inhabiting a wooden house, which was a very seashell for sound, might have heard footsteps and voices. If those who had brought the mummy here, and there was more than one from the size of the case, could be discovered, then the mystery of Sidney Bolton's death would be solved very speedily. It was at this moment of his reflections that Lucy returned to the arbour, leading Mrs. Jasher, who was attired in a tea gown and who looked bewildered. "What are you talking about, my dear?" she said, as Lucy led her towards the arbour. "I declare I was ever so much astonished when Jane told me that you wished to speak to me. I was just writing a letter to the lawyer, who has my poor brother's property in hand, announcing my engagement to the professor." "Mr. Hope? You here also? Well, I'm sure—" Lucy grew impatient at all this babble. "Did you not hear what I said, Mrs. Jasher?" she cried irritably. "Can't you use your eyes? Look, the green mummy is in your arbour." "The green mummy in my arbour?" repeated Mrs. Jasher, like a child learning words of one syllable, and staring at the black object before which the three were standing. "As you see," said Archie abruptly. "How did it come here?" He spoke harshly. Of course, it was absurd to accuse Mrs. Jasher of knowing anything about the matter, since she had been writing letters. Still, the fact remained that a mummy, which had been thieved from a murdered man, was in her arbour, and naturally she was called upon to explain. Some suspicion in his tone struck the little woman, and she turned on him with indignation. "How did it come here?" she repeated. "Now, how can I tell you, silly boy? I've been writing to my lawyer about my engagement to Mr. Braddock. I dare say he has told you." "Yes," chimed in Miss Kendall, "and we came here to congratulate you, only to find the mummy." "Is that the horrid thing?" Mrs. Jasher stared with all her eyes and timidly touched the hard green-stained wood. "It's a case. The mummy is inside." "But I thought that the professor opened the case to find the body of poor Sidney Bolton," argued Mrs. Jasher. "That was a packing case in which this," Archie struck the old world coffin, "was stored. But this is the corpse of Inca Caxus, about which Don Pedro told us the other night. How does it come to be hidden in your garden?" "Hidden?" Mrs. Jasher repeated the word with a laugh. "There's not much hiding about it. Why, everyone can see it from the path." "And from the door of your house," remarked Hope significantly. "Did you not see it when you took leave of Braddock?" "No," snapped the widow. "If I had, I should certainly have come to look. Also, Professor Braddock, who is so anxious to recover it, would not have allowed it to remain here." "Then the case was not there when the professor left you tonight?" "No, he left me at 8 o'clock to go home to dinner." "When did he arrive here?" questioned Hope quickly. "At 7. I'm sure of the time, for I was just sitting down to my supper. He was here an hour, but he said nothing when he entered of any mummy being in the arbour, nor when he left me at the door and I came to say good-bye to him, did either of us see this object. To be sure," added Mrs. Jasher meditatively, "we did not look particularly in the direction of this arbour. I scarcely see how anyone entering or leaving the garden would fail to see it." especially as the snow reflects the moonlight so brightly. Mrs. Jasher shivered and, taking the skirt of her tea gown, flung it over her carefully attired head. "It's very cold," she remarked irritably. "Don't you think we had better return to the house and talk there?" "What?" said Archie grimly. "And leave the mummy to be carried away as mysteriously as it has been brought?" "No, Mrs. Jasher. That mummy represents 1,000 pounds of my money. I understood that the professor bought it himself." "So he did, but I supplied the purchase money. Therefore, I do not intend that this should be lost sight of again. Lucy, my dear, you run home again and tell your father what we have found. He had better bring men to take it to his museum. When it is there, Mrs. Jasher can then explain how it came to be in her garden." Without a word, Lucy set off, walking quickly, anxious to fulfill a mission and gladden the heart of her stepfather with the amazing news. Archie and Mrs. Jasher were left alone, and the former lighted a cigarette while he tapped the mummy case and examined it as closely as the pale gleam of the moonlight permitted. Mrs. Jasher made no move to enter the house, much as she had complained of the cold, but perhaps she found the flimsy skirt of the tea gown sufficient protection. "It seems to me, Mr. Hope," said she tartly, "that you suspect my having a hand in this," and she tapped the mummy coffin also. "Pardon me," observed Hope very politely, "but I suspect nothing, because I have no grounds upon which to base my suspicions. But certainly it is odd that this missing mummy should be found in your garden. You will admit that much." "I admit nothing of the sort," she rejoined coolly. "Well, myself and Jane live in the cottage, and you don't expect that two delicate women can move this huge thing?" She tapped the case again. "Moreover, had I found the mummy, I should have taken it to the pyramids at once, so as to give Professor Braddock some pleasure." "It will certainly be an acceptable wedding present," said Archie sarcastically. "Pardon me," said Mrs. Jasher in her turn, "but I have nothing to do with it as a present or otherwise. How the thing came into my arbor, I really cannot say. As I told you, Professor Braddock made no remark about it when he came, and when he left, although I was at the door, I did not notice anything in this arbor. Indeed, I cannot say if I ever looked in this direction." Archie mused and glanced at his watch. "The professor told Lucy that he came by the 6th train. You say that he was here at 7. "Yes, and he left at 8. What's the time now?" 10 o'clock, or a few minutes after. Therefore, since neither you nor Braddock saw the mummy, I take it that the case was brought here by some unknown people between 8 o'clock and a quarter to 10, about which time I arrived here with Lucy." Mrs. Jasher nodded. "You put the matter very clearly," she observed dryly. "You have mistaken your vocation, Mr. Hope, and should have been a criminal lawyer. I should turn detective were I you." "Why?" asked Archie with a start. "You might ascertain my movements on the night when the crime was committed," snapped the little widow. "A woman muffled in a shawl in much the same way as my head is now muffled in my skirt talked to Bolton through the bedroom window of the Sailor's Rest, you know." Hope expostulated. "My dear lady, how you run on! I assure you that I would as soon suspect Lucy as you." "Thank you," said the widow very dryly and very tartly. "I merely wish to point out," went on Archie in a conciliatory tone, "that, as the mummy in its case, as appears probable, was brought into your garden between the hours of 8 and 10, less 15 minutes, that you may have heard the voices or footsteps of those who carried it here." "I heard nothing," said Mrs. Jasher, turning towards the path. "I had my supper and played a game or two of patience, and then wrote letters, as I told you before. And I'm not going to stand in the cold answering silly questions, Mr. Hope. If you wish to talk, you must come inside." Hope shook his head and lighted a fresh cigarette. "I stand guard over this mummy until its rightful owner comes," said he determinedly. "How?" rejoined Mrs. Jasher scornfully. She was now at the door. "I understood that you bought the mummy and therefore were its owner. Well, I only hope you'll find those emeralds Don Pedro talked about." And with a light laugh, she entered the cottage. Archie looked after her in a puzzled way. There was no reason to suspect Mrs. Jasher, so far as he knew, even though a woman had been seen talking to Bolton on the night of the crime. And yet, why should the widow refer to the emeralds, which were of such immense value according to Don Pedro? Hope glanced at the case and shook the primitive coffin, anxious for the moment to open it and ascertain if the jewels were still clutched grimly in the mummy's dead hands. But the coffin was fastened tightly down the wooden pegs and could only be opened with extreme care and difficulty. Also, as Hope reflected, even did he manage to open this receptacle of the dead, he still could not ascertain if the emeralds were safe, since they would be hidden under innumerable swathings of green-dyed llama wool. He therefore let the matter rest there, and staring at the river, wondered how the mummy had been brought to the garden in the marshes. Hope recollected that experts had decided the mode in which the mummy had been removed from the pierside public house. It had been passed through the window, according to Inspector Date and others, and then taken across a narrow path which bordered the river, had been placed in a waiting boat. After that, it had vanished until it had reappeared in this harbour. But if taken by water once, it could have been taken by water again. There was a rude jetty behind the embankment, which Hope could easily see from where he stood. In all probability, the mummy had been landed there and carried to the garden while Mrs. Chashire was busy with a supper and a game of cards and letters. Also, the path from the shore to the house was very lonely, and if any care had been exercised, which was probable, no one from the fort road or from the village street could have seen the stealthy conspirators bringing their weird burden. So far, Hope felt that he could argue excellently. But who had brought the mummy to the garden, and why had it been brought there? These questions he could not answer so easily, and indeed not at all. While thus meditating, he heard far away in the frosty air a puffing and blowing and panting like an impatient motor car. Before he could guess what this was, Braddock appeared, simply racing along the marshy causeway, followed closely by Cockatoo, and at some distance away by Lucy. The little scientist rushed through the gate, which he flung open with a noise fit to wake the dead, and lunged forward to fall with outstretched arms upon the green case. There he remained, still puffing and blowing, and looked as though he were hugging a huge green beetle. Cockatoo, who, being lean and hard, kept his breath more easily, stood respectfully by, waiting for his master to give orders, and Lucy came in quietly by the gate, smiling at her father's enthusiasm. At the same moment, Mrs. Chashire, well wrapped up in a coat of sables, emerged from the cottage. "I heard you coming, Professor," she called out, hurrying down the path. "I should think the whole fort heard the Professor coming," said Hope, glancing at the dark mass. "The soldiers must think it is an invasion." But Braddock paid no heed to this jocularity, or even to Mrs. Chashire, to whom he had been so lately engaged. All his soul was in the mummy case, and as soon as he recovered his breath, he loudly proclaimed his joy at the miraculous recovery of the precious article. "Mine! Mine!" he roared, and his words ran violently through the frosty air. "Be calm, sir," advised Hope. "Be calm." "Calm! Calm!" bellowed Braddock, struggling to a standing position. "Oh, confound you, sir! How can I be calm when I find what I have lost?" "You have a mean, grovelling soul, Hope, not the soaring spirit of a collector." "There is no need to be rude to Archie, father," corrected Lucy sharply. "Rude! Rude! I am never rude. But this mummy?" Braddock peered closely at it and rapped the wood to assure himself it was no phantom. "Yes, it's my mummy, the mummy of Inca Caxus. Now I shall learn how the Peruvians embalm their royal dead. Mine! Mine! Mine!" He crooned like a mother over a child, caressing the cock, then suddenly drew himself upright and fixed Mrs. Chashire with an indignant eye. "So it was you, madam, who stole my mummy?" he declared venomously. "And I thought of making you my wife. Oh, what an escape I've had! Shame, woman, shame!" Mrs. Chashire stared. Then her face grew redder than the rouge on her cheeks, and she stamped furiously in the neat Louis Quinze slippers in which she had injudiciously come out. "How dare you say what you have said?" she cried, her voice shrill and hard with anger. "Mr. Hope has been saying the same thing. Are you both mad? I never set eyes on the horrid thing in my life. And only tonight you told me that you love—" Yes, I said many foolish things, I don't doubt, madam, but that is not the question. My mummy, he rapped the wood furiously. "How does my mummy come to be here?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Chashire, still furious, "and I don't care." Don't care. When I look forward to your helping me in my life work as my wife—" "I shall never be your wife," cried the widow, stamping again. "I wouldn't be your wife for 1,000 or 1,000,000 pounds. Marry your mummy, you horrid, red-faced, crabbed little—" Hush, whispered Lucy, taking the angry woman round the waist. "You must make allowances for my father. He is so excited over his good fortune that he—" "I shall not make allowance," interrupted Mrs. Chashire angrily. "He practically accuses me of stealing the mummy. If I did that, I must have murdered poor Sidney Bolton." No, cried the professor, wiping his red face. "I never hinted at such a thing." "But the mummy is in your garden." "What of that? I don't know how it came there." "Mr. Hope, surely you do not support Professor Braddock in his preposterous accusation?" "I bring no accusation. stuttered the professor. "Neither do I, Mrs. Jasher. You are excited now. Go in and sleep, and tomorrow you will talk reasonably." This brilliant speech was from Hope and wrought Mrs. Jasher into a royal rage. "Well," she gasped, "he asks me to be calm, as if I wasn't the very calmest person here. I declare. Oh, I shall be ill, Lucy." She seized the girl's hand and dragged her towards the cottage. "Come in and give me red lavender. I shall be in bed for days and days and days. Oh, what brute mensch can be! But listen, you two horrors." She indicated Braddock and Hope as she pushed open the door. "If you dare to say a word against me, I'll have an action for libel against you. Oh, dear me, how very ill I feel. Lucy, darling, help me. Oh, help me. And, oh, oh, oh." She flopped down on the threshold of her home with a cry. "Archie, Archie, she's fainted." Hope rushed forward and raised the stout little woman in his arms. Jane, attracted by the clamour, appeared on the scene, and between the three of them, they managed to get Mrs. Jasher placed on the sofa of the pink drawing room. She certainly was in a dead faint, so Hope left her to the administrations of Lucy and the servant, and walked out again to the garden, closing the cottage door after him. He found the heartless professor quite oblivious to Mrs. Jasher's sufferings, so taken up was he with the newly found mummy. Cockatoo had been sent for a handcart, and while he was absent, Braddock expatiated on the perfections of this relic of Peruvian civilization. "Will you sell it to Don Pedro?" asked Hope. "After I've done with it. Not before," snapped Braddock, hovering round his treasure. "I shall want a percentage on my bargain also." Archie thought privately that if Braddock unswathed the mummy, he would find the emeralds and would probably stick to them so that his expedition to Egypt might be financed. In that case, Don Pedro would no longer wish to buy the corpse of his ancestor. But while he debated as to the advisability of telling the professor of the existence of the emeralds, Cockatoo returned with the handcart. "You have lost Mrs. Jasher," said Hope, while he assisted the professor to hoist the mummy onto the cart. Never mind, Braddock patted the coffin. "I have found something much more to my mind. Something ever so much better. Ha ha!" The end of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 14. The unexpected happens. In spite of newspapers and letters and tape machines and telegrams and such like aids to the speedy diffusion of news, the same travels quicker in villages than in cities. Word of mouth can spread gossip with marvelous rapidity in sparsely inhabited communities, since it is obvious that in such places every person knows the other, as the saying goes, inside out. In every English village, walls have ears and windows have eyes, so that every cottage is a hotbed of scandal, and what is known to one is within an hour known to the others. Even the Sphinx could not have preserved a secret long in such a locality. Gartley could keep up its reputation in this respect along with the best, therefore it was little to be wondered at that early next morning everyone knew that Professor Braddock had found his long-lost mummy in Mrs. Jasher's garden and had removed the same to the pyramids without unnecessary delay. It was not particularly late when the handcart, with its uncanny burden, had passed along the sole street of the place, and several men had emerged from the Warrior Inn ostensibly to offer help, but really to know what the eccentric master of the great house was doing. Braddock brusquely rejected these offers, but the oddly shaped mummy case, stained green, having been seen, it needed little wit for those people who had caught a sight of it to put two and two together, especially as the weird object had been described at the inquest and had been talked over ever since in every cottage. And as the cart had been seen coming out of the widow's garden, it naturally occurred to the villagers that Mrs. Jasher had been concealing the mummy. Shortly the rumour spread that she had also murdered Bolton, for unless she had done so, she certainly, according to village logic, could not have been possessed of the spoil. Finally, as Mrs. Jasher's doors and windows were small and the mummy was rather bulky, it was natural to presume that she had hidden it in the garden. Reports said that she had buried it and had dug it up just in time to be pounced upon by its rightful owner, from which it can be seen that gossip is not invariably accurate. However this may be, the news of Professor Braddock's good fortune shortly came to Don Pedro's ears through the medium of the landlady. As she revealed what she had heard in the morning, the Peruvian gentleman was spared a sleepless night. But as soon as he learned the truth, which was surprising enough in its unexpectedness, he hastily finished his breakfast and hurried to the pyramids. As yet, he had not intended to see Braddock so promptly, or at least not until he had made further inquiries at Pierside, but the news that Braddock possessed the royal ancestor of the De Gayangoses brought him immediately into the museum. He greeted the professor in his usual grave and dignified manner, and no one would have guessed from his inherent calmness that the unexpected news of Braddock's arrival and the still more unexpected information about the green mummy had surprised him beyond measure. Being somewhat superstitious, it also occurred to Don Pedro that the coincidence meant good fortune to him in the recovery of his long-lost ancestor. Braddock, already knowing a great deal about Don Pedro from Lucy and Archie Hope, was only too pleased to see the Peruvian, hoping to find in him a kindred spirit. As yet the professor was not aware of the contents of the ancient Latin manuscript which revealed the fact of the hidden emeralds, since Hope had decided to leave it to the Peruvian to impart the information. Archie knew very well that Don Pedro, as he had plainly stated, wished to purchase the mummy, and it was only right that Braddock should know what he was selling. But Hope forgot one important fact, perhaps from the careless way in which Don Pedro had told his story, namely, the professor in a second degree.
Chapter 15 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 15, An Accusation. Both Don Pedro and Professor Braddock were amazed and angry at the disappearance of the jewels, but Hope did not express much surprise. Considering the facts of the murder, it was just what he expected, although it must be confessed that he was wise after the event. "I refer you to your own words immediately before the case was opened, Professor," he remarked after the first surprise had subsided. "Words, words," snapped Braddock, who was anything but pleased. "What words of mine do you mean, Hope? You said that it was not likely that anyone would commit a murder for the sake of the mummy only and then leave it stranded in Mrs. JASHER'S garden. Also, you declare that you had your doubts about the safety of the emeralds, else you would not have consented to sell the mummy again to its rightful owner." The professor nodded. Quite so. And what I say I hold to," he retorted, "especially as I proved myself a true prophet. You can both see for yourselves." He waved his hand towards the rifle case. "That poor Sidney must have been killed for the sake of the emeralds. The question is, who killed him?" "The person who knew about the jewels," said Don Pedro promptly. "Of course. But who did know? I was ignorant until you told me about the manuscript. And you, Hope?" He searched Archie's face. "Do you intend to accuse me?" questioned the young man with a slight laugh. "I assure you, Professor, that I was ignorant of what had been buried with the corpse until Don Pedro related the story the other night to myself and Brandon, and the ladies." Braddock turned impatiently to De Gayangos, as he did not approve of Archie's apparent flippancy. "Does anyone else know of the contents of this manuscript?" he demanded irritably. Don Pedro nursed his chin and looked musingly on the ground. "It's just possible that Vasa may." "Vasa? Vasa? Oh, yes, the sailor who stole the mummy 30 years ago from your father in Lima. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You tell me that this manuscript is written in Latin, and evidently in monkish Latin at that, which is of the worst. Your sailor could not read it, and would not know the value of the manuscript. If he had, he would have carried it off." "Senor," said the Peruvian politely, "I have an idea that my father made a translation of this manuscript, or at all events a copy." "But I understood," put in Hope, still astride of his chair, "that you did not find the original manuscript until your father died." "That's quite true, sir," assented the other readily. "But I did not tell you everything the other night. My father it was who found the manuscript of Cusco, and although I cannot state authoritatively, yet I believe I am correct in saying that he had a copy made. But whether the copy was merely a transcript or actually a translation, I cannot say. I think it was the former, as if Vasa, reading of a translation, had learned of the jewels, he undoubtedly would have stolen them before selling this mummy to the Parisian collector." "Perhaps he did," said Braddock, pointing to the rifled corpse. "You see that the emeralds are missing." "Your assistant's assassins told them," insisted Don Pedro coldly. "You cannot be sure of that," retorted the professor, "although I admit that no man would jeopardize his neck for the sake of a corpse." Archie looked surprised. "But an enthusiast such as you, Professor, might risk so much." For once in his life, Braddock made a good-humored reply. "No, sir. Not even for this mummy would I place myself in the power of the law.
and I do not think that any other scientist would either. We servants may not be worldly, but we are not fools. However, the fact remains that the jewels are gone, and whether they were stolen by Vasa 30 years ago or by poor Sydney's assassin the other day, I don't know, and what is more, I don't care. I shall examine the mummy further, and in a couple of days Don Pedro can bring me a cheque for 1,000 and remove his ancestor. No, no, cried Peruvian hurriedly. Since the emeralds are missing, I am not in a position to pay you 1,000 English pounds, sir. I want to take back the body of Inca Caxus to Lima, as one must show respect to one's ancestors. But the fact is, I cannot pay the money. You said that you could, shouted the exasperated professor in his bullying way. I admit it, Senor, but I had hoped to do so when I sold the emeralds, which, as you can see, are not available. Therefore, the body of my royal ancestor must remain here until I can procure the money. And it may be that Sir Frank Random will help me in this matter. He wouldn't help me, snapped Braddock. So why should he help you? Don Pedro, looking more dignified than ever, drew himself up to his tall height. Sir Frank, he said in a stately way, has done me the honor of seeking to be my son-in-law. As my daughter loves him, I am willing to permit the marriage. But now that I have learned the emeralds are lost, I shall not consent until Sir Frank buys the mummy from you, Professor. It's only right that my daughter's hand should redeem a regal forefather from purely scientific surroundings, and that she should take the mummy back to be buried in Lima. At the same time, sir, I must say that I am the rightful owner of the dead, and that you should surrender the mummy to me free of charge. What? And lose 1,000 pounds? Cried Braddock furiously. No, sir, I shall do nothing of the sort. You only wanted the mummy for the sake of the jewels, and now that you are lost, you do not care what becomes of your confounded ancestor, and you, the professor, would have gone on still more furiously, but that Hope, seeing Don Pedro was growing angry at the insult, chimed in. Let me throw oil on the troubled waters, he said smoothly. Don Pedro is not able to redeem the mummy until the emeralds are found. As such is the case, we must find the emeralds and enable him to do what is necessary. And how are we to find the jewels? Asked Braddock crossly. By finding the assassin. How is that to be done? Asked De Gangos gloomily. I have been doing my best at Pierside, but I cannot find a single clue. Vasa is not to be found. Vasa! Exclaimed Archie and the professor, both profoundly astonished. Don Pedro raised his eyebrows. Certainly. Vasa, if anyone, must have killed your assistant, since he alone could have known that the jewels were buried with the Inca Caxus. But my dear sir, argued Hope good-naturedly, if Vasa stole the manuscript, whether translated or not, he certainly must have learned the truth long, long ago, since 30 years have elapsed. In that event, he must have stolen the jewels, as Professor Braddock remarked lately, before he sold the mummy to the Parisian collector. That may be so, said Don Pedro obstinately, while the professor muttered his approval. But we cannot be certain on that point. No one, I agree with the professor in this, would have risked his neck to steal a mere mummy. Therefore, the motive for the committal of the crime must have been the emeralds. Only Vasa knew of their existence outside myself and my dead father. He, therefore, must be the assassin. I shall hunt for him, and when I find him, I shall have him arrested. But you can't possibly recognize the man after 30 years? Argued Braddock disbelievingly. I have a royal memory for faces, said Don Pedro imperturbably. And in the past, I saw much of Vasa. He was then a young sailor of 20. Muttered Braddock. He is now 50, and must have changed in 30 years. You will never recognize him. Oh, I think so, said the Peruvian smoothly. His eyes were peculiarly blue and full of light. Also, he had a scar on the right temple from a blow which he had received in the street riot, in which I was also concerned. Finally, gentlemen, Vasa loved a peon girl in my father's estate, and she induced him to have the sun encircled by a serpent, the Peruvian symbol, tattooed on his left wrist. With all these marks, and with my memory for faces, which never yet has failed me, I have no doubt but that I shall recognize the man. And then I shall have him arrested. Hope shrugged his squire's shoulders. He had not much belief in Don Pedro's boasted royal memory, and did not think that he would recognize a young sailor of 20 and what would certainly be a grizzled old salt of 50 years. However, it was possible that the man might be right in his surmise, since Vasa alone could have known about the emeralds. The only doubt was whether he would have waited for 30 years before looting the mummy. Archie said nothing of these thoughts, as they would only serve to prolong an unprofitable discussion. But he made one suggestion. Your best plan, he said suggestively, is to write a description of Vasa, who, by the way, has probably changed his name, and hand it to the police, with the promise of a reward if he is found. I am very poor, Senor. Surely the professor here... I can offer nothing, said Braddock quickly. As I am quite as poor as you are, if not more so Frank might help, he added sarcastically. I shall not ask, said Don Pedro loftily. If Sir Frank chooses to become my son-in-law by purchasing back my royal ancestor, to which you have no right, I am willing that it should be so. But poor as I am, I shall offer a reward myself, since the honour of the de Gayangoses is involved in this matter. What reward do you suggest, Mr. Hope? £500, said the professor quickly. Too much, said Hope sharply. Far too much. Make the reward £100, Don Pedro. That's enough to tempt many a man. The Peruvian bowed and noted down the amount. I shall go at once to Pierside and see Inspector Date, who had to do with the inquest, he remarked. Meanwhile, Professor, please do not desiccate my royal ancestor's body more than you can help. I shall certainly not search for any more emeralds, retorted Braddock dryly. Now clear out, both of you, and leave me to examine the mummy. Cockatoo, show these gentlemen out, and let no one else in. Don Pedro returned to the Warrior Hotel to inform his daughter of what had taken place, with the intention of going in the afternoon to Pierside. Meanwhile, he wrote out a full description of Vasa, making an allowance for the lapse of years and explaining the scar and the symbol on the left wrist. Hope also sought Lucy and related the latest development of the case. The girl was not surprised, as she likewise believed that the assassin had desired more than the mummy when he murdered Sidney Bolton. Mrs. Jasher did not know about the emeralds? She asked suddenly. No, replied Archie, much surprised. Surely, you do not suspect her of having a hand in the devilment? Certainly not, was the prompt answer. Only, I cannot understand how the mummy came to be in her garden. It was brought up from the river, I expect. But why to Mrs. Jasher's garden? Hope shook his head. I cannot tell that. The whole thing is a mystery, and seems likely to remain so. It seems to me, said the girl after a pause, that it would be best for my father to return this mummy to Don Pedro and have done with it, since it seems to bring bad luck. Then he can marry Mrs. Jasher and go to Egypt on a fortune to seek for this tomb. I doubt very much if Mrs. Jasher will marry the professor now after what he said last night. Nonsense. My father was in a rage and said what first came to his mind. I dare say she is angry. However, I shall see her this afternoon and put matters right. You are very anxious that the professor should marry the lady. I am, replied Lucy seriously, as I want to leave my father comfortably settled when I marry you. The sooner he makes Mrs. Jasher his wife, the readier will he be to let me go, and I want to marry you as soon as I possibly can. I am tired of Gartley and of this present life. Of course, to this speech Archie could make only one answer, and as that took the form of kissing, it was entirely satisfactory to Miss Kendall. Then they discussed the future and also the proposed engagement of Sir Frank Random to the Peruvian lady. But both left the subject of the mummy alone, as they were quite weary of the matter, and neither could suggest a solution of the mystery. Meanwhile, Professor Braddock had passed a very pleasant hour in examining the swathings of the mummy. But his pleasure was destined to be cut short sooner than he desired, as Captain Hiram Harvey unexpectedly arrived. Although Cockatoo, as he had been instructed, did his best to keep him out, the sailor forced his way in and heralded his appearance by throwing the Kanaka head foremost into the museum. What does this mean? Demanded the fiery professor, while Cockatoo, with an angry expression, struggled to his feet, and Harvey, smoking his inevitable cheroot, stood on the threshold. How dare you treat my property in this careless way? Guess your property should behave itself then, said the captain in careless tones, and sauntered into the room. Do you think I am going to be chucked out by a measly nigger and— Great Scott! This latter exclamation was extorted by the sight of the mummy. Braddock motioned to the still angry Cockatoo to move aside, and then nodded triumphantly. You didn't expect to see that, did you? He asked. Harvey came to anchor on a chair and turned the cheroot in his mouth with an odd look at the mummy. When will he be hanged? Braddock stared. When will who be hanged? The man has told the thing. We haven't found him yet, Braddock informed him swiftly. Then how in creation did you annex the corpse? The professor sat down and explained. The lean, long mariner listened quietly, only nodding at intervals. He did not seem to be surprised when he heard that the corpse of the head Inca had been found in Mrs. Jasher's garden, especially when Braddock explained the whereabouts of the property. Well, he drawled, that don't make my hair stand on end. I guess the garden was on his way and he used it for a cemetery. What are you talking about? Demanded the perplexed scientist. About the man who strangled your help and yanked away the corpse. But I don't know who he is. Nobody knows. Go slow. I do. You! Braddock started and flung himself across the room to seize Harvey by the lapels of his reefer coat. You know! Tell me who he is, so that I can get the emeralds. Emeralds? Harvey removed Braddock's plump hands and stared greedily. "Don't you know?" "No, of course you don't. But 2 emeralds were buried with the mummy, and they have been stolen." "Who by?" "No doubt by the assassin who murdered poor Sidney." Harvey spat on the floor, and his weather-beaten face took on an expression of profound regret. "I guess I'm a fool of the best." "Why?" asked Braddock, again puzzled. "To think," said Harvey, addressing the mummy, "that you were on board my boat, and I never looted you." "What?" Braddock stamped. "Would you have committed theft?" "Theft be hanged," was the reply. "It ain't thieving to loot the dead. I guess a corpse hasn't got any use for jewels. You bet I would have gummed straightways onto that mummy when I brought it from Malta in the old diver, had I known that it was a jeweller's shop of sorts." "Huh! 2 emeralds, and I never knew. I could kick myself." "You are a blackguard," gasped the astonished professor. "Oh, shucks," was the elegant retort. "Give it a rest. I'm no worse than the dandy gentleman who added murder to stealing anyhow." "Ah!" Braddock bounded off his chair like an Indian rubber ball. "You said that you knew who had committed the murder." "Well," drawled Harvey again, "I do and I don't. That is, I suspect, but I can't swear to the business before a judge." "Who killed Bolton?" asked the professor furiously. "Tell me at once." "Not me, unless it's made worth my while." "It'll be by Don Pedro." "That yellow stomach. What's he got to do with it?" "I've just told you the mummy belongs to him. He came to Europe to find it. He wants the emeralds, and intends to offer a reward of £100 for the discovery of the assassin." Harvey arose briskly. "I'm right on the job," said he, sauntering to the door. "I'll go to that old inn of yours, where you say the Don's stopping, and look him up. Guess I'll trade." "But who killed Bolton?" asked Braddock, running to the door and gripping Harvey by his coat. The mariner looked down on the anxious face of the plump little man with a grim smile. "I can't tell you," said he, "as you can't figure out the business unless I'm on the racket. No, sir, I'm the white boy in the circus." The professor shook the lean sailor in his anxiety. "Who is he?" "That almighty aristocrat that came on board my ship when I lay in Thames on the very afternoon I arrived with Bolton." "What do you mean?" demanded Braddock, more and more perplexed. "Sir Frank Random." "What? Did he kill Bolton and steal my mummy, and hide it in that garden on his way to the fort?" "I guess he did." The professor sat down and closed his eyes with horror. When he opened them again, Harvey was gone. The end of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 16. The manuscript again. But the professor was not going to let Captain Harvey escape without giving him full information. Before the Yankee skipper could reach the front door, Braddock was at his heels, gasping and blowing like Grampus. Come back! Tell me all!" "I reckon not," rejoined the mariner, removing Braddock's grip. "You ain't the one to give the money. I'll go to the Don, or to Inspector Date of Pierside." "But Sir Frank must be innocent," insisted Braddock. "He's got to prove it," was the dry response. "Let me go." "No. You must tell me on what grounds—" "Oh, the devil take you," said Harvey hastily, and sat down on one of the hall chairs. "It's this way, since you won't let me skip until I tell you. This almighty aristocrat came to Pierside on the same afternoon as I cast anchor. While Bolton was on board, he looked in to have a yarn of sorts." "What about?" "Now, how in creation should I know?" snapped the skipper. "I wasn't on hand, as I had enough to do with unloading cargo. But his lordship went with Bolton to the stateroom, and they talked for half an hour. When they came out, I saw that his lordship had his hair riz, and heard him saying things to Bolton." "What sort of things?" "Well, for one, he said, you will repent of this, and then again, your life isn't safe while you keep it." "Meaning the mummy?" "I reckon that's so, unless I'm mistaken," said Harvey serenely. "Why didn't you go to the police with this information?" "Me? Not much. Why, I saw no way of making dollars. And then again, I did not think of putting things together until I found that his lordship—" "Meaning Sir Frank?" interpolated the professor, frowning. "I'm talking queens, or kings, or Republican lingo, I guess. And I do mean his lordship," said the skipper dryly, "until I found that his lordship had been in the public house where the crime was committed." "The Sailor's Rest?" When did he go there? In the evening, after his talk with Bolton and after a row. As they both seemed to have their hair off, he skipped over the side and went back to his yacht, which wasn't far away. Bolton took his blind mummy ashore and got fixed at the Sailor's Rest. I gathered afterwards from the second mate of the diver, which ain't my ship now, that his lordship came into the hotel and had a drink. Afterwards my second mate saw him talking to Bolton through the window. In the same place as the woman talked? Questioned the professor. That's so. Only it was later in the evening that the woman came along to give chin music through the window. I am bound to say, added the captain generously, that no one I can place my hand on saw his lordship loafing about the hotel after dark. But what of that? He may have laid his plans and arranged for the corpse to be found later in that plain packing case. Is this all your evidence? It's enough, I guess, not to procure a warrant. Why, a man in the States would be electrocuted on half the witness. I dare say, retorted the little man with contempt, but we are in a land where justice of the purest prevails. All the evidence is circumstantial. It proves nothing. The captain was considerably nettled. I calculate that it proves Sir Frank wanted the mummy. Else, why did he come on board my ship to see your infernal assistant? The words he used show that he was warning Bolton how he'd do for him. And then he talked through the window, and was in the public house, which I interplaced for an almighty aristocrat to shelter in. I guess he's a man wanted by the police. Why, added Harvey, warming to his tale, he had a slap-up yacht laying near the blamed hotel, and could easily ship the corpse after slipping it through the window. When he got tired of it, and looted the emeralds, he took it by the boat below the fort to Mrs. JASHER'S garden, and left it there, so as to pull the wool over the eyes of the police. It's as clear as mud to me. You search his lordship's shanty, and you'll find the emeralds. It's strange, muttered Braddock unwillingly. Strange, but not true, said a voice from the head of the stairs, and young Hope came down leisurely with a pale face but a very determined air. Random is absolutely innocent. How do you know? Demanded the skipper contemptuously. Because he's an English gentleman, and my very good friend. Huh, I guess that defense won't save him from being lynched. Meanwhile, Braddock was looking irritably at Archie. You have been listening to a private conversation, sir. How dare you listen? If you hold your private conversations at the top of your voices in the hall, you must be expected to be listened to, said Archie coolly. I plead guilty, and I'm not sorry. When did you come? In time to hear all that Captain Harvey has explained. I was chatting with Lucy, and had just left her when I heard your loud voices. Has Lucy heard anything? No, she is busy in her room, but I'll tell her. Hope turned to mount the stairs. She likes Random, and will no more believe him guilty than I do at this present moment. Stop! Cried Braddock, flying forward to pull Hope back as he placed his foot on the first stair. Tell Lucy nothing just now. We must go to the fort, you and I, to see Random. Harvey, you come also, and then you can accuse Sir Frank to his face. If he dares to do it, said Archie, who looked and felt indignant. Oh, I'll accuse him right enough when the time comes, said Harvey in his coolest manner. But the time isn't now. Savvy, I'm going to see the Don first and make sure of his reward. Faugh! Cried Hope with disgust. Blood money. What of that? If a man is a murderer, he should be lynched. My friend, Sir Frank Random is no murderer. He's got to prove that, as I said before, rejoined the Yankee in a calm way and strolled to the door. So long, gents both. I'll light out of the Warrior Inn and play my cards. And I may tell you, he added, pausing at the door, which he opened, that I haven't got that blamed windjammer, so need money to hold out until another steamer comes along. £100 English currency will just fill the bill. So now you know the lay I am on. So long. And he walked quietly out of the house, leaving Archie and Braddock looking at one another with pale faces. The assurance of Harvey surprised and horrified them. Still, they could not believe that Sir Frank Random had been guilty of so brutal a crime. For one thing, said Hope after a pause, Random did not know where the emeralds were to be found, or even that they existed. I understood that he did know, said Braddock reluctantly. In my hearing, and in your own, you heard Don Pedro state that he had related the story of the manuscript to Random. You forget that I learned about the emeralds at the same time, said Hope quietly. Yet this Yankee skipper does not accuse me. The knowledge of the emeralds came to Random's ears and to mine long after the crime was committed. To have a motive for killing Bolton and stealing the emeralds, Random would have had to know when he arrived in England. And why should he have not known? Asked the professor, biting his lips vexedly. I don't want to accuse Random, or even to doubt him, as he is a very good fellow, even though he refused to assist me with money when he desired a reward to be offered. All the same, he met Don Pedro in Genoa, and it is just possible that the man told him of the jewels buried with the mummy. Archie shook his head. I doubt that, said he thoughtfully. Random was as astonished as the rest of us when Don Pedro told his Arabian Night story. However, the point can be easily settled by sending for Random. I dare say he's at the fort. I shall send Cockatoo for him at once, said the professor quickly, and walked into the museum to instruct the Kanaka. Archie remained where he was and seated himself on a chair with folded arms and knitted brows. It was incredible that an English gentleman with a stainless name and such a well-known soldier should commit so terrible a crime. And the matter of Harvey's accusation was complicated with the fact, of which Harvey was ignorant, that Don Pedro was willing that Random should become his son-in-law. Hope wondered what the fiery, proud Peruvian would say when he heard his friend denounced. His reflections on this point were cut short by the return of the professor, who appeared at the door of the museum dismissing Cockatoo. When the Kanaka took his departure, Braddock beckoned to the young man. "There's no reason why we should talk in the hall, and let the whole house know of this new difficulty," he said in a testy manner. "Come in here." Hope entered and looked with ill-concealed repugnance at the uncanny shape of the green mummy which was laying on a long table. He examined the portions where the swathings had been cut with some sharp instrument to reveal the dry, bony hands which formerly had held the costly jewels. The face was invisible and covered with a mask of dull, beaten gold. Formerly the eyes had been jewelled, but these last were now absent. He pointed out the mask to the professor, who was hovering over the weird dead with a large magnifying glass. "It is strange," said Hope earnestly, "that the mask of gold was not stolen also, since it is so valuable." "Unless melted down, the mask could be traced," said Braddock after a pause. "The jewels, according to Don Pedro, are of immense value, and so could have been got rid of easily. Random was satisfied with those." "Don't talk of him in that way, as though his guilt was certain," said Hope, wincing. "Well, you must admit that the evidence against him is strong, but purely circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence has hanged many an innocent man before now." Said Braddock uneasily. "I hope it won't hang a friend. However, we shall hear what he has to say. I have sent Cockatoo to the fort to bring him here at once. If Random is absent, Cockatoo is to leave a note in his room on the writing table." "Would it not have been better to have Cockatoo to give the note to Random's servant?" "I think not," responded Braddock dryly. "Random's servant is certainly one of the most stupid men in the entire army. He would probably forget to give him the note, and as it is important that we should see Random at once, it is better that he should find it placed personally on his writing table by Cockatoo, upon whom I can depend." Archie abandoned the argument, as it really mattered very little. He took up another line of conversation. "I expect if the criminal tries to dispose of the emeralds, he will be caught," said he. "Such large jewels are too noticeable to escape comment." "It depends upon the cleverness of the thief," said the professor, who was more taken up with the mummy than with the conversation. "He might have the jewels cut into smaller stones, or he might go to India and dispose of them to some Raja, who would certainly say nothing. I don't know how criminals act myself, as I've never studied their methods, but I hope that the clue you mentioned will be hit upon, if only for Random's sake." "I don't believe for one moment that Random is in danger," said Archie, "and if he is, I shall turn detective myself." "I wish you joy," replied Braddock, bending over the mummy. "Look, Hope, at the wonderful colour of this wool. There are some arts we have lost completely. Dyeing of this surprising beauty is one." Mused the archaeologist. "I wonder why this particular mummy is dyed green, or rather why it is wrapped in green bandages. Yellow was the royal colour of the ancient Peruvian monarchs. Vicuna wool dyed yellow. What do you think, Hope? It's strange." Archie shrugged his shoulders. "I can say nothing, because I know nothing," he said sharply. "All I do know is that I wish this precious mummy had never been brought here. It has caused trouble ever since its arrival." "Well," said Braddock, surveying the dead with some disfavour, "I must say that I shall be glad to see the last of it myself. I know now all that I wanted to know. I wonder if Don Pedro will allow me to strip the mummy? Of course, it's mine, not his. I shall unswathe it entirely." And Braddock was about to lay sacrilegious hands on the dead when Cockatoo entered breathlessly. He had been so quick that he must have run to the fort and back again. "I knock at door," said the Kanaka, delivering his message, "and I hear no voice. I go in and find no one, so I put the letter on the table. I come down and ask, and a soldier tells me, 'Sir, his master is coming back in half an hour.'" "You should have waited," said Braddock, waving Cockatoo aside. "Come along with me to the fort, Hope." "But Random will come here as soon as he returns." "Very likely, but I can't wait. I am anxious to hear what he has to say in his defense. Come, Cockatoo. My coat, my hat, my gloves. Stir yourself, you scoundrel." Archie was not unwilling to go, since he was anxious also to hear what Random would say to the absurd accusation brought against him by the Yankee. In a few minutes, the two men were walking smartly down the road through the village, the professor striving to keep up with Hope's longer legs by trotting as hard as he could. Halfway down the village, they met a trap, and in it Captain Harvey being driven to the Jessam railway station. "Have you seen Don Pedro?" asked the professor, stopping the vehicle. "I reckon not," answered Harvey stolidly. "He's gone into Pierside to see the police. I'm off there also." "You'd better come with us," said Archie sternly. "We are going to see Sir Frank Random." "Give him my respects," said the skipper cold-bloodedly, "and say that he is worth £100 to me." He waved his hand, and the trap moved away, but he looked back with a wry smile. "Say I'll square the matter for double the money and command of his yacht." Braddock and Archie looked after the trap in disgust. "What a scoundrel the man is," said the professor pettishly. "He'd sell his father for what he could get. It shows how much his word is to be depended upon. I expect this accusation of Random is a put-up job." "I hope so, for Random's sake," said Braddock, trotting briskly along. In a short time they arrived at the fort and were informed that Sir Frank had not yet returned, but was expected back every moment. In the meanwhile, as Braddock and Hope were both extremely well known, they were shown into Random's quarters, which were on the first floor. When the soldier servant retired and the door was closed, Hope seated himself near the window, while Braddock trotted round looking into things. "It's a dog's kennel," said the professor. "I told Random that." "Perhaps we should have waited him in the mess," suggested Archie. No. He couldn't talk there with a lot of silly young fools hanging about. I told Random that I would never enter the mess, so he invited me to come always to his quarters. He was in love with Lucy then," chuckled the professor, "and nothing was too good for me." "Not even the dog kennel," said Hope dryly, for the professor's chatter was so rude as to be quite annoying. Pooh. Random doesn't mind a joke. You, Hope, have no sense of humour. Your name is Scotch also. I believe you're a Caledonian. I'm nothing of the sort. I was born on this side of the border. You might have been born at the North Pole for all I care," said the little man politely. "I don't like artists. They are usually silly. I wish Lucy had married a man of science. Now, don't talk rubbish. I know what you're going to say." "Well," said Archie, humouring him, "what am I going to say?" This nonplussed the irritable servant. I don't know, and don't care. Pooh! How hot this room is. What a number of books of travel Random has. Braddock was now at the bookcase, which consisted of shelves swung by cords against the wall. "Random travels a great deal," Archie reminded him. Quite so. Wastes his money on that silly yacht. But he hasn't travelled in South America. I expect he's going there. Come here, Hope, and see the many books about Peru and Chile and Brazil. There must be a dozen, and all library books too." Archie sauntered towards the shelves. "I expect Random is getting up the subject of South America so as to talk to Donna Inez." Probably, snapped Braddock, pulling several of the books out of place. "Why, there isn't dear me, what a catastrophe!" He might well say so, for in his desire to examine the books, they all tipped off the shelves and lay in a disorderly heap on the floor. Hope began to pick them up and replace them, and so did the author of the mischief. Among the books were several papers scribbled with notes, and Braddock bundled these all in a heap. Shortly he caught sight of the writing on one. "Hullo! Latin," said he, and read a line or two. "Oh," he gasped. Hope, the manuscript of Don Pedro." "Impossible." Archie rose and stared in the discoloured paper. "Sorry to have kept you," said Random, entering at this moment. "You villain!" shouted Braddock furiously. "So you are guilty after all." The end of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 17, Circumstantial Evidence. Random was so taken aback by the fierce accusation of the professor that he stood puzzled, that he stood suddenly still at the door and did not advance into the room. Yet he did not look so much afraid as puzzled. Whatever Braddock might have thought, Hope, from the expression of the young soldier's face, was more than ever satisfied of his innocence. "What are you talking about, Professor?" asked Random, genuinely surprised. "You know well enough," retorted the professor. "Upon my word, I don't," said the other, walking into the room and unbuckling his sword. "I find you here, with the contents of my bookcase on the floor, and you promptly accuse me of being guilty. Of what, I should like to know? Perhaps you can tell me, Hope?" "There's no need for Hope to tell you, sir. You are perfectly well aware of your own villainy." Random frowned. "I allow a certain amount of latitude to my guest, Professor," he said with marked dignity. "But for a man of your age and position, you go too far. Be more explicit." "Allow me to speak," intervened Archie, anticipating Braddock. "Random, the Professor has just had a visit from Captain Hiram Harvey, who was the skipper of the Diver. He accuses you of having murdered Bolton." "What?" The baronet started back, looking thunderstruck. "Wait a moment. I have not finished yet. Harvey accuses you of this murder, of stealing the mummy, of gaining possession of the emeralds, and of placing the rifled corpse in Mrs. JASHER'S garden so that she might be accused of committing the crime." "Exactly," cried Braddock, seeing that his host remained silent from sheer surprise. Hope stated the case very clearly. "Now, sir, your defense?" "Defense? Defense?" Random found his tongue at last and spoke indignantly. "I have no defense to make." "Ah, then you acknowledge your guilt?" "I acknowledge nothing. The accusation is too preposterous for any denial to be necessary." "Do you believe this of me?" He looked from one to the other. "I don't," said Archie quickly. "There's some mistake." "Thank you, Hope. And you, Professor?" Braddock fidgeted about the room. "I don't know what to think," he said at length. Harvey spoke very decisively. "Oh, indeed," returned Brandon dryly, and walking to the door, he locked it. "In that case, I must ask you for an explanation, and neither of you shall leave this room until one is given. Your proofs." "Here is one of them," snapped Braddock, throwing the manuscript on the table. "Where did you get this?" Random took up the discolored paper with a bewildered air. "I never set eyes on this before," he said, much puzzled. "What is it?" "A copy of the manuscript mentioned by Don Pedro, which describes the 2 emeralds buried with the mummy of Inca Caxus." "I see." Random understood all in a moment. "So you say that I knew of the emeralds from this, and so murdered Bolton to obtain them?" "Pardon me," said Braddock with elaborate politeness. "Harvey says that you murdered my poor assistant, and although my discovery of this manuscript proves that you must have known about the jewels, I say nothing. I wait to hear your defense." "That is very good of you," remarked Sir Frank ironically. "So it seems that I am in the dock. Perhaps the counsel for the prosecution will state the evidence against me." And he looked again from one to the other. Archie shook the baronet by the hand very warmly. "My dear fellow," he declared decidedly, "I don't believe one word of the evidence." "In that case, there must be a flaw in it," retorted Brandon, but did not seem to be unmoved by Hope's generous action. "Sit down, Professor. It appears that you are against me." "Until I hear your defense," said the old man obstinately. "I cannot make any until I hear your evidence." "Go on. I'm waiting." And Sir Frank flung himself into a chair, where he sat calmly, his eyes steadily fixed on the Professor's face. "Where did you get that manuscript?" asked Braddock sharply. "I got it nowhere. This is the first time I've seen it." "Yet it was hidden amongst your books." "Then I can't say how it got there." "Were you looking for it?" "No, certainly not. To pass the time while waiting, I examined your library, and in pulling out a book, your case, being a swing one, overbalanced and shot its contents onto the floor. Amongst the papers which fell with the book, I caught a glimpse of the manuscript, and noting that it was written in Latin, I picked it up, surprised to think that a frivolous young man such as you are should study a dead language. A few words showed me that the manuscript was a copy of the one referred to by Don Pedro." "One moment," said Archie, who had been thinking. "Perhaps this is the original manuscript which D. Gallegos has given to you, Random?" "It's good of you to afford me a loophole of escape," said Sir Frank, leaning back with folded arms. "But D. Gallegos gave me nothing. I saw the manuscript in his hands when he showed it to us all at Mrs. JASHER'S. But whether this is the original or a copy, I can't say. Don Pedro certainly did not give it to me." "Has Don Pedro been in your quarters?" asked Hope thoughtfully. "No, he has only visited me in the mess. And even if Don Pedro did come in here, for I guess what is in your mind, I really do not see why you should slip a manuscript which he values highly amongst my books." "Then you really never saw this before?" said Braddock, indicating the paper on the table, and impressed by Random's earnestness. "How often do you want me to deny it?" retorted the young man impatiently. "Perhaps you will state on what grounds I am accused?" Braddock nodded and cleared his throat. "Captain Harvey declared that your yacht arrived at Piershead almost at the same time as the steamer." "Quite right. when Don Pedro received a wire from Malta stating that the mummy had been sold to you and that it was being shipped to London on the Diver, I got up steam at once and chased the tramp to that port. As the tramp was slow and my boat was fast, I arrived on the same day and almost at the same hour, even though Harvey's boat had the start of mine. Why were you anxious to follow the Diver? Asked Hope. Don Pedro wished to get back the mummy and asked me to follow. As I was in love with Donna Inez, and still am, I was only too willing to oblige him. Braddock nodded again. Harvey says that you went on board the Diver and had an interview with Bolton. That is perfectly true, and my visit was paid for the same reason as I followed the steamer to London. That is, I acted on behalf of Don Pedro. I wished to ascertain for certain that the mummy was on board, and having done so from Bolton, I urged him to induce you to give back the same, free of charge, to D. Gallegos, from whom it had been stolen. He refused, as he declared that he intended to deliver it to you. I knew I could always trust Bolton, said the professor enthusiastically. It would have been better for you to have come to me random. I dare say, but I wished, as I told you, to make certain that the mummy was on board. That was a real reason for my visit. But being in Bolton's company, I naturally told him that Don Pedro claimed the mummy as his property, and warned him that if you or he kept the same, that there would be trouble. Did you use threats? Asked Hope, remembering what he had overheard. No, certainly not. Yes, you did, cried Braddock quickly. Harvey declares that you told Bolton that he would repent of keeping the mummy, and that his life would not be safe while he held it. To the surprise of both visitors, Random admitted using these serious threats without a moment's hesitation. Don Pedro told me that many Indians, both in Lima and Cuzco, who look upon him as a lawful descendant of the last Inca, are anxiously expecting the return of the royal mummy. He also stated that when the Indians knew who held the mummy, they would send one of themselves to get it back, if he, Don Pedro that is, did not fetch it. To get back the mummy, Don Pedro declared that these Indians would not stop short of murder. Hence my warning to Bolton. Oh, Archie jumped up with widely opened eyes. Then perhaps this solves the problem. Bolton was murdered by some Peruvian Indian. Random shook his head gravely. Again, you offer me a loophole of escape, my dear fellow, he said sententiously, but that theory will not hold water. At present, the Indians in Lima and Cuzco do not know that the mummy has been found. Don Pedro only chanced upon the paper which announced the sale by accident and had no time to communicate with his barbaric friends in South America. Failing to get the mummy from you, Professor, he would have returned to Peru and then would have told who possessed the corpse of Inca, leaving the Indians to deal with the matter. In that case, my warning to Bolton would be necessary, but at the time I told him it was not necessary. However, Bolton remained true to you, Professor, and declined to surrender the mummy. I therefore wired to Don Pedro at Genoa that the mummy was on board the Diver and was being sent to Gartley. I also advised him to come to me here, in order to be introduced to you. The rest, you know. There was a moment's silence. Then Archie, to test if Random was willing to admit everything, as an innocent man certainly would, asked significantly, Did you see Bolton again, after your interview on board ship? It was then that the baronet proved his good faith. Oh, yes, he said easily and without hesitation. I was walking about Pierside later, and passing along the waterside alley near the Sailor's Rest, I saw a window on the ground floor open, and Bolton looking out across the river. I stopped and asked him when he proposed to take the mummy to Gartley, and if it was on shore. He admitted that it was in the hotel, but declined to say when he would send it on to you, Professor. When he closed the window, I afterwards went into the hotel and had a drink in order to ask casually when Mr. Bolton intended to leave. I gathered, not directly of course, but in roundabout way, that he had arranged to go next morning and to send on his luggage. Then I left and went to London. In the course of time, I returned here and learned of the murder and the disappearance of the corpse of Inca Caxus. And now, Random stood up. Having admitted all this, perhaps you will believe me to be innocent. You have no idea who murdered Bolton and placed his body in the packing case? Asked Braddock, manifestly disappointed. No more than I have any idea of the person who placed the mummy case and its contents in Mrs. JASHER'S garden. Oh, you know that, said Archie quickly. Yes, the news was all over the village this morning. I could hardly help knowing it. And I believe that the mummy has been taken to your house, Professor? It has, admitted Braddock dryly. I took it myself from Mrs. Jasher's arbour in a handcart, with the assistance of Cockatoo. But when I made an examination this morning in the presence of Hope and Don Pedro, I found that the swathings of the body had been ripped up, and that the emeralds mentioned in that manuscript had been stolen. Strange, said Random with a frown. And by whom? No doubt by the assassin of Sidney Bolton. Probably. Random kicked a mat straight with his foot. At any rate, the theft of the emeralds shows that it was not any Indian who killed Bolton. None of them would rifle so sacred a corpse. Besides which, as you say, the Indians in Peru do not know that the mummy has reappeared after 30 years' seclusion, chimed in Hope, rising. Well, and what is to be done now? For answer, Sir Frank picked up the manuscript which still remained on the table. I shall see Don Pedro about this, he said quietly, and ascertain if it is the original or a copy. Braddock rose slowly and stared at the paper. Do you know Latin? He asked. No, rejoined Random, knowing what the savant meant. I learned it, of course, but I have forgotten much. I might translate a word or two, but certainly not the H-priest Latin in which this is written. He looked carefully at the manuscript as he spoke. But who could have placed it in your room? Questioned Archie. We cannot learn that until we see Don Pedro. If this is the original manuscript which we saw the other night, we may learn how it passed from the possession of De Gallangos to my bookcase. If it's a copy, then we must learn, if possible, who owned it. Don Pedro said that a transcription or a translation had been made, mentioned Hope. Evidently a transcript, said Braddock, glaring at the paper in Random's hand. But how could that find its way from Lima to this place? It might have been packed up with the mummy, suggested Archie. No, contradicted Random decisively. In that event, the man in Malta from whom the mummy was bought would have discovered the emeralds and would have taken them. Perhaps he did. We have nothing to show that Bolton's assassin committed the crime for the sake of the jewels. He must have done so, cried the professor irritably, else there is no motive for the commission of the crime. But I think myself that we must start at the other end to find a clue. When we discover who placed the mummy in Mrs. JASHER'S garden? That will not be easy, murmured Hope thoughtfully, though of course the same must have been brought by river. Let us go round to the embankment and see if there are any signs of a boat having been brought there last night. And he moved to the door. Random? I cannot leave the fort as I am on duty, replied the officer, putting the manuscript away in a drawer and locking the same. But this evening I shall see Don Pedro, and in the meanwhile I shall endeavour to learn from a servant who visited me lately while he was absent. The manuscript must have been brought here by someone, but I trust, he added as he escorted his two visitors to the door, that you now acquit me of— Yes, yes, cried Braddock, hastily cutting him short and shaking his hands. I apologize for my suspicions. Now I maintain that you are innocent. And I never believed you to be guilty, cried Hope heartily. Thank you both, said Random simply, and having closed the door, he returned to a chair near the fire to smoke a pipe and meditate over his future movements. An enemy hath done this, said Random, referring to the concealment of the manuscript, but he could think of no one who desired to harm him in any way. The end of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 18. Recognition. Lucy and Mrs. Cheshire were having a confidential conversation in the small pink drawing room. True to her promise, Miss Kendall had come to readjust matters between the fiery little professor and the widow. But it was not an easy task, as Mrs. Cheshire was righteously indignant at the rash words used to her. As if I knew anything about the matter, she repeated again and again in angry tones. Why, my dear, he as good as told me I had murdered— Lucy did not let her finish. There, there, she said, speaking as she could have done to a fretful child. You know what my father is. It seems to me that I am just beginning to learn, said the widow bitterly. And knowing how ready he is to believe ill of me, I think it is better we should part forever. But you will never be Lady Braddock. Even if I married him, I am not sure that I should be, since I learned that his brother is singularly healthy and comes of a long-lived family. And it will not be pleasant to live with your father when he has such a temper. That was only because he was excited. Think of your salon, and of the position you wish to hold in London. Oh, well, said Mrs. Cheshire, visibly softening. There is something to be said there. After all, one can never find a man who is perfection. And a very amiable man is usually a fool. One can't expect a rose to be without thorns. But really, my dear, she surveyed Lucy with mild surprise, you appear to be very anxious that I should marry your father. I want to see my father made comfortable before I marry Archie, said the girl with a blush. Of course, my father is quite a child in household affairs, and needs everything done for him. Archie, I am glad to say, is now in a position to marry me in the spring. I want you to be married about the same time, and then you can live in Gartley. No, my dear, said Mrs. Cheshire firmly. If I marry your father, he wishes us to go at once to Egypt in search of this tomb. I know that he wants you to help with the money left to you by your late brother, But surely you will not go up the Nile yourself? No, certainly not, said the widow promptly. I shall remain in Cairo while the professor goes on his excursion into Ethiopia. I know that Cairo is a very charming place, and that I shall be able to enjoy myself there. Then you have decided to forgive my father for his rash words? I must, sighed Mrs. Cheshire. I am so tired of being an unprotected widow without a recognized position in the world. Even with my brother's money, not that it is so much, I shall still be looked upon askance if I go into society. But as Mrs. Braddock, or Lady Braddock, no one will dare to say a word against me. Yes, my dear, if your father comes and asks my pardon, he shall have it. We women are so weak, ended the widow virtuously, as if she was not making a virtue of necessity. Things being thus settled, the two walked on amiably for some time and discussed the chances of random marrying Donna Inez. Both acknowledged that the Peruvian lady was handsome enough, but had not a word to say for herself. While thus chattering, Professor Braddock trotted into the room, looking brisk and bright from his stroll in the cold, frosty air. Gifted as he was with scientific assurance, the little man was not at all taken aback by the cold reception of Mrs. Jasher, but rubbed his hands cheerfully. Ah, there you are, Selina, said he, looking like a bright-eyed robin. I hope you are feeling well. How can you expect me to feel well after what you said? Remarked Mrs. Jasher reproachfully, and anxious to make a virtue of forgiveness. Oh, I beg pardon. Surely, Selina, you are not going to make a fuss over a trifle like that? I did not give you permission to call me Selina. Quite so. But as we are to be married, I may as well get used to your Christian name, my dear. I am not so sure that we will be married, said Mrs. Jasher stiffly. Oh, but we must, cried Braddock in dismay. I am depending upon your money to finance my expedition to Queen Tahos's tomb. I see, observed the widow coldly, while Lucy sat quietly by and allowed the elder woman to conduct the campaign. You want me for my money. There's no love in the question. My dear, as soon as I have the time, say during our voyage to Cairo, whence we start inland up the Nile for Ethiopia, I shall make love whenever you like. And confound it, Selina, I admire you no end, to use a slang phrase. You are a fine woman and a sensible woman, and I am afraid that you are throwing yourself away on a snuffy old man like myself. Oh, no, no, pray do not say that, cried Mrs. Jasher, visibly moved by this flattery. You will make a very good husband if you will only strive to govern your temper. Temper, bless the woman. I mean you, Selina. I have the very best temper in the world. However, you shall govern it, and myself also, if you like. Come, he took her hand. Let us be friends, and fix the wedding day. Mrs. Jasher did not withdraw her hand. Then you do not believe that I have anything to do with this terrible murder? She asked playfully. No, I was heated last night. I spoke rashly and hastily. Forgive and forget, Selina. You are innocent. Quite innocent, in spite of the mummy being in your confounded garden. After all, the evidence is stronger against Random than against you. Perhaps he put it there. It's on his way to the fort, you see. Never mind, he has exonerated himself, and no doubt, when confronted with Harvey, will be able to silence that blackguard. And I'm quite sure that Harvey is a blackguard, ended Braddock, rubbing his bald head. The two ladies looked at one another in amazement, not knowing what to say. They were ignorant of the theft of the emeralds and of the accusation of Sir Frank by the Yankee skipper. But with his usual absent-mindedness, Braddock had forgotten all about that and sat in his chair, rubbing his head quite pink and rattling on cheerfully. I went down with Hope to the embankment, he continued, but neither of us could see any sign of a boat. There is a rude, short jetty, of course, and if a boat came, a boat could go away without leaving any trace. Perhaps that is so. However, we must wait until we see Don Pedro and Harvey again, and then— Lucy broke in desperately. What are you talking about, father? Why do you bring in Sir Frank's name in that way? What do you expect me to say? Retorted the little man. After all, the manuscript was found in his room, and the emeralds are gone. I say that for myself, as did Hope and Don Pedro, in whose presence I opened the mummy case. Mrs. Jasher rose in her astonishment. Are the emeralds gone? She gasped. Yes, cried Braddock irritably. Am I not telling you, sir? I almost believe in Harvey's accusation of Random, and yet the boy exonerated himself very forcibly indeed. Will you explain all that has happened, father? Said Lucy, who was becoming more and more perplexed by this rambling chatter. We are quite in the dark. So am I. So is Hope. So is everyone, chuckled Braddock. Ah, yes, of course. You were not present when these events took place. What events? What events? Demanded Mrs. Jasher, now quite exasperated. "I am about to tell you," snapped her future husband, and related all that had taken place since the arrival of Captain Harvey in the museum at the pyramids. The women listened with interest and with growing astonishment, while interrupting the narrator with a simultaneous exclamation of indignation when they heard that Sir Frank was accused. "It is utterly and wholly absurd," cried Lucy angrily. "Sir Frank is the soul of honor." "So I think, my dear," chimed in Mrs. Cheshire. "And what does he say to—" Braddock interrupted. "I'm about to tell you, if you will stop talking," he cried crossly. "That's so like a woman. She asks for an explanation and then prevents a man from giving it. Random offers a very good defense, I'm bound to say." And he detailed what Sir Frank had said. When the history was finished, Lucy rose to go. "I shall see Archie at once," she said, moving hastily towards the door. "What for?" demanded her father benignly. Lucy turned. "This thing can't go on," she declared resolutely. "Mrs. Dasher was accused by your father?" "Only in a heated moment," cried the professor, excusing himself. "Never mind. She was accused," retorted Lucy stubbornly. "And now this sailor accuses Sir Frank. Who knows who will be charged next with committing the crime? I shall ask Archie to take the matter up and hunt down the real criminal. Until the guilty person is found, I foresee that we shall never have a moment's peace." "I quite agree with you," said Mrs. Cheshire earnestly. "For my own sake, I wish the matter of this mystery to be cleared up. Why don't you help me?" she added, turning to Braddock, who listened placidly. "I am helping," said Braddock quietly. "I intend to set Cockatoo on the trail at once. He shall take up his abode in the Sailor's Rest on some pretext, and no doubt will be able to find a clue." "What?" cried the widow incredulously. "A savage like that?" "Cockatoo is much cleverer than the average white man," said Braddock dryly, "especially in following a trail. He, if anyone, will learn the truth. I would much rather trust the Kanaka than young Hope." "Nonsense," cried Lucy, standing up for her lover. "Archie is the one to discover the assassin. I'll see him at once." "And you, father?" "I, my dear," said the professor calmly, "shall remain here and make my peace with the future Mrs. Braddock." "You have made it already," said the widow graciously, and extended her hand, which the professor kissed unexpectedly, and then sat back in his chair, looking quite abashed at his outburst of gallantry. Seeing that everything was going well, Lucy left the elderly couple to continue their courting and hurried to Archie's lodgings in the village. However, he happened to be out, and his landlady did not know when he would return. Rather annoyed by this, since she greatly desired to unbosom herself, Miss Kendall walked disconsolately towards the pyramids. On the way, she was stopped by Widow Anne, looking more dismal and funereal than ever, and garrulous with copious draughts of gin. Not that she was intoxicated, but her tongue was loose, and she wept freely for no apparent reason. According to herself, she had stopped Lucy to demand back from Mr. Hope, through the girl, certain articles of attire which had been borrowed for artistic purposes. These, consisting of a shawl and a skirt and a bodice, were of extraordinary value, and Mrs. Bolton wanted them back or their equivalent in value. She mentioned that she would prefer the sum of £5. "Why do you not ask Mr. Hope yourself?" said Lucy, who was too impatient to bear with the old creature's maunderings. "If you gave him the things, he will no doubt return them." "If they aren't spiled with paint," wailed Widow Anne. "He told my Sid as he wanted them for a model to wear while being painted. Sid asked me, and gave him to Sid, and Sid, he passed him along to your good gentleman. There was a skirt as good as new, and a body of the dress trim as beautiful, and a tartan shawl as I got from my mother. But no," the old lady corrected herself, "it was a dark shawl with red spots and—" "Ask Mr. Hope! Ask Mr. Hope!" cried Miss Kendall impatiently. "I know nothing about the things." And she tore a dress from Widow Anne's detaining hand to hurry home. Mrs. Bolton wailed aloud at this desertion, and took her way to Hope's lodgings, where she declared a determination to remain until the artist restored her apparel. Lucy, for the moment, thought little of this interview, but in reflection, she thought it strange that Archie should borrow clothes from Mrs. Bolton through Sydney. Not that there was anything strange in Archie's procuring such garments, since he may have wanted them to clothe a model with, but he could easily have got such things from his landlady, or if from Widow Anne, could have borrowed them direct without appealing to Sydney. Why then had the dead man acted as an intermediate party? This question was hard to answer, yet Lucy greatly wished for a reply, since she suddenly remembered how a woman in a dark dress and with a dark shawl over her head had been seen by Eliza Flight, the housemaid of the Sailor's Rest, talking to Bolton through the window. Were the garments borrowed as a disguise, and did the person who had borrowed them decide that it should be supposed that Widow Anne was talking to her son? There was a chill hand clutching Lucy's heart as she went home, for the words of Mrs. Bolton seemed indirectly to implicate Hope in the mystery. She determined to ask him about the matter straight out when he came in that night to pay his usual visit. At dinner, the professor was in excellent spirits and actually became so human to compliment Lucy on her housekeeping. He also mentioned that he hoped Mrs. Jasher would cater as excellently. Over coffee, he informed his stepdaughter that he had entirely won the widow's heart by abasing himself at her feet and withdrawing the accusation. They had arranged to be married in May, 1 or 2 weeks after Lucy becomes Mrs. Hope. In the autumn, they would start for Egypt and would remain abroad for a year or more. In fact, said the professor, setting down his cup and preparing to take his departure, everything is now settled excellently. I marry Mrs. Jasher. You, my dear, marry Hope, and Sir Frank marries Donna Innes, finished Lucy quickly. That, said Braddock stiffly, entirely depends upon what D. Gayangos says to this accusation of Harvey's. Sir Frank is innocent. I hope so, and I believe so, but he will have to prove his innocence. I shall do my best, and I have sent round to Don Pedro to come here. We can then talk it over. Can Archie and I come in also? Asked Miss Kendall anxiously. Somewhat to her surprise, the professor yielded a ready assent. By all means, my dear. The more witnesses we have, the better it will be. We must do all in our powers to bring this matter to a successful issue. So things were arranged, and when Archie came up to the drawing room, Lucy informed him that Braddock was in the museum with Don Pedro, telling all that had happened. Hope was glad to hear that Lucy had secured the professor's consent that they should be present, for the mystery of Bolton's terrible death was piquing him, and he dearly desired to learn the truth. As a matter of fact, although he was unaware of it, he was suffering from an attack of detective fever and wished to solve the mystery. He therefore went gladly into the museum with his sweetheart. Oddly enough, as Lucy reflected, when it was too late to speak, she quite forgot to relate what Widow Anne had said about the borrowed clothes. Don Pedro, looking more stiff and dignified than ever, was in the museum with Braddock. The two men were seated in comfortable chairs, and Cockatoo, some distance away, was polishing with a cloth the green mummy case of the fatal object which had brought about all the trouble. Lucy had half expected to see Donna Innes, but D. Gayangos explained that he had left her writing letters to Lima in the Warrior Inn. When Miss Kendall and Hope were seated, the Peruvian expressed himself much surprised at the charge which had been brought against Sir Frank. "If I can speak of such things in the presence of a lady," he remarked, bowing his head to Lucy. "Oh, yes," she answered eagerly. "I've heard all about the charge. And I'm glad that you are here, Don Pedro, for I wish to say that I do not believe there is a word of truth in the accusation." "Nor do I," asserted the Peruvian decisively. I agree, cried Braddock, beaming. "And you, Hope?" "I never believed it, even before I heard random stiffens," said Archie with a dry smile. "Did you not see Captain Harvey yourself, sir?" he added, turning to Don Pedro. "He started for Pierside to look you up." "I have not seen him," said D. Gayangos in a stately way, "and I am very sorry, as I decided to examine him about the accusation he had dared to bring against my very good friend Sir Frank Random. I wish he were here at this very minute, so that I could tell him what I think of the charge." Just as Don Pedro spoke, the unexpected happened, as though some genie had obeyed his commands. As though transported into the room by magic, the American skipper appeared not through the floor, but by the door. A female domestic admitted him and announced his name, then fled to avoid the anger of her master, seeing she had violated the sacred precincts of the museum. Captain Harvey, amused by the surprise visible on every face, sauntered forward, hat on head, and cheroot in mouth as usual. But when he saw Lucy, he removed both with a politeness scarcely to be expected from so rude and ready and rough a mariner. "I beg pardon for coming here uninvited," said Harvey awkwardly, "but I have been chasing the Don all over Pierside and through this village. They told me at the police office that you," he spoke to D. Gayangos, "had doubled on your trail. So here I am for a little private conversation." The Peruvian looked gravely at Harvey's face, which was clearly revealed in the powerful light of the many lamps with which the museum was filled, and rose to bow. "I am glad to see you, sir," he said politely, and with a still more searching glance. "With the permission of your host, I shall ask you to take a chair," and he turned to Braddock. Certainly, said the professor fussily. "Cockatoo?" "Pardon. Allow me," said D. Gayangos, and brought forward a chair, still keeping his eye on the skipper, who was rather confused by the courtesy. "Will you be seated, senor? Then we can talk." Harvey sat down quietly, close to the Peruvian, who then leaned forward to address him. "You will have a cigarette?" he asked, offering a silver case. "Thanks, no. I'll smoke a cheroot if the lady don't mind." "Not at all," replied Lucy, who, along with Archie and the professor, was puzzled by Don Pedro's manner. "Please smoke." In taking back the case, Don Pedro allowed it to drop. As he made no motion of picking it up, Harvey, although annoyed with himself for his politeness towards a yellow stomach, as he called D. Gallegos, was compelled to stretch for it. As he handed it back to Don Pedro, the Peruvian's eyes lighted up, and he nodded gravely. "Thank you, Vasa," said D. Gallegos, and Harvey, changing color, leaped from his seat as though touched by a spear point. The end of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 19. Nearer the Truth. For a few moments there was silence. Lucy and Archie sat still, as they were too much surprised by Don Pedro's recognition of Captain Harvey as a Swedish sailor Vasa to move or speak. But the professor did not seem to be greatly astonished, and the sole sound which broke the stillness. Chapter 20 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 20. The Letter. At the second insult, Archie quite expected to see the skipper again draw his revolver and shoot. He therefore jumped up rapidly to once more avert disaster. But perhaps the fiery American was awed by the presence of a second lady, since men of the adventurous type are often shy when the fair sex is at hand, for he meekly sat where he was and did not even contradict. Don Pedro shook hands with Sir Frank, and then Harvey smiled blandly. "I see you don't believe in my theory," said he scoffingly. "What theory is that?" asked Random hastily. "Harvey declares that you murdered Bolton, stole the manuscript from him, and concealed it in your room," said Archie succinctly. "I can't suggest any other reason for its presence in the room," observed the American with a grim smile. "If I am wrong, perhaps this almighty aristocrat will correct me?" Random was about to do so, and with some pardonable heat, when he was anticipated by Donna Innes. It has been mentioned before that this young lady was of the silent order. Usually she simply ornamented any company in which she found herself without troubling to entertain with her tongue. But the accusation against the baronet, whom she apparently loved, changed her into a voluble virago. Brushing aside the little professor, who stood in her way, she launched herself forward and spoke at length. Harvey, cowering in the chair, thus met with an antagonist against whom he had no armor. He could not use force. She dominated him with her eye, and when he ventured to open his mouth, his few feeble words were speedily drowned by the torrent of speech which flowed from the lips of the Peruvian lady. Everyone was as astonished by this outburst as though a dog had spoken. That the hitherto silent Donna Innes de Gallegos should speak thus freely and with such power was quite as great a miracle. "You are a dog and a liar," said Donna Innes with great distinctness and speaking English excellently. "What you say against Sir Frank is madness and foolish talk. In Genoa my father did not speak of the manuscript, nor did I. Who tell you this? How then could Frank kill this poor man when he had no reason to slay him?" "For the emeralds," faltered Harvey weakly. "For the emeralds," echoed the lady scornfully. "Sir Frank is rich. He does not need to steal to have much money. He is a gentleman who does not murder, as you have done." Harvey started to his feet, dismayed but defiant, and saw that he was ringed with unfriendly faces. "As I have done. Why I am—" Donna Innes interrupted. "You are a murderer. I truly believe that you— yes, that you—" she pointed a scornful finger at him— "killed this poor man was bringing the mummy to the professor. If you were in my own country, I should have you lashed like the dog you are. Pig of a Yankee, wild scum of the—" "That'll do, Innes," said De Gallegos imperiously. "We wish to make this gentleman tell the truth, and this is not the way to go about the matter." "Gentleman," echoed the angry Peruvian. "He is none. Truth. There is no truth in him, the pig of pigs." And then, her English failing, she took refuge in Spanish, which is a fairly comprehensive language for swearing in a polite way. The words fairly poured from her mouth, and she looked as fierce as Bellona, the goddess of war. Archie, listening to her words and watching a beautiful face distorted out of all loveliness, secretly congratulated himself upon the fact that he was not her prospective bridegroom. He wondered how Sir Frank, who was a mild, good-tempered man himself, could dare to make such a fiery female Lady Random. Perhaps the young man thought himself that she was going a trifle too far, for he touched her nervously on the arm. At once the anger of Donna Innes died down, and she submitted to be led to a chair, whispering as she went, "It was for your sake, my angel, that I was angry," she said, and then relapsed into silence, watching all future proceedings with flashing eyes but compressed mouth. "Well," muttered Harvey with his invariable drawl, "now that the lady has eased her mind, I should like to know why this aristocrat says I placed that manuscript in his room." "You shall know, and at once," said Random promptly. "Did you not call to see me a day or so ago?" "I did, sir. I wished to tell you what I had discovered, so that you might pay me to shut my mouth if you felt so inclined." "I asked where your room was, sir, and walked right in, since your flunky was not at the door." "Quite so. You were in my room for a few minutes." "Say 5, interpolated the American imperturbably, "and then came down. You met my servant, who told you that I would not be back for 5 or 6 hours." "That's just as you stated, sir. I was sorry to miss you, but my time being valuable, I had to get back to Pierside. Failing you, I later came to see the professor here, and told him what I had discovered." "You merely discovered a maze nest," said Random contemptuously. "But this is not the point. I believe that you and Lee could have hidden that manuscript among my books, intending that it should be discovered so that I might be implicated in this crime." "Did your flunky tell you that much?" inquired Harvey coolly. "My servant told me nothing, save that you had been in my room, where you had no right to be." "Then," said the American quietly and decisively, "I can't see, sir, how you can place a ticket on me." "You accuse me, so why should I not accuse you?" retorted Random. "Because you are guilty, and I ain't," snapped the American. You join issue," murmured Braddock, rubbing his hands. Random took no notice of the interruption. "I have heard from Mr. Hope and Professor Braddock of the grounds upon which you base your accusation, and I have explained to them how I came to be on board your ship and both in and out of the Sailor's Rest." "And the explanation is quite satisfactory," said Hope smartly. "I agree." Donna Innes nodded with very bright eyes. "Sir Frank has explained to me also. He knew nothing of the manuscript." "And you, sir," said Don Pedro quietly to Captain Harvey, "apparently did, since you stole it along with the mummy from Lima." "I confess the theft, but I didn't know what the manuscript contained," said the skipper dryly. "Oh, I reckon you wouldn't have to ask who stole the emeralds." "No, sir. I should have looted them." "I believe you did, and murdered Bolton," cried Random hotly. "Shucks," retorted Harvey, rising with a shrug. "If I had wished to get rid of Bolton, I'd have yanked him overboard, and then would have written accident in my blamed logbook." Braddock looked at Don Pedro and Archie at Sir Frank. What the skipper said was plausible enough. No man would have been such a fool as to have murdered Bolton ashore when he could have done so without suspicion on board the tramp. Moreover, Harvey spoke with genuine regret, since he had missed the emeralds and assuredly would not have hesitated to steal them, even at the cost of Bolton's life, had he known of their whereabouts. So far he made a good defense, and seeing the impression produced, he strolled to the door. There he halted. "If you gents want to lynch me," he said leisurely, "I'll be found at the Sailor's Rest for the next week. Then I'm going as a skipper of the Firefly steamer, Port of London to Algiers. You can send the sheriff along whenever you choose. But I mean to have my picnic first, and tomorrow I'm going to inspect the date with my yarn. Then I guess that almighty aristocrat will find himself in court." "Wait a moment," cried Braddock, running to the door. "Let me talk to you and arrange what is best to be done. If you will—" He proceeded no further, for without vouchsafing him a reply, Harvey, now quite master of the situation, passed through the door, and the professor hastily followed him. Those who remained looked at one another, scarcely knowing what to say or how to act. "They will arrest thee, my angel?" cried Donna Innes, clasping Random's arm. "Let them," retorted the young man defiantly. "They can prove nothing. With all my heart and soul I believe Harvey to be the guilty person. Hope, what do you say? And you, Miss Kendall?" "Harvey has certainly made an excellent defense," said Archie cautiously. "He wouldn't have been such a fool as to murder Bolton ashore when he could have done it so easily when on the narrow seas." "I agree with you there," said Random quickly. "But if he is innocent, if he did not bring the manuscript into my room, who did?" "I wonder if Widow Anne herself is guilty," said Lucy in a musing tone. All present turned and looked at the girl. "Who is Widow Anne?" asked Don Pedro with a puzzled air. "She's the mother of Sidney Bolton, the man who was murdered," said Hope quickly. "My dear Lucy, why do you say that?" Lucy paused before replying, and then answered the question by asking another. "Did you ask Sidney to get some clothes from his mother to clothe a model?" "Never in my life," said Hope promptly, and as Lucy saw truly. "Well, I accidentally met Mrs. Bolton today, and she insisted that her son had borrowed from her a dark shawl and a dark dress for you." "That's not true," said Hope hotly. "Why should the woman tell such a lie?" Well, said Lucy slowly, it struck me that the woman who spoke with Sydney through the sailor's west window might be Widow Anne herself, and that she has invented the story of the clothes being lent to account for their being worn should she be discovered. It's certainly odd she should speak like this, said Brandon thoughtfully. But you forget, Miss Kendall, that she proved an alibi. What of that? Cried Don Pedro hurriedly. Alibis can be manufactured. It will be best to see this woman and question her, suggested Donna Innes. Archie nodded. I shall do so tomorrow. By the way, does she ever come to your room in the fort random? Oh yes, she's my laundress, and at times brings back the clothes herself. My servant is usually in, though I see what you mean. That she might have received the manuscript from Bolton and have left it in my room? Yes, I think that, said Archie slowly. I should not be at all surprised to learn that a portion of Harvey's theory is correct. Bolton may have found the manuscript packed up in the mummy, amongst the grave clothes in fact. If he read it, as he would have and could, seeing that he was an excellent Latin scholar, thanks to Professor Braddock's training, he might have formed a design to steal the emeralds when he was in the sailor's rest. Then someone saved him the trouble and packed him off to Gartley instead of the mummy. But why would Widow Anne leave the manuscript in my room? Argued Random. Can't you see? Bolton knew that you wanted the mummy for Don Pedro, and was aware how you had, so to speak, used threats in the presence of witnesses, since you spoke out loud on the deck, only to warn Bolton against the Indians, pleaded Random. Exactly. But your words were capable of being twisted as Harvey has twisted them. Well, if Widow Anne really went to see her son, and from the lie about the borrowed clothes, it looks like it. He may have given her the manuscript so as to throw the blame on you. The murder? No, said Archie testily. Bolton did not expect to be murdered, but he really believed he intended to fly with the emeralds, and hoped that when the manuscript was found in your room, you would be accused. The idea was suggested to him, I believe, by your visit to the diver. What do you think, Miss Kendall? Asked Random nervously. I fancy that it is possible. Sir Frank turned to the Peruvian. Don Pedro, he said proudly, you have heard what Harvey says. Do you believe that I am guilty? For answer, D. Gallegos took his daughter's hand and placed it in that of the young soldier. That will show you what I think, he said gravely. Thank you, sir, said Random, moved, and shook his future father-in-law heartily by the hand, while Donna Innes, throwing all restraint to the winds, kissed her lover exultingly on the cheek. In the midst of the scene, Professor Braddock returned, looking very pleased. I have induced Harvey to hold his tongue for a few days until we can look into this matter, he said, rubbing his hands. That is, if you think it wise, all of you. Otherwise, I am quite willing to go myself tomorrow and tell the police. No, said Archie rapidly. Let us thresh out the matter ourselves. We will save Sir Frank's name from a police court slur at all events. I do not think there is any chance of Sir Frank being arrested, said Don Pedro politely. The evidence is insufficient, and at the worst he can provide an alibi. I am not so sure of that, said Random anxiously. I went to London certainly, but I did not go to any place where I am known. However, he added cheerfully, I dare say I will be able to defend myself. Still, the fact remains that we are no nearer to learning who killed Bolton than we were. I am sending Cockatoo to Pierside tomorrow to stop at the Sailor's Rest for a time, said Braddock quickly. He will watch Harvey, and if there is anything suspicious about his movements, we shall soon know. And I turn amateur detective tomorrow and question Widow Anne, said Hope, after which remark he had to explain matters to Braddock, who had been out of the room when Mrs. Bolton's strange request had been discussed. Meanwhile, Donna Innes had been whispering to a lover and pointing to the mummy. Don Pedro followed her thoughts and guessed what she was saying. Random proved the truth of his guess by turning to him. Do you really want to take back the mummy to Peru, sir? He asked quietly. Certainly. Inca Caxus was my forefather. I do not wish to leave him in this place. His body must be restored to its tomb. All the Indians who look upon me as their present Inca expect me to bring the body back. Although, added D. Gallegos gravely, I did not come to Europe to look for the mummy, as you know. Then I shall buy the mummy, said Random impetuously. Professor, will you sell it to me? Now that I have examined it thoroughly, I shall be delighted, said the little man. Say for 2,000 pounds. Not at all, interposed Don Pedro. You mean 1,000. Of course he does, said Lucy quickly. And the cheque must be paid to Archie, Sir Frank? To me, cried Braddock indignantly. I insist. The money belongs to Archie, said Lucy obstinately. You have seen what you decide to see, father, and as Archie only lent you the money, it's only fair that he should have it again. Oh, let the professor have it, said Hope good-naturedly. No. Random laughed. "I shall make the check payable to you, Miss Kendall, and you can give it to whomsoever you choose," he said. "And now, as everything has been settled so far, I suggest that we should retire." "Come to my rooms at the inn," said Don Pedro, opening the door. "I have much to say to you." "Good night, Professor. Tomorrow let us go to Pierside and see if we cannot get at the truth." "And tomorrow," cried Random, "I shall send the check, sir." When the company departed, Lucy had another wrangle with her father about the check. As Archie had gone away, she could speak freely and pointed out that he was enjoying a mother's income and was about to marry Mrs. Jasher, who was rich. "Therefore," argued Lucy, "you certainly do not want to keep poor Archie's money." "He paid me that sum on condition that I consented to the wedding." "He did nothing of the sort," she cried indignantly. "I am not going to be bought and sold in this manner. Archie lent you the money, and it must be returned. Don't force me to think you selfish, father." The upshot of the argument was that Lucy got her own way, and the professor rather unwillingly agreed to part with the mummy and restore the £1,000. But he regretted doing so, as he wished to get all the money he could to go towards his proposed Egyptian expedition, and Mrs. Jasher's fortune, as he assured his stepfather, was not so large as might be thought. However, Lucy overruled him and retired to bed, congratulating herself that she should be able to marry Hope. She was beginning to grow a trifle weary of the professor's selfish nature, and wondered how her mother had put up with it for so long. Next day, Braddock did not go with Don Pedro to Pierside, as he was very busy in his museum. The Peruvian went alone, and Archie, after a morning's work at his easel, sought out Widow Anne to ask questions. Lucy and Donna Inez paid an afternoon visit to Mrs. Jasher and found her in bed, as she had caught a mild sort of influenza. They expected to find Sir Frank here, but it seemed that he had not called. Thinking that he was detained by military business, the girls thought nothing more of his absence, although Donna Inez was somewhat downcast. But Random was detained in his quarters by a letter which had arrived by the midday post, and which surprised him not a little. The postmark was London, and the writing, evidently a disguised hand, was almost illegible in its crudeness. The contents ran as follows, and it will be noticed that there is neither date nor address, and that it is written in the third person. If Sir Frank Random wants his character to be cleared and all suspicion of murder to be removed from him, he can be completely exonerated by the writer, if he will pay the same £5,000. If Sir Frank Random is willing to do this, let him appoint a meeting place in London, and the writer will send a messenger to receive the money and to hand over the proofs which will clear Sir Frank Random. If Sir Frank Random plays the writer false or communicates with the police, proofs will be forthcoming which will prove him to be guilty of Sidney Bolton's death and which will bring him to the scaffold without any chance of escape. A couple of lines in the agony column of the Daily Telegraph, signed Artillery and appointing a meeting place, will suffice. But beware of treachery. The end of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 21. A Story of the Past. Mrs. Jasher's influenza proved to be very mild indeed. When Donna Inez de Gallegos and Lucy paid a visit to her on the afternoon of the day succeeding the explanations in the museum, she was certainly in bed, and explained that she had been there since the professor's visit on the previous day. Lucy was surprised at this, as she had left Mrs. Jasher perfectly well, and Braddock had not mentioned any ailment to the widow. But influenza, as Mrs. Jasher observed, was very rapid in its action, and she was always susceptible to disease from the fact that in Jamaica she had suffered from malaria. Still, she was feeling better and intended to rise from her bed on that evening, if only to lie on the couch in the pink drawing-room. Having thus detailed her reasons for being ill, the widow asked for news. As no prohibition had been placed upon Lucy with regard to Harvey's visit, and as Mrs. Jasher would be one of the family when she married the professor, Miss Kendall had no hesitation in reporting all that had taken place. The narrative excited Mrs. Jasher, and she frequently interrupted with expressions of wonder. Even Donna Inez grew eloquent and told the widow how she had defended Sir Frank against the American skipper. "What a dreadfully wicked man," said Mrs. Jasher, when in possession of all the facts. "I really believe that he did kill poor Sidney." "No," said Lucy decisively. "I don't think that. He would have murdered him on board had he intended the crime, as he could have done so with more safety. He is as innocent as Sir Frank, and no one dare say a word against him," cried Donna Inez with flashing eyes. "He has a good defender, my dear," said the widow, patting the girl's hand. "I love him," said Donna Innes, as if that explained everything, and perhaps it did, so far as she was concerned. Mrs. Jasher smiled indulgently, then turned for further information to Lucy. "Can it be possible," she said, "that Widow Anne is guilty?" "Oh, I don't think so. She would not murder her own son, especially when she was so very fond of him. Archie told me just before we came here that he had called to see her. She still insists that Sidney borrowed the clothes, saying that Archie wanted them. What do you make of that, my dear?" "Well," said Miss Kendall, pondering, "either Widow Anne herself was a woman who talked to Sidney through the sailor's west window and has invented the story to save herself, or Sidney did get the clothes and intended to use them as a disguise when he fled with the emeralds. In that case," said Mrs. Jasher, "the woman who talked through the window still remains a problem. Again, if Sidney Bolton intended to steal the emeralds, he could have done so in Malta or on board the boat." "No," said Lucy decisively. "The mummy was taken directly from the seller's house to the boat, and perhaps Sidney did not find the manuscript until he looked at the mummy. Then Captain Harvey kept an eye on Sidney, so that he could not open the mummy to steal the emeralds. Still, according to your own showing, Sidney looked at the actual mummy. He opened the mummy case, that is, else he could not have got the manuscript." Lucy nodded. "I think so, but of course we cannot be sure. But the packing case in which the mummy was stowed was placed in the hold of the steamer, and if Sidney had wished to steal the emeralds, he could not have done so without exciting Captain Harvey's suspicions. Then let us say that Sidney robbed the mummy when in the Sailor's Rest, and took the clothes he borrowed from his mother in order to fly in disguise. But what of the woman?" Lucy shook her head. "I cannot tell. We may learn more later. Don Pedro has gone to Pierside to search, and my father says he will send Cockatoo there also to search." "Well," sighed Mrs. Jasher wearily, "I hope all this trouble will come to an end. That green mummy has proved most unlucky. Leave me now, dear girls, as I feel somewhat tired." "Goodbye," said Lucy, kissing her. "I hope that you will be better this evening. Don't get up, unless you feel quite able." "Oh, I shall take my ease in the drawing-room." "I thought you always call it the parlour?" laughed the girl. "Ah," Mrs. Jasher smiled. "You see, I am practicing against the time when I shall be mistress of the pyramids. You can't call that large room there a parlour," and she laughed weakly. Altogether, Mrs. Jasher impressed both Lucy and Donna Innes with the fact that she was very weak and scarcely able, as she put it, to draw one leg after the other. Both the girls would have been surprised to see what a hearty meal Mrs. Jasher made that evening when she was up and dressed. Perhaps she felt that her strength needed keeping up, but she certainly partook largely of delicate dinner provided by Jane, who was a most excellent cook. After dinner, Mrs. Jasher lay on a pink couch in the pink parlour by a splendid fire, for the night was cold and raw with the promise of rain. The widow had a small table at her elbow on which stood a cup of coffee and a glass of liquor. The rose-coloured curtains were drawn, the rose-shaded lamps were lighted, and the whole interior of the cottage looked very comfortable indeed. Mrs. Jasher, in a crocus yellow tea gown trimmed with rich black lace, reclined on a couch like Cleopatra in a barge. In the pink light, she looked very well preserved, although her face wore an anxious expression. This was due to the fact that the mail had come in, and the 3 letters brought by the postman had to do with the creditors. Mrs. Jasher was always trying to make both ends meet, and had a hard struggle to keep her head above water. Certainly, since she had inherited the money of her brother, the Peking merchant, she need not have looked on worried. But she did, and made no disguise of it, saying that she was quite alone. After a time, she went to her desk and took out a bundle of bills and some other letters, also an account book and a bank book. Over these she pored for quite an hour. The clock struck 9 before she looked up from this unpleasant task, and she found her financial position anything but satisfactory. With a weary sigh she rose and stared at herself in the mirror over the fireplace, frowning as she did so. "Unless I can marry the professor at once, I don't know what will happen to me," she mused gloomily. "I have managed very well so far, but things are coming to a crisis. These devils," she alluded to the creditors, "will not keep off much longer, and then the crash will come. I shall have to leave Gartley as poor as when I came, and there will be nothing left but the old nightmare life of despair and horror. I am getting older every day, and this is my last chance of getting married. I must force the professor to have a speedy marriage. I must. And she began to pace the tiny room in a frenzy of terror and well-founded alarm. As she was trying to calm herself and succeeding very badly, Jane entered the room with a card. It proved to be that of Sir Frank Random. "It is rather late hour for a visit," said Mrs. Jasher to the servant. "However, I feel so bored that perhaps he will cheer me up. Ask him to come in." When Jane left, she stood still for a moment or so, trying to think why the young man had called at so untoward an hour. But when his footsteps were heard approaching the door, she swept the books and the bills and the letters into the desk and locked it quickly. When Random appeared at the door, she was just leaving the desk to greet him, and no one would have taken the smiling, plump, well-preserved woman for the creature who lately had looked so haggard and careworn. "I'm glad to see you, Sir Frank," said Mrs. Jasher, nodding in a familiar manner. "Sit down in this very comfortable chair, and Jane shall bring you some coffee and kummeł." "No, thank you," said Random in his usual stiff way, but very politely. "I've just left the mess where I had a good dinner." Mrs. Jasher nodded and sank again on the couch, which was opposite the chair which she had selected for a visitor. "I see you are in a mess kit," she said gaily. "Quite a glorified creature to appear in my poor little parlour. Why are you not with Donna Inez? I have heard all about your engagement from Lucy. She was here today with Senorita de Gallegos." "So I believe," said Random still stiffly. "But you see, I was anxious to come and see you." "Ah," said Mrs. Jasher equably. "You heard that I was ill?" "Yes. I've been in bed ever since yesterday afternoon, until a couple of hours ago. But I'm now better. My dinner has done me good. Pass me that fan, please. The fire is so hot." Sir Frank did as he was told, and she held the feather fan between her face and the fire while he stared at her, wondering what to say. "Don't you find this atmosphere very stuffy?" he remarked at length. "It would be a good thing to have the window open." Mrs. Jasher shrieked. "My dear boy, are you mad? I have a touch of the influenza, and an open window would bring about my death. Why, this room is delightfully comfortable. There's such a strong perfume about it," sniffed Random pointedly. "I should think you knew that scent by this time, Sir Frank. I use no other, and never have done. Smell," and she passed a flimsy handkerchief of lace. Random took the handkerchief and placed it to his nostrils. As he did so, a strange expression of triumph crept into his eyes. "I think you told me once that it was of Chinese perfume," he said, returning the handkerchief. Mrs. Jasher nodded, well pleased. "I get it from a friend of my late husband who is in the British Embassy at Pekin. No one uses it but me." "But surely some other person uses it?" "Not in England, and I do not know why you should say so. It's a specialty of mine. Why," she added playfully, "if you met me in the dark, you should know me by the scent." "Can you swear that no one else has ever used this perfume?" asked Random. Mrs. Jasher lifted her penciled eyebrows. "I do not know why you should ask me to swear," she said quietly, "but I assure you that I keep this perfume which comes from China to myself. Not even Lucy Kendall has it, although she greatly dislikes some. We women are selfish in some things, my dear man. It's a most delicious perfume." "Yes," said Frank, staring at her, "and very strong." "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing. Wally, I should think that such a perfume would be good for the cold you contracted by going to London last night." Mrs. Jasher turned suddenly pale under her rouge, and her hand clenched the fan so tightly as to break the handle. "I've not been to London for quite a month," she faltered. "What a strange remark." "A true one," said the baronet, fumbling in the pocket of his jacket. "You went to London last night by the 7 o'clock train to post this," and he held out the anonymous letter. The widow, now quite pale and looking years older, sat upon the couch with a painful effort which suggested old age. "I don't understand," she said, trying to speak calmly. "I was not in London, and I did not post any letter. If you came here to insult me—" "There can be no insult in asking a few questions," said Random, throwing aside the stiffness and speaking decisively. "I received this letter which bears a London postmark by the midday post. The handwriting is disguised, and there is neither address nor signature nor date. You manufactured your communication very cleverly, Mrs. Jasher, but you forgot that the Chinese perfume might betray you." "The perfume! The perfume!" Mrs. Jasher gasped, and saw in a moment how the late conversation had led her to fall into a trap. "The letter retains traces of the perfume you use," went on the baronet relentlessly. "I have a remarkably keen sense of smell, and as scent is a most powerful aid to memory, I speedily recollected that you used this especial perfume. You told me a few moments ago that no one else used it, And so you have proved the truth of my statement that this letter," he tapped it, "is written by you." "It's a lie, a mistake," stuttered Mrs. Jasher, now at bay and looking dangerous. Her society veneer was stripped off, and the adventuress, pure and simple, came to the surface. Indignant at the way in which she had deceived everyone and having much at stake, Random did not spare her. "It's not a mistake," he insisted. "Neither is it a lie. When I became aware that you must have written the letter, I drove at once to Jessham to see if you had gone to London, as you had posted it there. I learned from the station master and from a porter that you went to town by the 7 o'clock train and returned by the midnight." Mrs. Jasher leaped to her feet. "They could not recognize me. I wore—" Then she stopped, confused at having so plainly betrayed herself. "You wore a veil. All the same, Mrs. Jasher, you are too well known hereabouts for anyone to fail to recognize you. Besides, your remark just now proves that I am right. You wrote this blackmailing letter, and I demand an explanation." "I have none to give," muttered the woman fiercely and fighting every inch. "If you refuse to explain to me, you shall to the police," said Sir Frank, rising and making for the door. Mrs. Jasher flung herself forward and clung to him. "For God's sake, don't!" "Then you will explain? You will tell me?" "Tell you what?" "Who murdered Sidney Bolton?" "I do not know. I swear I do not know," she cried feverishly. "That is ridiculous," said Random coldly. "You say in this letter that you can hang me or save me. As you know that I am innocent, you must be aware who is guilty." "It's all bluff. I know nothing," said Mrs. Jasher, releasing his arm and throwing herself on the couch. "I only wish to get money." £5,000, eh? Rather a large order, sneered Random, replacing the letter in his pocket. "You would not ask that sum for nothing. You must be aware of the truth. I suspected many people, Mrs. Jasher, but never you." The woman rose and flung out her arms. "No," she said in a deep voice, and fighting like a rat in a corner. "I tricked you all down here. Sir Frank, I'll tell you the truth. About the murder, I know nothing of that. About myself." Random shrugged his shoulders. "I'll hear about yourself first," he said. "I can learn details concerning the murder later. Go on." "I know nothing of the murder or of the theft of the emeralds." "Yet you hid the mummy in this house, and afterwards placed it in your arbour to be found by the professor for some reason." "I know nothing about that either," muttered Mrs. Jasher doggedly and with very white lips. "That letter you have traced to me is all bluff." "Then you admit having written it?" "Yes," she said sullenly. "You know too much, and it is useless for me to deny the truth in the face of the evidence you bring against me. I would fight, though," she added, raising her head like a snake its crest, "if I was not sick and tired of fighting." "Fighting?" "Yes, against trouble and worry and money difficulties and creditors." "Oh," she struck her breast, "what do you know of life, you rich, easy-going man? I have been in the depths, and not through my own fault. I had a bad mother, a bad husband. I was dragged in the mire by those who should have helped me to rise. I have starved for days. I have wept for years. In all God's earth there is no more miserable a creature than I am." "Kindly talk without so much melodrama," said Random cruelly. "Ah," Mrs. Jasher sat down and locked her hands together. "You don't believe me. I dare say you don't understand. For life, real life, is a sealed book to you. It's useless for me to appeal to your sympathy, for you're so very ignorant. Let us stick to facts. What do you wish to know?" "Who killed Sidney Bolton? Who has the emeralds?" "I can't tell you. Listen, with my past life you have nothing to do. I will commence from the time I came down here. I had just lost my husband, and I managed to scrape together a few £100. Oh, quite in a respectable way, I assure you," she added scoffingly, on seeing a listener wince. "I came here to try and live quietly, and if possible to secure a rich husband. I knew that the fort was here, and thought that I might marry an officer. However, the professor's position attracted me, and I decided to marry him. I'm engaged, and but for your cleverness in tracing that letter, I should be Mrs. Braddock within a very short time. I've exhausted all my money. I'm deeply in debt. I cannot hold out longer. But the money you inherited? That's all bluff also. I never had a brother. I inherit no money. I know nothing of peaking, save that a friend of mine sent to me as a yearly Christmas present. I'm an adventuress, but perhaps not so bad as you think me. Lucy and Donna Inez have heard no wickedness from my lips. I've always been a good woman in one sense, a moral woman, that is. And I did wish to marry the professor and live a happy life. Seeing that I was at the end of my resources, and that Professor Braddock expected a legacy with me before marriage, I looked round to see how I could get the money. I heard that you were accused with Captain Harvey, and so last night I wrote the letter and posted it in London, thinking that you would yield to save yourself from arrest. Random laughed cynically. You must have thought me weak, he muttered. I did, said Mrs. Jasher frankly. To tell you the truth, I thought you were a fool. But by tracing that letter and withstanding my demand, you have proved yourself to be more clever than I took you to be. Well, that's all. I know nothing of the murder. My letter is sheer bluff to extort from you £5,000. Had you paid, I should have passed it off to the professor as money left to me by my brother. But now, said Random, rising to go, I shall tell what you have told me to the professor, and hand me over to the police, said Mrs. Jasher, shrugging her plump shoulders. Well, I expected that. Yet I fancied for old time's sake that you might have been more lenient. We were never anything but acquaintances, Mrs. Jasher, said Random coldly. So I fail to see why you should expect mercy after the way in which you have behaved. You expect to blackmail me, and yet go free. I must punish you somehow. So I shall tell Professor Braddock, as you certainly cannot marry him, but I shall not hand you over to the police. You won't? Mrs. Jasher stared, scarcely able to believe her ears. No. Give me a day to think over matters, and I shall arrange what to do with you. I think there is some good in you, Mrs. Jasher, and so I shall see if I can't assist you. In the meantime, I shall have your cottage watched, so that you may not run away. In that case, you may as well hand me over to the police, she said bitterly. Not at all, rejoined Random coolly. I can trust my servant, who is stupid but honest and is devoted to me. I shall see that everything is kept quiet. But if you attempt to run away, I shall have you arrested for blackmail. You understand? Yes. You are treating me very well, she gasped. When shall I see you? Tomorrow evening. I must talk the matter over with Braddock. Tomorrow I shall arrange what to do, and probably I shall give you a chance of leading a new life in some other part of the world. What do you say? I accept. Indeed, there is nothing else left for me to do. That is an ungrateful speech, said Random severely. I dare say. However, we can talk of gratitude tomorrow. Meanwhile, please leave me. Sir Frank went to the door, and there paused. Remember, he said distinctly, that your cottage is being watched. Try to escape, and I shall have you arrested. Mrs. Jasher groaned and buried her face in the sofa cushion. The end of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 22. A Wedding Present. Mrs. Jasher had thought Random exceedingly clever in acting as he had done to trap her. She would have thought him still more clever had she known that he trusted to the power of suggestion to prevent her from trying to escape. So, Chapter 23 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 23. Just in time. Of all the surprises in connection with the tragedy of the Green Mummy, this was surely the greatest. Sidney Bolton had undoubtedly been murdered for the sake of the emeralds, and the assassin had escaped with the spoil for which he had sold his soul. Yet here was one of the jewels returned anonymously to Random, who could pass on the same to its rightful owner. In the midst of his amazement, Sir Frank could not help chuckling when he thought how enraged Professor Braddock would be at Don Pedro's good fortune. At the 11th hour, as it were, the Peruvian had got back his own, or at least a portion of his own. Placing the emerald in his drawer, Random gave orders to his servant that the sentry, when off duty, should be brought before him. Just as Random finished dressing for mess, and he dressed very early so as to devote his entire attention to solving this new problem, the soldier who had been on guard appeared. But he could tell nothing more than he had already related. When doing sentry go immediately outside the gate of the fort, The packet had been slipped into the box while the man was at the far end of his beat. It was quite dark when this was done, and the soldier confessed that he did not hear a sound, much less had he seen anyone. The person who had brought the glorious gem had watched his opportunity, and soft-footed as a cat had stolen forward in the darkness to drop the precious parcel on the floor of the sentry box. There the man had found it by the feel of his feet when he stepped in some time later to escape a shower. But what time had elapsed from the placing of the parcel to its discovery by the sentry, it was impossible to say. It must, however, as Random calculated, have been within the hour, since before then it would not have been dark enough to hide the approach of the person, whether male or female, who carried a king's ransom in the brown paper parcel. At first, Random was inclined to place the sentry under arrest for having failed so much in his duty as to allow anyone to approach so near the fort. But as he had already reprimanded the man, and moreover wished to keep the fact of the recovered jewel quiet, he simply dismissed him. When alone, he sat down before the fire, wondering who could have dared so very greatly, and for what reason the emerald had been handed to him. If it had been sent to Don Pedro, or even to Professor Braddock, it would have been much more reasonable. It first occurred to him that Mrs. Jasher, out of gratitude for the way in which he had treated her, had sent him the jewel. Remembering his former experience, he smelt the parcel, but could detect no sign of the famous Chinese scent which had proved a clue to the letter. Of course, the direction on the packet and the inscribed slip of paper were in faint handwriting, so he could gather nothing from that. Still, he did not think that Mrs. Jasher had sent the emerald. She was desperately hard up, and if she had become possessed of the gem by murder, presuming her to have been the woman who talked to Bolton through the window, she assuredly would have sold it to supply her own needs. Certainly, if guilty, she would still possess the other emerald of equal value. But undoubtedly, had she risked her neck to gain a fortune, she would have kept the entire plunder which was likely to cost her so dear. No, whomsoever it was who had repented at the 11th hour, Mrs. Jasher was not the person. Perhaps Widow Anne was the woman who had talked through the window, and who had restored the emerald. But that was impossible, since Mrs. Bolton habitually took more liquor than was good for her, and would not have the nerve to deliver the jewel, much less commit the crime. The more especially as the victim was her own son. Of course, she might have found out Sidney's scheme to run away with the jewels, and so would have claimed a share. But if she had been in Pierside on that evening, and her presence in Gartley had been sworn to by 3 or 4 cronies, she would have guessed who had strangled the boy. If so, not all the jewels in the world would have prevented her denouncing the criminal. With all her faults, and there were many, Mrs. Bolton was a good mother, and looked upon Sidney as a pride and joy of her somewhat dissipated life. Mrs. Bolton was certainly as innocent as Mrs. Jasher. There remained Harvey. Random laughed aloud when the name came into his puzzled head. That buccaneer was the last person to surrender his plunder or to feel compunction in committing a crime. Once the skipper got his grip on 2 jewels worth endless money, he would never let them go, not even one of them. Arguing thus, it seemed that Harvey was out of the running, and Random could think of no one else. In this dilemma, he remembered that 2 heads were better than 1, and before going to dinner, he sent a note to Archie Hope asking him to come to the fort as speedily as possible. Sir Frank was somewhat dull at dinner on that evening, and scarcely responded to the joking remarks of his brother officers. These jocularly put his preoccupation down to love, for it was an open secret that the baronet admired the fair Peruvian, although no one as yet knew that a Random was legally engaged with Don Pedro's consent. The young man good-humouredly stood all the chaff hurled at him, but seized the opportunity to slip away to his quarters as soon as coffee came on the table and smoking began. It was 9 o'clock before he returned to his room, and here he found Hope waiting for him impatiently. "I see you have been dining at the Pyramids," said Random, seeing that Hope was in evening dress. Archie nodded. "Yes, I don't put on this kit to have my humble chop at my lodgings. But the professor asked me to dinner to talk over matters." "What does he say?" asked Random, looking for the cigarette box. "Oh, he's very angry with Mrs. Jasher, and considers that she has swindled him. He called to see her this afternoon, and, so he says, had a stormy interview with her." "I don't wonder at that, if he speaks as he generally does," said the other grimly, and pushing along the cigarettes. "There you are. The whiskey and soda are on yonder table. Make yourself comfortable, and tell me what the professor intends to do." "Well," said Archie, turning half round from the side table where he was pouring out the whiskey, "he had already started action by sending Cockatoo to live at the Sailor's Rest and spy on Harvey." "What rubbish!
Harvey is going away tomorrow in the Firefly, bound for Algiers. Nothing is to be learned from him. So I told the professor, said Hope, returning to the armchair near the fire. And I mentioned that Don Pedro had induced the skipper to write out a full account of the theft of the mummy from Lima 30 years ago. I also said that the signed paper would be handed in at the Gartley jetty when the Firefly came downstream tomorrow night. And what did Braddock say to that? Nothing much. He merely stated that whatever Harvey said toward proving the ownership of your future father-in-law, that he intended to stick to the embalmed corpse of the Inca Caxus, and also that he intended to claim the emeralds when they turned up. Random rose and went to the drawer of his desk. I'm afraid he has lost one emerald at all events, he said, unlocking the drawer. What's that? Said Hope sharply. Why did you... Oh, gosh! He jumped up with an amazed look as Random held up the magnificent gem from which streamed vividly green flames in the mellow lamplight. Oh, gosh! Gasped the artist again. Where the devil did you get that? I sent for you to tell you, said Sir Frank, giving the jewel into his friend's hand and coming back to his seat. It was found in the sentry box. Hope stared at the great jewel and then at the soldier. What do you mean by that? He demanded. How the dickens could it be found in a sentry box? You must be making a mistake. Not a bit of it. It was found on the floor of the box by the sentry, as I told you, and I have sent to consult with you as to how the deuce it got there. Harvey, muttered Archie, fascinated by the gem. Random shrugged his square shoulders. Catch that Yankee Shylock returning anything he got his grip on, even as a wedding present. A wedding present? Said Hope, more at sea than ever. If you don't mind giving me details, old chap, my head would buzz less. I rather think it will buzz more, said Random dryly, and producing the brown paper in which the gem had been wrapped and the inscribed paper found within, he related all that had happened. Archie listened quietly and did not interrupt, but the puzzled look on his face grew more pronounced. Well, ended Random, seeing that no remark was made when he had finished. What do you think? Lord knows. I'll go out of my mind if these sorts of things come along. I'm a simpler sort of chap, and have no use for mysteries which beat all the detective stories I've ever read. That sort of thing is all very well in fiction, but in real life. What are you going to do? Give back the emerald to Don Pedro? Of course, though it is given to you for a wedding present. And then? Then, Random stared into the fire. I don't know. I asked you in to assist me. Willingly. But how? Random pondered for a few moments. Who sent that emerald to me, do you think? He asked, looking squarely at the artist. Hope meditatively turned the jewel in his long fingers. Why not ask Mrs. Jasher? He suggested suddenly. No, Sir Frank shook his head. I fancied it might be her, but it cannot be. If she is guilty, as she must be, should she have sent the emerald, she would not part with the plunder when she is so hard up. I am beginning to believe, Hope, that what she said was true about the letter. How do you mean exactly? That the letter was mere bluff, and that she really knows nothing about the crime. By the way, did Braddock learn anything? Not a thing. He merely said that the two of them fought. I expect Braddock stormed and Mrs. Jasher retorted. Both of them have too much tongue music to come to any understanding. By the way, to echo your own phrase, you had better put away this gem, or I shall be strangling you myself in order to gain possession of it. The mere sight of that gorgeous color tempts me beyond my strength. Random laughed and locked the jewel in his drawer. Hope suggested that with such a flimsy lock it was unsafe, but the baronet shook his head. It's safer here than in a woman's jewel case, he asserted. No one looks to my drawer, and certainly no one would expect to find a crown jewel of this description in my quarters. Well, he came back to his seat, slipping his keys into his trouser pocket. The whole thing puzzles me. Why not do as I suggest and go to Mrs. Jasher? In any case, you're going there tonight, are you not? Yes. I want to decide what to do with the woman. I had intended to go alone, but as you are here, you may as well come also. I shall be delighted. What do you intend to do? Help her, said Random briefly. She doesn't deserve it, replied Hope, lighting a fresh cigarette. Does anyone ever deserve anything? Asked Sir Random cynically. What does Miss Kendall think of the business? I suppose Braddock told her. He has too long a tongue to keep anything to himself. He told her at dinner when I was present. Lucy is quite on your side. She says that she had known Mrs. Cheshire for months, and that there is good in her, although I am bound to say that Lucy was a trifle shocked. Does she want Mrs. Cheshire to marry her father now? Her stepfather, corrected Archie immediately. No, that's out of the question. But she would like Mrs. Cheshire to be helped out of her difficulties and have a fair start. It was only by the greatest diplomacy that I prevented Lucy going to see the wretched woman this evening. Why did you prevent her? Archie coloured. I dare say I am a trifle prudish, he replied, but after what had happened, I do not wish Lucy to associate with Mrs. Cheshire. Do you blame me? No, I don't. All the same, I don't think that Mrs. Cheshire is an immoral woman by any means. Perhaps not, but we needn't discuss her character, as we know precious little of her past, and she no doubt told you the story that best suited herself. I think it will be best to make her tell all she knows this evening, and then send her away with a sum of money in her pocket to begin a new life. I shall help her, certainly, said Random with his eyes on the fire, but can't say exactly how. It's my opinion that the poor wretch is more sinned against than sinning. You are a soldier with a conscience, Random. The other laughed. Why shouldn't a soldier have a conscience? Do you take your idea of officers from the lady novelist, who makes us out to be all idle idiots? Not exactly. All the same, many a man would not take the trouble to behave as you are doing to this unlucky woman. Any man who is a man, whether soldier or civilian, would help such a poor creature, and I believe, Hope, that you will help her also? The artist leaped to his feet impulsively. Of course, I am with you right along, as Harvey would say. But first, before deciding what we shall do to set Mrs. Cheshire on her legs again, let us hear what she has to say. She can say nothing more than she has said, remonstrated Random. I don't believe that, replied Hope, reaching for his overcoat. You may choose to believe that the letter was the outcome of bluff, but I really and truly think that Mrs. Cheshire is in the know. What is more, I believe that Bolton got her those clothes, and that she was the woman who talked to him, went there to see how the little scheme was progressing. If I thought that, said Random coldly, I would not help Mrs. Cheshire. Oh, yes, you would. The greater the sinner, the more need she or he has of help. You know, my dear fellow. But get your coat on, and let us toddle. I don't suppose we need pistols. Sir Frank laughed, as, aided by the artist, he struggled into his military greatcoat. I don't suppose that Mrs. Cheshire will be dangerous, he remarked. We'll get what we can out of her, and then arrange what is best to be done to recoup her fallen fortunes. Then she can go where she chooses, and we can, as the French say, return to our muttons. I think Donna Inez and Lucy would be annoyed to hear themselves called muttons, laughed Archie, and the two men left the room. The night was darker than ever, and a fine rain was falling incessantly. When they left the dimly lighted archway of the fort through the smaller gate set in the larger one, they stepped into the midnight blackness, such as must have been spread over the land of Egypt. In accordance with the primitive customs of courtly inhabitants, one of them at least should have been furnished with a lantern, as it was no easy task to pick a clean way through the mud. However, Archie, knowing the surroundings better than Random, led the way, and they walked slowly through the iron gate on the hard, high road which led to the fort. Immediately beyond this, they turned towards a narrow cinder path which led through the marshes to Mrs. Cheshire's cottage, and toiled on cautiously through the misty rain which fell continuously. The fog was drifting up from the mouth of the river, and was growing so thick that they could not see the somewhat feeble lights of the cottage. However, Archie's instinct led him aright, and they blundered finally upon the wooden gate. Here they paused in shocked surprise, for a woman's scream rang out wildly and suddenly. "What in heaven's name is that?" asked Hope, aghast. "We must find out," breathed Random, and raced through the white cotton wool of the fog up the path. As he reached the veranda, the door opened, and a woman came running out screaming. But the other screams inside the cottage still continued. "What's the matter?" cried Random, seizing the woman. She proved to be Jane. "Oh, sir, my mistress is being murdered!" Hope plunged past her into the corridor, not waiting to hear more. The cries had died down to a low moaning, and he dashed into the pink parlor to find it in smoky darkness. Striking a match, he held it above his head. It showed Mrs. Cheshire prone on the floor, and a dark figure smashing its way through the flimsy window. There was a snarl, and the figure vanished as the match went out. The end of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 24. A Confession. Jane was still being held by Sir Frank at the floor and was still screaming, fully convinced that her captor was a burglar in spite of having recognized him by his voice. Random was so exasperated by her stupidity that he shook her. "What is the matter, you fool?" he demanded. "Don't you know that I am a friend?" "Yes, sir," fetching a breath again after the shaking. "But go for the police. My mistress is being murdered. Mr. Hope is looking after that, and the screams have ceased. Who was with your mistress?" "I don't know, sir," sobbed the servant. "I didn't know anyone had called, and then I heard the screaming. I looked into the parlor to see what was the matter, but the lamp had been thrown over and had gone out, and there was a dreadful struggle going on in the darkness. So I screamed and ran out, and then Oh! Jane showed symptoms of renewed hysteria and clutched Random tightly as a man came cautiously round the corner. "Are you there, Random?" asked Hope's voice. "It's so infernally dark and foggy that I've missed him." "Missed who?" "The man was trying to murder Mrs. Jasher. He got her down when I entered and struck a match. Then he dashed through the window before I could catch him or even recognize him. He's vanished in the mist." "It's no use looking for him anyhow," said Random, peering into the dense blackness which was thick with damp. "We had better see after Mrs. Jasher." "Whom have you got there?" "Jane, who seems to have lost her head." "It's a mercy I haven't lost my life, sir, with burglars and murderers all about the place," sobbed the girl, dropping onto the veranda. Random promptly hauled her to her feet. "Go and get a candle, and keep calm if you can," he said in an abrupt military voice. "This is no time to play the fool." His sharpness had great effect on the girl, and she became much more her usual self. Hope lighted another match, and the trio proceeded through the passage towards the kitchen, where Jane had left a lamp burning. Seizing this from its bracket, Sir Frank retraced his way along the passage to the pink parlor, followed closely by Hope and timorously by Jane. A dreadful scene presented itself. The dainty little room was literally smashed to pieces, as though a gigantic bull had been wallowing therein. The lamp lay on the floor, surrounded by several extinguished candles. It was a mercy that all the lights had been put out when overturned, else the gimcrack cottage would have been long since in a blaze. Chairs and tables and screens were also overturned, and the one window had its rose-hued curtains torn down and its glass broken, showing only too clearly the way in which the murderer had escaped. And that the man who had attacked Mrs. Jasher was a murderer could be seen from the stream of blood that ran slowly from Mrs. Jasher's breast. Apparently she had been stabbed in the lungs, for the wound was on the right side. There she lay, poor woman, in a tawdry finery, crumpled up, battered and bruised, dead amongst the ruins of her home. Jane immediately began to scream again. "Stop her, Hope!" cried Random, who was kneeling by the body and feeling the heart. "Mrs. Jasher is not dead. Hold your noise, woman, and go for a doctor." This was to Jane, who, prevented from screaming, took to whimpering. "I had better go," said Hope quickly. "I'll go to the fort and alarm the men. Perhaps they may catch the man." "Can you describe him?" "Of course not," said Archie indignantly. "I only caught a glimpse of him by the feeble light of a lucifer match. Then he leaped through the window, and I after him. I made a grab at him, but lost him in the mist. I don't know in the least what he is like." "Then how can anyone arrest him?" snapped Random, raising Mrs. Jasher's head. "Give what alarm you like, but race for Robinson up the village. We must save this poor woman's life, if only to learn who killed her." "But she isn't dead yet." "She isn't dead yet," wailed Jane, clapping her hands, while Hope, knowing the value of time, promptly ran out of the house to get further assistance. "She soon will be," said Sir Frank, whose temper was not of the best at so critical a moment in dealing with a fool. "Go and bring me brandy at once, and afterwards linen and hot water. We must do our best to staunch this wound and revive her." For the next quarter of an hour the man and the woman labored hard to save Mrs. Jasher's life. Random bound up the wound in a rough and ready fashion, and Jane fed the pale lips of her mistress with sips of brandy. Mrs. Jasher gradually became more alive, and a faint sigh escaped from her lips, as her wounded bosom rose and fell with recovered breath. When Sir Frank was in hopes that she would speak, she suddenly relapsed into a comatose state. Luckily at that moment, Archie returned with young Dr. Robinson at his heels, and also was followed by Painter, the village constable, who had luckily been picked up in the fog. Robinson whistled as he looked at the insensible woman. "She had a narrow squeak," he muttered, lifting the body with the assistance of Random. "Will she recover?"
questioned Hope anxiously. "I can't tell you yet," answered the doctor, and with Sir Frank he carried the heavy body of the widow into her bedroom. "How did it happen?" "That's my business," said Painter, who had followed, and was now filled with importance. "You look after the body, sir, and I'll question these gentlemen and the servant." "Servant yourself!" "Such sauce!" muttered Jane, with an angry toss of her cap at the daring young policeman. "I know nothing. I left my mistress in the parlor writing letters, and never heard anyone come in. The bell didn't sound anyhow. The first thing I knew that anything was wrong was on hearing the screams. When I looked into the parlor, the candles and the lamp were out, and there was a struggle going on in the dark. Then I cried out, very naturally, I'm sure, and ran straight into the arms of these gentlemen as soon as I could get the front door open." After delivering this address, Jane was called away to assist the doctor in the bedroom, and along with Archie and Random, the constable repaired to the pink parlor to hear what they had to say. Of course, they could tell him even less than Jane had told, and Archie protested that he was quite unable to describe the man who had dashed out of the window. "Ah," said Painter sapiently, "he got out there. But how did he enter?" "No doubt by the door," said Random sharply. "We don't know that, sir. Jane says she did not hear the bell. Mrs. Jasher might have let the man in whomsoever he was secretly. Why should she, sir?" "Ah, now you are asking more than I can tell you. Only Mrs. Jasher can explain, and it seems to me that she will die." Meanwhile, in some mysterious way, the news of the crime had spread through the village, and although it was growing late, for it was past 10 o'clock, a dozen or so of villagers came along. Also, there arrived a number of soldiers under a smart sergeant, and to him Sir Frank explained what had happened. In the faint-hearted way, for the mist was now like cotton wool, the military and the civilians hunted through the marshes round the cottage, hoping to come across the assassin hiding in a ditch. Needless to say, they found no one and nothing, for it was worse than looking for a needle in a bundle of hay. The man had come out of the mist, and after executing the deed, had vanished into the mist, and there was not the very slightest chance of finding him. Gradually, as it drew towards midnight, the soldiers went back to the fort and the villagers to their homes. But along with the doctor and the constable, Hope and his military friend stopped on. They were determined to get at the root of the mystery, and when Mrs. Jasher became sensible, she would be able to reveal the truth. "It's all of a piece with the sending of the emerald," said Random to the artist, "and that is connected, as we know, with the death of Bolton. Do you think this man who has struck Mrs. Jasher is the same one who strangled Sidney Bolton?" "I should think so. Perhaps Mrs. Jasher sent the emerald after all, and this man killed her out of revenge. But how would we know that she had the emerald?" "God knows. She may have been his accomplice." Archie knit his brows. "Who the devil can this mysterious person be?" "I can only reply as you have done, my friend. God knows." "Well, I am certain that God will not let him escape this time. This will bring Gartley once more into notoriety," went on Hope. "By the way, I saw one of the servants from the pyramids here. I hope the fool won't go home and frighten Lucy's life out of her." "Go to the pyramids and see her," suggested Sir Frank. "Mrs. Jasher is still unconscious, and will be for hours, the doctor tells me." "It is too late to go to the pyramids, Random. If they know of this new tragedy there, I'll bet they are not in bed." Hope nodded. "All the same, I'll remain here until Mrs. Jasher can speak," he said, and sat smoking with Random in the dining room as the most comfortable room in the house. Constable Painter camped, so to speak, in the drawing room, keeping guard over the scene of the crime, and had placed a Chinese screen against a broken window to keep out the cold. In the bedroom, Jane and Dr. Robinson looked after the dying woman. And dying she was, according to the young physician, for he did not think she would live much longer. Round the lonely cottage, the sea mist drifted white and thick, and the darkness deepened until, as the saying goes, it could have been cut with a knife. Never was there so eerie and weary and sinister a vigil. Towards 4 o'clock, Hope fell into a doze while resting in an armchair. But he was suddenly aroused from this by an exclamation from Sir Frank, who had remained wide awake, smoking cigar after cigar. In a moment, the artist was on his feet, alert and quick-brained. "What is it?" Random made for the dining-room door rapidly. "I thought I heard Painter call out," he declared, and hastily sought the parlor, followed by Hope. The room was empty, but the screen before the broken window had been thrown down, and they could see Painter's bulky form immediately outside. "What the deuce is the matter?" demanded Random, entering. "Did you call out, Painter? I fancied I heard something." The constable came in again. "I did call out, sir," he confessed. "I was half asleep in the chair, when I suddenly became wide awake and believed I saw a face looking at me round the corner of the screen. I jumped up, calling for you, sir, and upset the screen." "Well?" Well, demanded Sir Frank impatiently, and seeing that the man hesitated. I saw no one, sir. All the same, I had an idea, and I have still, that a man came through the window and peered at me from behind the screen. The man who attacked Mrs. Chashire? I can't say, sir. But there was someone. At any rate, he's gone again, if he really did come, and there's no chance of finding him. It's like pea soup outside. Hope and Random simultaneously stepped through the window, but could not see an inch before them, so thick was the sea fog, and so dense was the darkness. Returning, they replaced the screen, and telling Painter to be more on alert, went back shivering to the fire in the dining room. When they were seated again, Archie put a question. Do you think that policeman was dreaming? He asked meditatively. No, replied Random sharply. I believe that the man who assaulted Mrs. Chashire is hanging about, and ventured back into the room, relying on the fog as a means of escape should he be spotted. But the man wouldn't be such a fool as to return into danger. Not unless he wanted something very badly, said Random significantly. Hope let the cigarette he was lighting fall. What do you mean? I may be wrong, of course, but it is my impression that there is something in the parlour which this man wants, and for which he tried to murder Mrs. Chashire. We interrupted him, and he was forced to flee. Hidden in the fog, he is lurking about to see if he can't obtain what he has risked his neck to secure. What can it be? Murmured Archie, struck by the feasibility of this theory. Perhaps the second emerald? Remarked Sir Frank grimly. What? You don't think that? I don't think anything. I am too tired to think at all. However, Painter will keep his eyes open, and in the morning we can search the room. The man has been in the house twice to get what he wanted. He won't risk another attempt, now that he is aware we are on the alert. I'm going to try and get 40 winks. You keep watch, as you have had your sleep. Hope was quite agreeable, but just as Random composed himself to uneasy slumber, Jane, haggard and red-eyed, came hastily into the dining room. If you please, gentlemen, the doctor wants you to come and see Mistress. She is sensible, and the two waited to hear no more, but went hastily but softly into the room wherein lay the dying woman. Robinson sat by the bedside, holding his patient's hand and feeling a pulse. He placed his fingers on his lips as the men entered gently, and at the same moment Mrs. Chashire's voice, weak from exhaustion, sounded through the room, which was dimly illuminated by one candle. The newcomers halted in obedience to Robinson's signal. "Who's there?" asked Mrs. Chashire weakly, for in spite of the care exercised, she had evidently heard the footsteps. "Mr. Hope and Sir Frank Random," whispered the doctor, speaking into the dying woman's ear. "They came in time to save you." "In time to see me die," she murmured, "and I can't die unless I tell the truth. I'm glad Random is there. He's a kind-hearted boy, and treated me better than he need have. Oh, some brandy. Robinson gave her some in his spoon. "Now, lie quiet and do not attempt to speak," he commanded. "You need all your strength." "I do. To tell that which I wish to tell," gasped Mrs. Chashire, trying to raise herself. Sir Frank! Her voice sounded hoarse and weak. "Yes, Mrs. Chashire," said the young man, coming softly to the bedside. She thrust out a weak hand and clutched him. "You must be my father confessor and hear all. You got the emerald?" "What?" Random recoiled in astonishment. "Did you?" "Yes. I sent it to you as a wedding present. I was sorry, and I was afraid, and I... She paused again, gasping. The doctor intervened and gave her more brandy. "You must not talk," he insisted severely, "or I shall turn Sir Frank and Mr. Hope out of the room." No. Give me more brandy. More. And when the doctor placed a tumbler to her lips, she drank so greedily that he had to take the glass away lest she should do herself harm. But the ardent spirit put new life into her, and with a superhuman effort she suddenly reared herself in the bed. "Come here, Hope. Come here, Random," she gave in a much stronger voice. "I have much to tell you. Yes, I took the emerald after dark and threw it into the sentry box when the man wasn't looking. I escaped your spy, Random, and I escaped the notice of the sentry. I walked like a cat, and like a cat, I can see in the dark. I'm glad you've got the emerald." "Where did you get it?" asked Random quietly. "That's a long story. I don't know that I have the strength to tell it. I have written it out." "You have written it out?" said Hope quickly and drawing near. "Yes. Jane thought that I was writing letters, but I was writing out the whole story of the murder. You were good to me, Random, you dear boy, and on the impulse of the moment, I took the emerald to you. I was sorry when I got back, but it was too late then to repent, as I did not dare to go near the fort again. Your spy who watched might have discovered me the second time. I then thought that I would write out the story of the murder, so as to exonerate myself. Then you are not guilty of Bolton's death? Asked Sir Frank, puzzled, for her confession was somewhat incoherent. No, I did not strangle him, but I know who did. I have written it all down. I was just finishing when I heard the tapping at the window. I let him in and he tried to get the confession, for I told him what I had done. Who did you tell? Asked Hope, much excited. Mrs. Jasher took no notice. The confession is lying on my desk. All the sheets of paper are loose. I had no time to bind them together, for he came in. He wanted the emerald and the confession. I told him that I had given the emerald to you, Random, and that I had confessed all in writing. Then he went mad and flew at me with a dreadful knife. He knocked over the candles and the lamp. Everything went out, and all was darkness, and I lay crying for help with the devil stabbing. Ah! Who in heaven's name is the man? Demanded Random, standing up in his eagerness. But Mrs. Jasher had fallen back in a faint, and Robinson was again supplying her with brandy. You'd better leave the room, you two, he said. Oh, I can't be answerable for her life. I must stay and learn the truth, said Random determinedly. And you, Hope, go into the parlor and find that confession. It's on the desk, as she said, all loose sheets. No doubt it was a confession which the man she refers to tried to secure when he came back the second time. He may make another attempt, or Painter may go to sleep. Hurry, hurry! Archie needed no second telling as he realized what hung on the securing of the confession. He stole swiftly out of the room, closing the door after him. Faint as was the sound, Mrs. Jasher heard it and opened her eyes. Do not go, Random, she said faintly. I have yet much to say, although the confession will tell you all. I am half sorry I wrote it out. At least I was, and perhaps I should have burnt it had I not met with this accident. Accident? Echoed Sir Frank scornfully. Murder, you mean? The sinister word galvanized the dying woman in sudden strong life, and she reared herself again on the bed. Murder. Yes, it is murder, she cried out loudly. He killed Sidney Bolton to get the emeralds, and he killed me to make me close my mouth. Who stabbed you? Speak! Speak! Cried Random anxiously. Cockatoo. He is guilty of my death and Bolton's. And she fell back dead. The end of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy. Chapter 25. The Mills of God. In the cold grey hours of the morning, Hope and his friend left the cottage wherein such a tragedy had taken place. The dead woman was lying stiff and white on a bed under a winding sheet which had already been strewn with many-hued chrysanthemums taken from the pink parlour by the weeping Jane. The wretched woman, who had led so stormy and unhappy a life, had at least one sincere mourner, for she had always been kind to the servant who formed her entire domestic staff, and Jane would not hear a word said against the dead. Not that anyone did say anything, for Random and Hope kept the contents of the confession to themselves. There would be time enough for Mrs. Jasher's reputation to be smirched when those same contents were made public. When the poor woman died, Random left the doctor and the servant to look after the corpse and went into the parlour. Here he met Hope with the confession in his hand. Luckily, Painter was not in the room at the moment, else he would have prevented the artist from taking away the same. Hope, as directed by Mrs. Jasher, had found the confession written on many sheets lying on the desk. It broke off abruptly towards the end and was not signed. Apparently at this point Mrs. Jasher had been interrupted, as she had said, by the tapping of Cockatoo at the window. Probably she had admitted him at once, and on her refusal to give him the emerald, and on her confessing what she had written, he had overturned the lights for the purpose of murdering her. Only too well had the Kanaka succeeded in his wickedness. Archie slipped the confession into his pocket before the policeman returned, and then left the cottage with Random and the doctor, since nothing else could now be done. It was between 7 and 8, and the chilly dawn was breaking, but the sea mist still lay heavily over the marshes, as though it were the winding sheet of the dead. Robinson went to his own house to get a strap and drive into Jessam, there to catch the train and ferry to Pearside. It was necessary that Inspector Date should be informed of this new tragedy without delay, and as Constable Painter was engaged in watching the cottage, there was no messenger available but Dr. Robinson. Random indeed offered to send a soldier, or to afford Robinson the use of the fort telephone, but the doctor preferred to see Date personally so as to detail exactly what had happened. Perhaps the young medical man had an eye to becoming better known for the improvement of his practice, but he certainly seemed anxious to take a prominent part in the proceedings connected with the murder of Mrs. Jasher. When Robinson parted from them, Random and Hope went to the lodgings of the latter so as to read over the confession and learn exactly to what extent Mrs. Jasher had been mixed up in the tragedy of the Green Mummy. She had declared herself innocent even on her deathbed, and so far as the two could judge at this point, she certainly had not actually strangled Sidney Bolton. But it might be, and it appeared to be more than probable, that she was an accessory after the fact. But this they could learn from the confession, and they sat in Hope's quiet little sitting room, in which the fire had been just lighted by the artist landlady, with the scattered sheets neatly ranged before them. "Perhaps you would like a cup of coffee, or a whiskey and soda?" suggested Archie, "before starting to read?" "I should," assented Random, who looked weary and pale. "The events of the night have somewhat knocked me up. Coffee for choice. Nice, black, strong, hot coffee." Hope nodded and went to order the same. When he returned, he sat down after closing the door carefully and proceeded to read. But before he could speak, Random raised his hand. "Let us chat until the coffee comes in," he said. "Then we shall not be interrupted when reading." "All right," said Hope. "Have a cigar." "No, thanks. I've been smoking all the night. I shall sit here by the fire and wait for the coffee." "You look chippy yourself." "And small wonder," said Archie wearily. "We little thought when we left the fort last night what a time we were going to have. Fancy Mrs. Jasher having sent you the emerald after all." "Yes," she repented, as she said, "and yet I dare say, she also said, she was sorry that she acted on her impulse. If she had not been stabbed by that damned cockatoo, she would no doubt have destroyed that confession. I expect she wrote that also on the impulse of the moment." "She confessed as much," said Hope, leaning his head on his hand and staring into the fire. "She must have been cognizant of the truth all along. I wonder if she was an accessory before or after the fact." "What I wonder," said Random after a moment's thought, "is what Braddock has to do with the matter." Hope raised his head in surprise. "Why, nothing. Mrs. Jasher did not say a word against Braddock." "I know that. All the same, Cockatoo was completely under the thumb of the professor, and probably was instructed by him to strangle Bolton." "That is impossible," cried the artist, much agitated. "Think of what you are saying, Random. What a terrible thing it would be for Lucy if the professor were guilty in such a way as you suggest." "Really, I fail to see that. Miss Kendall is no relation to Braddock save by marriage. His iniquities have nothing to do with her, or with you." "But it is impossible, I tell you, Random. Throughout the whole of this case, Braddock has acted in a perfectly innocent way." "That's just it," said Sir Frank caustically. "He has acted. In spite of his pretended grief for the loss of the emeralds, I should not be surprised to learn from that," he nodded towards the confession of the table, "that he was in possession of the missing gem. Cockatoo had no reason to steal the emeralds himself, setting aside the fact that he probably would not know their value, being but a semi-civilized savage. He acted under orders from his master, and although Cockatoo strangled Bolton, the professor is really the author and the gainer, and the moving spirit." "You would make Braddock an accessory before the fact." "Yes, and Mrs. Jasher an accessory after the fact. Cockatoo is a link, as the actual criminal who joins the two in a guilty partnership. No wonder Braddock intended to make that woman his wife, even though he did not love her, for she knew a jolly sight too much for his peace of mind." "This is horrible," murmured Hope desperately. "But it's mere theory. We cannot be sure until we read the confession." "We'll be sure soon then, for here comes the coffee." This last remark Random made when a timid knock came to the door, and a moment later the landlady entered with a tray bearing cups, saucers, and a jug of steaming coffee. She was a meek, reticent woman who entered and departed in dismal silence, and in a few moments the two young men were quite alone with the door closed. They drank a cup of coffee each, and then Hope proceeded to read the confession. The story told by Mrs. Jasher commenced with a short account of her early life. It appeared that her father was a ruined gentleman and a gambler, and that her mother had been an actress. She was dragged up in a bohemian sort of way until she attained a manageable age, when a mother, who seemed to have been both wicked and hard-hearted, forced her to marry a comparatively wealthy man called Jasher. The elderly husband, for Jasher was not young, treated his wife very badly, and infected with the spirit of gambling by her father, lost all his money. Mrs. Jasher then went with him to America and performed on the stage in order to keep the home together. She had one child, but it died much to her grief, yet also much to her relief, as she was so miserable and poor. Mrs. Jasher gave a scanty account of sordid years of trouble and trial, of failure and sorrow. She and her husband roamed all over America and then went to Australia and New Zealand, where they lived a wretched existence for many years. Finally, the husband died of strong drink at an advanced age, leaving Mrs. Jasher a somewhat elderly widow. The poor woman again took to the stage and tried to earn her bread, but was unsuccessful. Afterwards, she lectured. Then she kept a boarding establishment, and finally went out as a nurse. In every way, it would seem, she tried to keep her head above water and roamed the world like a bird of passage, finding rest nowhere for the sole of her foot. Yet, throughout the story, both the young men could see that she had always aspired to a quiet and decent, respectable existence, and that only force of circumstances had flung her into the whirlpool of life. As I said, remarked Random at this stage, the miserable creature is more sinned against than sinning. Her moral sense seemed to have become blunted, however, said Archie doubtfully. And small wonder, amidst such surroundings. But it seems to me that she was much better under the circumstances than many another woman would have been. Go on. In Melbourne, Mrs. Jasher made a lucky speculation in mines which brought her £1,000. With this, she came to England and resolved to make a bid for respectability. Chance led her into the neighbourhood of Gartley, and thinking that if she set up a tent in this locality, she might manage to marry an officer from the fort, since amid such dismal surroundings, a young man might be the more easily fascinated by a woman of the world. She took the cottage amidst the marshes at a small rent. Here she hoped to eke out what money she had left, a few hundreds, until the coveted marriage should take place. Afterwards, she met Professor Braddock and determined to marry him, as a man more easy to manage. She was successful in enlisting Lucy on her side, and until the green mummy brought its bad luck to the pyramids, everything went capitally. It was in connection with the name of Bolton that the first mention was made of the green mummy. Sidney was a clever young man, although very lowly born, and having been taken up by Professor Braddock as an assistant, could hope some day to make a position. Braddock was educating him, although he paid him very little in the way of wages. Sidney fell in love with Mrs. Jasher, and in some way, she did not mention how, gained a confidence. Perhaps the lonely woman was glad to have a sympathetic friend. At all events, she told the past history to Sidney and mentioned that she desired to marry Braddock. But Sidney insisted that she should marry him, and promised to make enough money to satisfy her that he was a good match, setting aside his humble birth, for which Mrs. Jasher cared nothing. It was then that Sidney related what he had discovered. Braddock, when in Peru many years before, had tried to get mummies for some scientific reason. When Harvey, then known as Vasa, promised to procure him the mummy of the last Inca, Braddock was extremely pleased. Harvey stole the mummy and also the copy of the manuscript, which was written in Latin. He sent this latter to Braddock, who was then in Cusco, as an earnest of his success in procuring the mummy, and when the professor returned to Lima, the mummy was to be handed to him. Unfortunately, Braddock was carried into captivity for 1 year, and when he escaped, Vasa had disappeared with the mummy. As the professor had deciphered the Latin manuscript, he knew of the emeralds, and for years had been hunting for the mummy. She ought to be recognized from its peculiar green color in order to get the jewels and thus secure money for his Egyptian expedition. All through, it seems, the professor was actuated by purely scientific enthusiasm, as in the abstract he cared very little for hard cash. Bolton told Mrs. Jasher that Braddock explained how much he desired to get the mummy, but he did not mention about the jewels. For a long time, Sidney was under the impression that his master merely wanted the mummy to see the difference between the Egyptian and Peruvian modes of embalming. Then one day, Sidney chanced on the Latin manuscript and learned that Braddock's real reason for getting the mummy was to procure the emeralds which were held in the grip of the dead. Sidney kept this knowledge to himself, and Braddock never guessed that his assistant knew the truth. Then, unexpectedly, Braddock stumbled across the advertisement describing the green mummy for sale in Malta. From the color, he made sure that it was that of Inca Caxus, and so moved heaven and earth to get money to buy it. At length he did, from Archie Hope, on condition that he consented to the marriage of his stepdaughter with the young man. Thinking that Sidney was ignorant of the jewels, he sent him to bring the mummy home. Sidney told Mrs. Chashire that he would try and steal the jewels in Malta or on board the tramp steamer. Failing that, he would delay the delivery of the mummy to Braddock on some excuse and rob it at pierside. To make sure of escaping, he borrowed a disguise from his mother, alleging that Hope wanted the same to clothe the model. Sidney intended to take these clothes with him, and after stealing the jewels, to escape disguised as an old woman. As he was slender and clean-shaven and a capital actor, he could easily manage this. Then he arranged that Mrs. Chashire should join him in Paris, and they would sell the emeralds and go to America, there to marry and live happily ever afterwards like a fairy tale. Unfortunately for the success of this plan, Mrs. Chashire thought that the professor would make a more distinguished husband, so she betrayed all that Sidney had arranged. "What a beastly thing to do," interrupted Brandon, disgusted. "It's not as if she wanted to help Braddock. I think less of Mrs. Chashire than ever I did. She might have remembered that there is honor amongst thieves." "Well, she is dead, poor soul," said Hope with a sigh. "God knows that if she sinned, she was paid cruelly for her sin." After which remark, as Sir Frank was silent, he resumed his reading. Braddock was furious when he learned of his assistant's projected trickery, and he determined to circumvent him. He agreed to marry Mrs. Chashire, as, if he had not done so, she could have warned Sidney, and he could have escaped with both the mummy and the jewels by conniving with Harvey. The professor could not risk that, as, remembering Harvey as Gustav Vasa, he was aware how clever and reckless he was. Whether Braddock ever intended to marry the widow in the end, it is hard to say, but he certainly pretended to consent to the engagement, which was mainly brought about by Lucy. Then came the details of the murder so far as Mrs. Chashire knew. One evening, in fact on the evening when the crime was committed, the woman was walking in a garden late. In the moonlight, she saw Braddock and Cockatoo go down along the cinder path to the jetty near the fort. Wondering what they were doing, she waited up, and heard and saw them, for it was still moonlight, come back long after midnight. The next day she heard of the murder, and guessed that the professor and his slave, for Cockatoo was little else, had rowed up to Pierside in a boat, and there had strangled Sidney and stolen the mummy. She saw Braddock and accused him. The professor had then opened the case, and had pretended astonishment when discovering the corpse of the man whom Cockatoo had strangled, as he knew perfectly well. Braddock at first denied having been to Pierside, but Mrs. Chashire insisted that she would tell the police, so he was forced to make a clean breast of it to the woman. "Now for it," said Random, settling himself to hear details of the crime, for he had often wondered how it had been executed. Braddock read Archie from the confession, for Mrs. Chashire did not trouble herself with the polite prefix. Braddock explained that when he received a letter from Sidney stating that he would have to remain with the mummy for a night in Pierside, he guessed that his treacherous assistant intended to effect the robbery. It seems that Sidney by mistake had left behind the disguise in which he intended to escape. Aware of this through me, Mrs. Chashire referred to herself, he made Cockatoo assume the dress and row up the river to the Sailor's Rest. The Kanaka easily could be mistaken for a woman, as he also, like Sidney, was slender and smooth-chinned. Also, he wore a shawl over his head to disguise his mop of frizzy hair as much as possible, and for the purpose of concealing his tattooed face. In the darkness, it was after 9 o'clock, he spoke to Sidney through the window, as he had seen him there earlier when searching for him. Cockatoo said that Sidney was much afraid when he heard that his purpose had been discovered by the professor. He offered a share of the plunder to the Kanaka, and Cockatoo agreed, saying that he would come back late, and that Sidney was to admit him into the bedroom so that they could open the mummy and steal the jewels. Sidney quite believed that Cockatoo was heart and soul with him, especially as the cunning Kanaka swore that he was weary of his master's tyranny. It was when Cockatoo was talking thus that he was seen by Eliza Flight, who mistook him very naturally for a woman. Cockatoo then returned by boat to the Gartley jetty and told his master. Afterwards the professor, at a much later hour, went down to the jetty and was rowed up to Pierside by the Kanaka. "That was when Mrs. Chashire saw them," said Brandon, much interested. "Yes," said Archie. And then, if you remember, she watched for the return of the couple. It was nearly midnight when the boat was brought alongside the sloping stone bank of the alley which ran past the Sailor's Rest. No one was aboard at that hour, not even a policeman, and there was no light in Sidney Bolton's window. Braddock was much agitated as he thought that Sidney had already escaped. He waited in the boat and sent Cockatoo to knock at the window. Then a light appeared and a window was silently opened. The Kanaka slipped in and remained there for some 10 minutes after closing the window. When he returned, the light was extinguished. He whispered to his master that Sidney had opened the packing case and the mummy coffin and had ripped the swathings to get the jewels. When Sidney would not hand over the jewels to the Kanaka, as the latter wanted him to, Cockatoo, already prepared with the window cord, which he had silently taken from the blind, sprang upon the unfortunate assistant and strangled him. Cockatoo told this to his horrified master and wanted him to come back to hide the corpse in the packing case. Braddock refused, and then Cockatoo told him that he would throw the jewels, which he had taken from Sidney's body, into the river. The position of master and servant was reversed, and Braddock was forced to obey. The professor slipped silently ashore and into the room. The two men relighted the candle and pulled down the blind. They then placed the corpse of Sidney in the packing case and screwed the same down in silence. When this was completed, they were about to carry the mummy in its coffin, the lid of which they had replaced, to the boat, when they heard distant footsteps, probably those of a policeman on his beat. At once they extinguished the candle, and, as Braddock told Mrs. Chashire, he, for one, sat trembling in the dark. But the policeman, if the footsteps were those of a policeman, passed up another street, and the two were safe. Without relighting the candle, they silently slipped the mummy through the window, Cockatoo within and Braddock without. The case and its contents were not heavy, and it was not difficult for the men to take it to the boat. When it was safely bestowed, Cockatoo, who was as cunning as the devil according to his master, returned to the bedroom and unlocked the door. He afterwards passed a string through the joining of the upper and lower windows, and managed to shut the snub. Afterwards, he came to the boat and rowed it back to Gartley. On the way, Cockatoo told his master that Sidney had left instructions that the packing case should be taken next morning to the pyramids, so there was nothing to fear. The mummy was hidden in a hole under the jetty and covered with grass. "Why didn't they take it up to the house?" asked Random on hearing this. "That would have been dangerous," said Hope, looking up from the manuscript. "Seeing that the mummy was supposed to have been stolen by the murderer, it was easier to hide it amongst the grasses under the jetty, as no one ever goes there." "Well," he turned over a few pages, "that is practically all. The rest is after events." "I want to hear them," said Random, taking another cup of coffee. Hope ran his eyes swiftly over the remaining portion of the paper and gave further details rapidly to his friend. "You know all that happened?" he said. The professor's pretended surprise when he found the corpse he had himself helped to pack, and, Yes, but why was the mummy placed in Mrs. Jasher's garden?" "That was Braddock's idea. He fancied that the mummy might be found under the jetty, and that inconvenient inquiries might be made. Also, he wished if possible to implicate Mrs. Chashire, so as to keep her from telling to the police what he had told her. He and Cockatoo went down to the river one night and removed the mummy to the arbour silently. Afterwards he pretended to be astonished when he found it." "I must say he acted his part very well," said Hope reflectively. "Even to accusing Mrs. Chashire. That was a bold stroke of genius." "A very dangerous one." "Not at all. He swore to Mrs. Chashire that if she said anything, he would tell the police that she had taken the clothes provided by Sidney from the pyramids and had gone to speak through the window in order to fly with Sidney and the emeralds. As the fact of the mummy being found in Mrs. Chashire's garden would lend colour to the lie, she was obliged to hold her tongue. And after all, as she said, she didn't mind, since she was engaged to the professor, and possessed at least one of the emeralds." "Ah, the one she passed along to me. How did she get that?" Hope referred again to the manuscript. "She insisted that Braddock should give it to her as a pledge of good faith. He had to do it, or risk a splitting. That was why he placed the mummy in a garden, so as to bring her into the matter and render it more difficult for her to speak." "What of the other emerald?" "Braddock took that to Amsterdam when he went to London that time, if you remember, when Don Pedro arrived. Braddock sold the emerald for £3,000, and it is now on its way to an Indian Raja. I fear Don Pedro will never set eyes on that again." "Where is the money?" "He banked it in a feigned name in Amsterdam, and intended to account for it when he married Mrs. Chashire by saying it was left to her by that mythical Peking merchant brother of hers. Savvy?" "Yes." What an infernal little villain. And I expect he sent Cockatoo down last night for the other emerald. That is not related in the manuscript, said Archie, laying down the last sheet and taking up his coffee. The confession ends abruptly. At the time, Cockatoo tapped at the window, I expect. But she said when dying that the Kanaka asked for the second emerald. If she had not sent it to you in a fit of weakness, I expect she would have passed it along. I can't make out, added Archie musingly, why Mrs. Jasher confessed when everything was so safe. Well, said Random, nursing his chin and staring into the fire, she made a mistake in trying to blackmail me, though why she did so I can't tell, seeing she had the whip hand of Braddock. Perhaps she wanted the 5,000 to spend herself, knowing that the professor's plunder would be wasted on his confounded expedition. At any rate, she gave herself away by the blackmail, and I expect she grew frightened. If the house had been searched, and it might have been searched by the police, had I arrested her for the blackmail, the emerald would have been found, and she would have been incriminated. She therefore got rid of it cleverly by passing it along to me as a wedding gift. Then she again grew afraid and wrote out this confession to exonerate herself. But it doesn't, insisted Hope. She makes herself out plainly as an accessory after the fact. A woman doesn't understand these legal niceties. She wrote that out to clear herself in case she was arrested for the blackmail, and perhaps in case Braddock refused to help her, as he sadly did if you remember. He was hard on her, confessed Archie slowly. Being such a villain himself, said Random grimly. However, Cockatoo arrived unluckily in the scene, and when he found she had parted with the emerald and had written out the truth, he stabbed her. If we hadn't come just in the nick of time, he would have annexed the confession, and the truth would never have become known. No one, ended Random, rising and stretching himself, would connect Braddock or Cockatoo with the death of Mrs. Jasher, or with the death of Sidney Bolton either, said Hope, also rising and putting on his cap. What an actor the man is! Where are you going? Demanded Sir Frank, yawning. To the pyramids. I want to see how Lucy is. Will you tell her about the confession? Not until later. I shall give this to Inspector Date when he arrives. The professor has made his bed, so he must lie on it. When I marry Lucy, I'll take her away from this damned place. Marry her at once, then, advised Random, while the professor is doing time, and while Cockatoo is being hanged. Meanwhile, I think you had better put on your overcoat, unless you want to walk through the village in a crumpled evening dress, like a dissipated undergraduate. Archie laughed in spite of his weariness, and assumed his greatcoat at the same moment as Random slipped into his. The two young men walked out into the village and up to the pyramids, for Random wished to see Braddock before returning to the fort. They found the door of the great house open, and the servants in the hall. What's all this? Demanded Hope, entering. Why are you here and not at work? Where's your master? He's run away, said the cook in a shrill voice. Lord knows why, sir. Archie! Archie! Lucy came running out of the museum, pale-faced and white. My father has gone away with Cockatoo and the green mummy. What does it mean? And just when Mrs. Jasher is murdered, too. Hush, darling. Come in. I'll explain, said Hope gently. The end of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 26. The Appointment. Poor Lucy Kendall was terribly grieved and shocked when the full account of her stepfather's iniquity was revealed to her. Archie tried to break the news as delicately as possible, but no words could soften the sordid story. Lucy at first could not believe it possible that a man whom she had known for so long and whom she was related would behave in such a base way. To convince her, Hope was forced to let her read the account in Mrs. Jasher's handwriting. When acquainted with the contents, the poor girl's first desire was to have the matter hushed up, and she implored her lover with tears to suppress the damning document. That's impossible, said Hope firmly. And if you think again, my dear, you will not repeat such a request. It's absolutely necessary that this should be placed in the hands of the police, and the truth should become as widely known as possible. Unless the matter is settled once and for all, someone else may be accused of this murder. But the disgrace, wept Lucy, hiding her face on her lover's shoulder. He slipped his arm round her waist. My darling, the disgrace exists whether it be public or private. After all, the professor is no relation. No, But everyone knows that I am his stepdaughter. Everyone, echoed Archie with an assumed lightness. My dear, everyone in this instance only means the handful of people who live in this out-of-the-way village. Your name will not appear in the papers, and even if by chance it does, you will soon be changing it for mine. I think the best thing that can be done is for you to come with me to London next week and marry me. Then we can go to the south of France for the rest of the winter, until you recover. When we return and set up house in London, say in a year, the whole affair will be forgotten. But how can you bear to marry me when you know that I come of such a bad stock? Wept Lucy, a trifle more comforted. My dear, must I remind you again that you are no relation to Professor Braddock? You have not a drop of his wicked blood in your veins, and even if you had, I should still marry you. It's you I love, and you I marry, so there is no more to be said. Come, darling, say that you will become my wife next week. But the Professor? Archie smiled grimly. He found it difficult to forgive Braddock for the disgrace he had brought on the girl. I don't think we'll ever be troubled again with the Professor, he said after a pause. He has bolted into the unknown with that infernal Kanaka. But why did he fly, Archie? Because he knew that the game was up. Mrs. Cheshire wrote out this confession and told Cockatoo, when he entered the room to get the emerald, that she had written it. To save his master, the Kanaka stabbed the wretched woman, and had Brandon and I not arrived, he would have secured the confession. I really believe he came back again out of the mist in the small hours of the morning to steal it. But when he found that all was vain, he returned here and told the Professor that the story of the murder had been written out. Therefore there was nothing left to Braddock but to fly. Although, added Hope with an afterthought, I can't imagine why those two fugitives should drag the confounded mummy with them. But why should the Professor fly? Asked Lucy again. According to what Mrs. Cheshire writes, he did not strangle poor Sidney. No, and I will do him the justice to say that he had no idea of having his assistant murdered. It was Cockatoo's savage blood which came out in the deed, and maybe it can be explained by the Kanaka's devotion to the Professor. It was the same way in the murder of Mrs. Cheshire. By killing Bolton, the Kanaka hoped to save the emeralds for Braddock. In stabbing Mrs. Cheshire, he hoped to save the Professor's life. Oh, Archie, will they hang my father? Hope winced. Call him your stepfather, he said quickly. No, dear, I do not think he will be hanged. But as an accessory after the fact, he will certainly be condemned to a long term of imprisonment. Cockatoo, however, assuredly will be hanged, and a good job too. He is only a savage, and as such is dangerous in a civilized community. I wonder where they have gone. Did anyone hear them going? No, said Lucy unhesitatingly. Cook came up this morning to my room and said that my stepfather, had gone away with Cockatoo and with the green mummy. I don't know why she should have said that, as the Professor often went away unexpectedly. Perhaps she heard rumours in the village and put two and two together. I cannot tell. Some instinct must have told her. But I dare say Braddock and his accomplice fled under cover of the mist and in the small hours of the morning. They must have known that the confession would bring the officers of the law to this house. I hope they will escape, murmured Lucy. Well, I am not sure, said Hope hesitatingly. Of course, I should like to avoid a scandal for your sake, and yet it's only right that the two of them should be punished. Remember, Lucy dear, how Braddock has acted all along in deceiving us. He knew all, and yet not one of us suspected him. While Archie was thus comforting the poor girl, Gartley village was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about this new crime, and everyone was wondering who had stabbed the unlucky woman. As yet the confession of Mrs. Cheshire had not been placed in the hands of the police, and everyone was ignorant that Cockatoo was a criminal who had escaped in the fog. Inspector Date speedily arrived with his myrmidons on the scene and made the cottage his headquarters. Later in the day, Hope, having taken a cold bath to freshen himself up, came with the confession. This he gave to the officer and explained the whole story of the previous night. Tate was more than astonished. He was astounded. He read the confession and made notes. Then he sent for Sir Frank Random and examined him in the same strict way as he had examined the artist. Jane was also questioned. Widow Anne was put in the witness box so as to report about the clothes, and in every way Tate gathered material for another inquest. At the former one, he had only been able to place scanty evidence before the jury, and the verdict had been unsatisfactory to the public. But on this occasion, seeing that the witnesses he could bring forward would solve the mystery of the first death as well as the second, Inspector Date exulted greatly. He saw himself promoted and his salary raised, and his name praised in the papers as a zealous and clever officer. By the time the inquest came to be held, the inspector had talked himself into believing that the whole mystery had been solved by himself. But before the time came, another event happened which astonished everyone, and which made the final phase of the Green Mummy crime even more sensational than it had been. And heaven knows from beginning to end there had been no lack of melodrama of the most lurid description. Don Pedro de Gallegos was exceedingly amazed at the unexpected turn which the case had taken. That he should have been trying to solve a deep mystery for so long, and that the solution, all the time, had been in the hands of the professor, startled him exceedingly. He admitted that he had never liked Braddock, but explained that he had not expected to hear that the fiery little scientist was such a scoundrel. But, as Don Pedro confessed, it was an ill wind which blew him some good when the upshot of the whole mysterious tragic business was the restoration of at least one emerald. Sir Frank brought the gem to him on the afternoon of the day succeeding Mrs. Jasher's death, and while the whole village was buzzing with excitement. It was Random who gave all details to Donna Inez and her father, leading from one revelation to another, until he capped the whole extraordinary story by producing the splendid gem. "Mine! Mine!" said Don Pedro, his dark eyes glittering. "Thanks be to the Virgin and the saints!" And he bowed his head to make the sign of the cross devoutly on his breast. Donna Inez clapped her hands, and eyes flashed, for, like every woman, she had a profound love for jewels. "Oh, how lovely, Frank! It must be worth no end of money." Professor Braddock sold the other to some Indian Raja in Amsterdam, through an agent, I presume, for £3,000. "I shall get more than that," said Don Pedro quickly. "The professor sold his jewel in a hurry, and had no time to bargain. But sooner or later I shall get £5,000 for this." He held the gem in the sunlight, where it glowed like an emerald sun. "Why, it is worthy of a king's crown." "I fear you will never get the other gem," said Random regretfully. "I believe that it is on its way to India, if Mrs. Jasher can be trusted." "Never mind. I shall be content with this one, Senor. I have simple taste, and this will do much to restore the fortunes of my family. When I go back with this and the Green Mummy, all those Indians who know of my descent from the ancient Incas will be delighted and will pay me fresh reverence." "But you forget," said Random, frowning. "The Green Mummy has been taken away by Professor Braddock." "They cannot have gone far with it," said Donna Inez, shrugging. "I don't know so much about that, dearest," said Sir Frank. "Apparently, since they handled it at the time of the murder, it is easier carried about than one would think. And then they fled last night, or rather in the small hours of this morning, under cover of a dense fog." "It's clear enough now," said de Gallegos, peering through the window, where a pale winter sun shone in a clear steel-hued sky. "They are bound to be caught in the long run." "Do you wish them to be caught?" asked Random abruptly. "Not the professor. For Miss Lucy's sake, I hope he will escape. But I trust that the savage who killed these two unfortunate people will be brought to the gallows." "So do I," said Random. "Well, Don Pedro, it seems to me that your task in Gartley is ended. All you have to do is to wait for the inquest and see Mrs. Jasher buried, poor soul. Then you can go to London and remain there until after Christmas." "But why should I remain in London?" asked the Peruvian, surprised. Random glanced at Donna Inez, who blushed. "You forget that you have given your consent to my marriage with—" "Ah, yes," Don Pedro smiled gravely. "I return with the jewel to Lima, but I leave my other jewel behind." "Never mind," said the girl, kissing her father. "When Frank and I are married, we will come to Calais in his yacht." "Our yacht," said Random, smiling. "Our yacht," repeated Donna Inez. "And then you will see, father, that I have become a real English lady." "But don't entirely forget that you are a Peruvian," said Don Pedro playfully. "And a descendant of Inca Caxus," added Donna Inez. Then she flirted a fan, which she was rarely without, and laughed in her English lover's face. "Don't forget, Senor, that you marry a princess." "I marry the most charming girl in the world," he replied, catching her in his arms, rather to the scandal of de Gallegos, who had stiff Spanish notions regarding the etiquette of engaged couples. "There is one thing you must do for me, Senor," he said quietly, "before we leave this most unhappy case of murder and theft forever." "What is that?" asked Sir Frank, turning with Inez in his arms. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Captain Harvey, the sailor Gustav Vasa, if you prefer the name, steams down the river in his new boat, the Firefly. I received a note from him," he displayed a letter, "stating that he will pass the jetty of Gartley at that hour and will burn a blue light. If I fire a pistol, he will send off a boat with a full account of the theft of the mummy of Inca Caxus written by himself. Then I will hand his messenger 50 gold sovereigns, which I have here," added Don Pedro, pointing to a canvas bag on the table, "and we will return. I wish you to go with me, Senor, and also I wish your friend Mr. Hope to come." "Do you anticipate treachery from Captain Harvey?" asked Random. "I should not be surprised if he tried to trick me in some way, and I wish you and your friend to stand by me. Were this man alone, I would go alone, but he will have a boat's crew with him. It's best to be safe." "I agree with you," said Random quickly. "Hope and I will come, and we will take revolvers with us. It doesn't do to trust this blackguard. Ho, ho! I wonder if he knows of the professor's flight." "No. Considering the term upon which the professor stood with Harvey, I should think he would be the last person he would trust. I wonder what has become of the man." More people than Don Pedro wondered as to the whereabouts of Braddock and his servant, for everyone was inquiring and hunting. The marshes around the cottage were explored. The great house itself was searched, as well as many cottages in the village, and inquiries were made at all the local stations. But all in vain. Braddock and Cockatoo, along with the cumbersome mummy in the case, had vanished as completely as though the earth had swallowed them up. Inspector Date's idea was that the pair had taken the mummy to Gartley Pier after the search made by the soldiers, and there had launched the boat which Cockatoo, judging from his visit to Pierside, apparently kept hidden in some nook. It was probable, said Date, the two had rowed down the river and had managed to get on board some outward bound tramp. They could easily furbish up some story, and as Braddock doubtless had money, could easily buy a passage for a large sum. The tramp being outward bound, a captain and crew would know nothing of the crime, and even if the fugitives were suspected, they would be shipped out of England if the bribe was sufficiently large. So it was apparent that Inspector Date had not much opinion of tramp steamer skippers. However, as the day wore on to night, nothing was heard of Braddock or Cockatoo or the mummy, and when night came, the village was filled with local reporters and with London journalists asking questions. The Warrior Inn did a great trade in drink and beds and meals, and the rustics reaped quite a harvest in answering questions about Mrs. Jasher and the professor and the weird-looking Kanaka. Some reporters dared to invade the pyramids, where Lucy was weeping in sorrow and shame. But Archie, reinforced by 2 policemen sent to his aid by Date, soon sent them to the right about. Hope would have liked to remain with Lucy all the evening, but at 7:30 he was forced to meet Don Pedro and Random outside the fort in order to go to the Gartley jetty. The end of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Green Mummy by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Green Mummy, Chapter 27, By the River. As the hunt for the fugitives had continued all day, everyone, police, villagers, and soldiers, were weary and disheartened. Consequently, when the 3 men met near the fort, there seemed to be few people about. This was just as well, as they would have been followed to the jetty, and obviously it was best to keep the strange meeting with Captain Harvey as secret as possible. However, Don Pedro had taken Inspector Date into his confidence, as it was impossible to get past the cottage of the late Mrs. Jasher, in which the officer had taken up his quarters, without being discovered. Date was quite willing that the trio should go, but stipulated that he should come also. He had heard all about Captain Harvey in connection with the mummy, and thought that he would like to ask that sailor a few leading questions. "And if I see fit, I shall detain him until the inquest is over," said Date, which was mere bluff, as the inspector had no warrant to stop the Firefly or arrest her skipper. The 3 men therefore were joined by Date when they came along the cinder path abreast of the cottage, and the quartet proceeded further immediately, walking amongst the bents and grasses to the rude old wooden jetty near which Harvey intended to stop his ship. The night was quite clear of fog, strange to say, considering the late sea mist, but a strong wind had been blowing all day, and the fog wreaths were entirely dispersed. A full moon rode amongst a galaxy of stars which twinkled like diamonds. The air was frosty, and their feet scrunched the earth and grasses and coarse herbage underfoot as they made rapidly for the embankment. When they reached the top, they could see the jetty clearly almost below their feet, and in the distance the glittering lights of Pierside. Vague forms of vessels at anchor loomed on the water, and there was a stream of light where the moon made a pathway of silver. After a casual glance, the 3 men proceeded down the slope to the jetty. 3 of them at least had revolvers, since Harvey was an ill man to tackle. But probably Date, who was too dense to consider consequences, was unarmed. Neither did Don Pedro think it necessary to tell the officer that he and his 2 companions were prepared to shoot if necessary. Inspector Date, being a prosy Englishman, would not have understood such lawless doings in his own sober, law-abiding country. When they reached the jetty, Don Pedro glanced at his watch, illuminating the dial by puffing his cigar to a ruddy glow. It was just after 8 o'clock, and even as he looked, an exclamation from Date made him raise his head. The inspector was pointing outstream to a large vessel which had steamed inshore as far as was safe. Probably Harvey was watching for them through a night glass, for a blue light suddenly flared on the bridge. Don Pedro, according to his promise, fired a pistol, and it was then that Date learned that his companions were armed. "What the devil did you do that for?" he inquired angrily. "It'll bring my constables down on us." "I do not mind, since you can control them," said de Gangos coolly. "I had to give the signal." "And we all have revolvers," said Random quickly. "Harvey is not a very safe man to tackle, Inspector." "Do you expect a fight?" said Date, while watched the boat being lowered. "If so, you might have told me, and I should have brought a revolver also. Not that I think it is needed. The sight of my uniform will be enough to show this man that I have the law behind me." "I don't think that will matter to Harvey," said Archie dryly. "So much as I have seen of him suggests to me that he is a singularly lawless man." Tate laughed good-humouredly. "It seems to me, gentlemen, that you have brought me on a filibustering expedition," he said, and seemed to enjoy the novel situation. Tate had been wrapped up in the cotton wool of civilization for a long time, but his primitive instincts rose to the surface now that he had to face a probable rough-and-tumble fight. "But I don't expect there will be any scrap," he said regretfully. "My uniform will settle the matter." It certainly seemed to annoy Captain Harvey considerably, for as the boat approached the shore and the moonlight revealed a distinctly official overcoat, he gave an order. The man stopped rowing, and the boat rocked gently some distance from the jetty. "You've got a high old crowd with you, Don Pedro," sang out Harvey in great displeasure. "Is that angel in the military talks with the brass buttons the almighty aristocrat?" "No, I'm here," cried out Random, laughing at the description which he recognized. "My friend Hope is with me, and Inspector Date. I suppose you have heard what has happened?" "Yes, I've taken it all in," said Harvey sorely. "I guess the news is all over the pier side. But it's none of my picnic, I reckon. So chuck that gold over here, Don Pedro, and I'll send along the writing." "No," said Don Pedro, prompted by Date. "You must come ashore." "I guess not," said Harvey vigorously. "You want to run me in?" "For that theft of 30 years ago?" laughed de Gangos. "Nonsense. Come along. You're quite safe." "Shan't take a damned word for it," growled Harvey. "But if those 2 gents can swear that there is no trickery, I'll come. I can depend on the word of an English aristocrat anyhow." "Come along. You're quite safe," said Sir Frank, and Hope echoed his words. Thus being made certain, Harvey gave an order, and the boat was rowed right up to the beach